Yeah, no problem. No problem. You're getting scolded. I'm guilty of it too, though, because sometimes
Yeah,
I
no
go and
problem.
check something and I come back and I
Yeah, no
look and
problem.
go check
Yeah, no
something.
problem.
No problem. No problem. Oh, gotta mute. Yep, I muted it. You're getting scolded. I'm guilty of it too, though, because sometimes
Yeah,
I
no
go and
problem.
check something and I come back and I
Yeah, no
look and
problem.
go check
Yeah, no
something.
problem.
I know, but that's not, yeah, mine's muted. I posted it on my page and on the Metaphysical webpage. So if anybody's awake and wants to come and join us, smart move. Lately, that you don't have to look far. I've never heard of that. Oh, see, another bat. Did you notice they're always, oh, there's a little something going from left to right. There's your another, the bat. Those are bats. They mostly go from left to right, though. Little bug catchers. Yeah, those gotta be like swooping down to catch bugs or something. So that means that their home is to the left of wherever this is set up. Now you must have a few. You're not allowed to? But couldn't they just no, or they eat insects? I don't know, I was just thinking like well I'm sure they do it where you are too. Raccoons, they go around and they have like these they look like kitty kibble, like dry kitty kibble. and they just like put it in places where they know there's raccoons, right? They distribute it. The raccoons eat the kibble. The kibble has a rabies vaccine in it. So that so they're like most of our raccoons are like vaccinated. But doesn't it make more sense just to like vaccinate them? You don't have to kill them. Then there's no loss of life. And I mean, raccoons are part of the ecosystem too. We have another little something going from left to right again. See, I've never seen a live possum yet. I want to, but I haven't seen one yet. I don't know about that. He might not like the winters here. I don't know what do they do for the winter? Do they like really like they dig a little hole and go in there and hmm, and they'll oh, I didn't realize that. I heard that they hiss a lot. Okay, so but the expression plain possum. Okay. Yeah. Is it a portal or something? um what? So wait a minute. Look at the conversation in chat. I don't think she can hear you. That happened the other night too, remember?
Yeah, I might have it fixed now. I think I fixed it. I got fixed the camera too. A little bit bright. She'll be able to hear me now. There
See, no.
we go. Should be able to.
uh,
It's going to take a minute though. Take a few seconds.
oh right, there's delay.
It's about a 28-second delay.
Okay.
But yeah, she should hear me okay now.
Oh, and now I have an echo. Okay.
I don't hear any echo.
Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't hear anything different, but
Well, I'm not using my Blue Yeti microphones right. That probably makes a difference.
sound fine to me.
I could go get it though.
But I don't know how it's broadcasting through YouTube or anything. But yeah, if you look at that link I put in Skype, you'll see what I'm talking about. You see a possum hanging upside down,
Yeah, they're cute.
one with all the babies on her back. The jet are mean though, but they'll eat anything.
Do you think that you could chat with Ufi for like 2 minutes while I go try
Yeah,
to find my microphone?
yeah,
Make the sound quality better?
yeah,
The other few things buzzing by anyways right now, maybe.
yeah.
Okay, I'll go try and find my mic.
Okay. Yeah, at least the screen looks active a little bit. Lots of UFOs out there somewhere. I was going to message you the other day, Oofy, but I didn't. I think somebody called me or something, and I got away from the computer. Maybe you attracted all the flying objects. Hey, I'm just glad you even saw it. Most people don't pay much attention. But it doesn't look too bad though, the sky tonight. It's about as clear as I can make it considering how humid it is. Hey, we've got another one. High speed, low drag. Yeah, maybe we'll see some more stuff buzz by. That's no big deal, you know. But yeah, it's just because of the humidity in the air and stuff. It doesn't look as good, but it still isn't bad though. Its focus is about as good as I can get it. Yeah, I know who it is. I recognize the icon, or whatever you call it. Little picture by your name. If you want, Jade, it's up to you. If you want, I can add you to Skype call. Lorraine will be back in a minute. Yeah, Avatar. I knew it was something. Hey, it's been a long day. The hot day too. I walked 4 miles in 95-degree heat. But I survived. Hey.
Now, why did you walk 4 miles in the heat? What were you doing? Catching Pokemon?
No. A friend of mine, well, he's in our UFO group, but he runs a park board here too, and he had a drone, and he wanted to take pictures of the trail. They've been working on the trail. So he's flying a drone around, but it was hot though, 95 degrees.
Yeah, it got up to, I know it got up to 99. They said it got hotter, but
wow.
According to what I saw, it was 99.
Yeah, it was hot. Supposed to be just as bad here tomorrow.
So what's been going on? Anything interesting?
Not a whole lot. Well, I think you might have heard me say it the other night on Bill's Skywatch, but local UFO group I'm involved with is now putting me on their board, I guess, and now I'm the head paranormal guy. So,
I remember you talking about that.
That's going to be an interesting thing. And one thing I can say, yesterday I was on eBay looking up, some of the paranormal, equipment and stuff, just kind of browsing, and found one of them laser pointers, the one that makes like a grid on the wall or wherever you shine it.
Right.
Well, the guy had one for $18 with a stand and everything, so I messaged him and I said, could you go any cheaper? So I ended up getting it for $15. Well, I ended up talking to the guy for about 45 minutes on the phone. He's in Wisconsin, and he's got his own paranormal group. He's had it for 7 years. And he was telling me, what kind of equipment they use, and trying to give me some, little tips and stuff. Nice guy.
Well, I tell you what. Was that your mouse that just went across the screen?
No.
No, it wasn't? Hold on, let me back it up a second.
My screen keeps buffering for some reason on YouTube. I don't know why.
That might have been what it was. Okay.
I don't know why it's doing that. Sometimes it does, sometimes... I need a new capture device.
Well, the Pokemon balls. I'm thinking about creating ghost balls and see if I can sell them.
Yeah. Them people playing that game are just getting ridiculous.
Oh, there's a group that shows up on the weekends here in the town I live in, and you pay, I think they were talking $20 a head.
Yeah.
And they go around, and it's a 4-hour. It's like a 4-hour thing. I saw it advertising.
Yeah.
And I just watched. Actually, I watched a video today what it was all about.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, wow, not anything I'm going to be jumping into.
Yeah. Skype. I don't know. Did you make it, Lorraine? I don't know. She was having trouble connecting. But yeah, I just getting into more of the paranormal type stuff. So I'm gonna.
Well, be careful doing it.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna. I mean, it's not gonna be a quick thing. I don't think. People starting to report stuff, but I've got a couple places I can go, kind of practice, so to speak, for lack of a better term.
I hear her mic.
I do too.
Yep, Lorraine, we hear you banging on your mic, girl.
Yep.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Oh, I'm back.
You sound good.
It kept disconnecting and stuff. So I don't know.
Thanks. I was on my end. Okay.
Sorry.
Got it all working.
Yep, but if you're getting into the paranormal, man, just be
yeah.
Be extremely careful with that. I see a lot of guys just rush in and just do whatever, and they get stuff, but they don't know there's long term to that.
Oh yeah.
Although to be fair, that is how that's how I started, back in the early 90s.
Okay.
Early 90s, I was young, foolish.
Well, yeah.
I probably did a lot of things I shouldn't have, but he's right. You never know. You never know when you're going to cross that one that just.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I started because my grandmother was teaching me stuff. My mom started teaching me some stuff, but mainly my grandmother taught me a lot more stuff than she pretty much taught my mom and her sister.
Okay.
And just kept teaching me stuff, and then a lot of it, I don't know if I buy into it, but my grandmother was able to do a lot of things that are just if you knew her, they were very strange and unusual.
Yeah.
Um, One of the things she was able to do was she wrote a book, and the funny thing is, it's nothing like her. It's everything in that book is just, and she swears she got the information from up above. And
Okay.
after reading the book, I'm like, okay, I 100% believe that because
Yeah.
she could not have done that.
Hmm.
But other than that, she's always done little weird things. And then once I knew what she was doing, a whole lot of it is how you believe and what your perspective is
Yeah.
on it.
Oh, perspective is everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, I guess you were lucky because you had guidance.
Yeah.
You
yep,
know,
yep.
you had someone to. Oh, a lot of
Well,
bats.
a lot of it was being able to get a hold of very old books that have been translated.
Mm-hmm.
There's an old book out there. I'm not going to give the name of the book. There's a book out there that was written in the Egyptian times.
Mm-hmm.
It's been translated, but it's very hard to get to. A lot of it is just knowing what symbols are, what signs are, and a lot of
Well,
it is being able to feed off other people what they're experiencing.
Yeah.
see, there again, you were very lucky because where I was, small town, predominantly Christian, those books were not actually even, well, any sort of book like that was not allowed. Uh, Not in our library, not in our bookstores. Like, it was years before I could get to that kind of thing.
Well, she got her. My great grandfather, her father,
Mm-hmm.
was a Grand Mason, or he was really high up.
Mm-hmm.
He controlled a huge territory, if you want to say it like that. I'm not going to get too much into the Masons. And she was able to get a lot of the books, the old books that they have. And believe me, they got some serious. There's some secrets out there.
Well, they go way back.
Yeah, well, they claim to go. Their language they use goes back to Egyptian and beyond a little bit, and it covers druids and a few other groups out there. I'm not going to go too much into it, but a lot of it is knowing what the symbols are, where they come from,
Mm-hmm.
and being able to read or this to translate what is out there. And there's some nasty stuff out there.
Mm-hmm.
You think, demons are bad. There's things out there that are way older, that are moving around out there. And they love it. They love people who are addicted. And there's more than you think.
Addicted and brokenhearted. The brokenhearted are often targeted, it seems.
Oh, anybody that's ruined. But
Yeah.
it has to be more self ruined. Is what they look for.
Yeah, I've noticed it seems to attract certain energy, I suppose you could say.
But at the same time, there's also other forces out there that are out there. I guess one of the things I could say is there's a lot of angels that are unemployed that are looking for work,
Okay.
and they're on standby. They're ready to jump in.
Hmm.
And believe me, they're no. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's a unconditional love, and they can interfere to a point, but that's what I tell people. You have to be ready to help yourself before you move on. Yes, you want to quit drugs, but you have to be ready to do it.
Right.
Oh yeah, nobody ever kicks that unless they're darn ready to.
Right.
But anyway, you see anything tonight?
Lots of
A
bats.
lot of bats, a couple satellites.
We have
Ooh, are they the Pokemon bats?
Yeah, they might have been. Did you see the latest news article? Some woman got stuck in a tree playing Pokemon.
Oh God.
Yeah, I
I know.
forget where it was at, but
some guy pulled out in the middle of traffic and stopped his car and was battling a Pokemon.
Yeah,
I seen that
saw
one. I
Yeah,
couldn't believe he did that.
and he got frustrated. He was yelling at other people.
Yeah. People were just, I don't know, crazy. But there was a conspiracy going around that there was some terror organization that would help fund all this.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds. China doesn't want it. China
Well,
has something else
The
besides
reason
Pokemon.
was that because a lot of these places, people are where they're getting in trouble. That's when, like, the guy tried to board the U.S. Navy ship to battle Pokemon and all this other stuff. So by looking through the camera, supposedly these terror groups are getting that same footage and able to look at our national security and other things, which is possible. Whether it's happening, I don't know. But possible.
Yeah. There's Pokemon on the satellites. People are going to. I'm not. It's a game. I'm not really buying into that. Tourists don't. They can watch TV and see everything.
Yeah. The craziest thing I saw though was the guy on YouTube. He was in his house and messing with the game, and he noticed about 5 minutes or so up the road, somebody had put out what they called a lure that attracts all the Pokemon, I guess, to one area. So it's like 3 in the morning. So him and the other guy that's in the video, they get in a car, drive up there, and they see a car along the side of the road, and it's a guy he's probably about 70 years old, no lights on the car, nowhere, all pitch dark, and he's in his car playing Pokemon. He said, well, I was just waiting to see who would show up. That sounds kind of fishy.
Yeah. Well,
but
there's who knows. You can take anything and turn it into.
oh yeah, there's only
Something
been
sick.
one person so far that they said have actually completed the game, caught them all.
Oh, wait, you can complete the game?
If you catch them all,
Oh, I didn't know that.
there's 147 of them in the U.S. and the guy caught all of them. Now there will be others, I guess, but you would have to literally go to Europe and stuff to get them. Now whether he'll do that, I don't know. But it said he would have walked the equivalent. Well, to do it all, he'd have walked 169 kilometers. But these people aren't walking. Shoot, they're putting their phones on the back of dogs, flying them with drones. The one guy used a record player. Anything for movement. And then the woman in New York City that started her own business, $20 an hour, and she'll do the walking for you.
I seen that one too.
She booked for the next 3 months. And she don't even need your phone. She just logs into your account.
Yeah. Well, what it is you catch one. You can only you put the egg in a container,
Yeah.
and you can only hatch one at a time.
Yeah, you got to walk 5 kilometers to hatch an egg. And that's
Yeah.
where people was getting creative, like using their dog or a drone or the slow speed on a record player.
Yeah. And sometimes people are finding that's not exactly right the way it's calculating the distance and shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions from Ufi.
Sure.
One of them was, have you ever seen angels? And the other question was, do you wonder where pictures of angels, humans with wings ever originated?
Well, a lot of people have claimed to have seen that same thing. So,
Okay. Well, can I? You mind if I answer it?
good.
Go for it.
Okay. Where the wings came from was actually a symbol. Okay. Because they had to explain, and you got to understand they didn't have the writing we had. So, in order for a being to come down from above, what they did is they put wings on it, meaning that the being flew down, not necessarily with wings. Now, the angels that now this is questionable,
Mm-hmm.
okay? But one time I saw, how do I explain this without sounding crazy?
Hey, with the stories I've told, you ain't gonna sound crazy. Go for it.
Okay, well, basically what I saw was people that were about 10 feet high,
Holy cow.
and they were dressed up like a parade. They were dressed up in funny costumes, mimicking not the people they were with, but not how they dressed, but mimicking the mood of the people they were with. And I got this voice, for lack of a better word for it, saying, yeah, this is a game that they play, uh, that goes on. Take that for what it's worth. But
did you have music accompany it?
No, I did not have music accompanying with it, to my knowledge. But I just had this like voice, very soft voice, and basically said, "Yeah, we play games from time to time." I'm doing the voice wrong, but
Yeah.
But you bring up a point though, something I never thought of. You talking about the wings on an angel being like, just a symbol or something.
To my knowledge, yeah.
Well, that kind of makes sense because I've seen a lot of reports, and even stuff in the Bible and just reports from other people. But the one thing I've never heard of is anybody ever mentioning the wings moving, like actually using them as wings.
True.
It's always the thing floated down from above or went up or whatever. But the wings I've never heard actually moving. It's just like they're there, but they're
or blinding white light.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Well, it's the same with the halos. Whenever you see the paintings with halos, it's a heavenly spirit.
Yeah.
Horns were put there to mean it's a demon spirit.
Right.
Or it's a demon, or the devil itself.
Mm-hmm.
Dark and good.
Yeah. But I never thought about it with the wings before until you mentioned that. But yeah, I never heard anybody ever mention anywhere of any kind of movement of the wings. They just float up, float down, or whatever. Or you get the blinding light and then they're gone, whatever.
Well, it certainly makes more sense as a symbolic representation.
If they actually needed them, then you would have heard that in some report somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, in the Bible, I don't really see where they talk about the wings either.
No.
Now, what is interesting in the Bible...
I've heard it mentioned, different things, about wings, but never anything to say they're actually used for anything other than they're just there. Kind of like I don't know, like a rite of passage almost,
Well, could be.
Like they
or could maybe if they wanted them, they could have them if they need them.
Yeah. Well, kind of like, I don't know, like a Boy Scout or something. When they get a certain rite, or whatever, then they get a new badge or pin or whatever. Kind of, to prove that you accomplished whatever.
Well,
maybe it's something similar. Once they get a certain level, then they're...
Well, it's not really so. Because you got to understand, the angels were made. God made the angels.
Yeah.
Before he made man, obviously.
Yeah.
But he made the angels without a soul.
Yeah.
Then he made man. And that's where there was the jealousy, and that's when the breakaway came, where the 90s...
Can you have free will without having a soul?
Well, think about it.
I would say so.
You would have no loyalties.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Your boundaries would be a lot different.
Yeah.
A lot of times, I think a lot of these spirits, they don't understand what is good or how we comprehend good and evil. They don't get it.
Yeah.
Blood is blood. It's like we look at chickens when we eat dinner. Yeah, they're cute, we pet them, but then we go inside and we eat chickens.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
And we eat their young.
Yeah, whole thing, yeah.
So
well, sure. I mean, when we go out for our burger, we're not picturing the cow.
No.
We don't envision the cow in between the bun. We just eat.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting restaurant to open up. One that has the picture of the animal alive sitting on the table as you're eating.
Oh,
That's so Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
With the name. Yeah, with the name. A little poem it wrote.
Well, what if your hamburger was actually formed into the shape of a cow?
Like, here I lay with pepper and spice
Yeah.
upon a plate in front of you for your delight. Take a bite, 2 or 3. Enjoy me as much as you please.
What is it, Dr. Seuss?
Amen.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it's... I read an article yesterday, and I don't know what to think of. The website, it was some Facebook thing, but it went to a website. Healthy Healthy 365 or something like that. Well, anyway, what it was trying to say was, which is not legit, or it'd have been all over TV if it was, that they said the FDA went out in Oklahoma to the main processing place where McDonald's makes all their hamburgers, and claimed that they found human body parts out there.
That might be a serial clown that owns that thing.
But they couldn't shut down McDonald's because they had to take that meat and send it off to a lab somewhere to get checked out, because what they found hadn't been processed yet. But it said it looked like it came from kids, small people. So take it for what it's worth. But that's what it said.
Midgets the other white meat.
Did we ever really think that, McDonald's was a source of real meat?
Like,
they actually, in all due honesty, they are. Their meat is just as qualified and just as good as any of the other meat products that are out there.
But I heard that 100% all beef is actually the brand name and not the actual 100% all beef.
Well, we can go to their website and find out.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
I worked there when I was a teenager, and man, it was, I don't know. It's meat, but that's about all I can say.
I wouldn't think that it's like high grade.
No. No, because there's pictures that have floated around for a while of people that's had like a kid's meal that they bought like back in the 80s when I was born, and it still looks the same today.
I don't know if that's true though.
It's just hard as a brick, dried out, but their food will not rot.
No, that's not true. It's rotten before they give it to you.
Well, that is true. Because when I worked there and stuff, I mean, like, ever so often we'd have to clean, pull everything out the wall, really clean behind it, and you would find stuff back there that looked just as good as what you just served a previous customer.
Oh, ew.
I mean, it's crazy, but the stuff just, it'll dry out, but other than that, it don't rot.
Well, how they got it done is they have the food probably set up to be preserved for as long as possible. They do restrict themselves. They will say that they're using their products are a little bit cheaper, I would say. I do know they do their own fries. They got their own farm for that.
Yeah.
For the most part, their cheese is not the greatest cheese. They have taken shortcuts. If you get a McFish and ask for cheese, they put a half piece of cheese on it.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a half piece of cheese on the McFish.
Why?
That's the way they're told to do it, and the lady went showed me the picture of it.
Yeah.
And then we get it. We don't necessarily open it up. We just eat it. We don't even know.
Right. And their stuff and their fish is actually processed on the ship.
Okay.
No, that's actually true. I've seen movies and stuff on it. Their fish, they have ships out there that take the fish and they process it and turn it into the patties and everything on the boat. So by the time the boat lands, it's already boxed up and ready to be shipped out to the stores.
They have their own college too.
Yep, they got their own. They got a couple of schools.
Yeah.
A college? What do they teach there?
Hershey Candy has college too.
Yeah, they teach all kinds of stuff at the McDonald's college.
They teach you how to push buttons and make a Big Mac.
Pretty much.
No, they do teach you. They teach you financial. They
do that. But we had a manager that actually went there, and he literally told me he had like a 3-day course on just how to put correctly salt and pepper on a hamburger.
Excuse me?
Yeah, literally.
Now I worked for Domino's Pizza for a long time, and at the time their products were, I mean, it was amazing how they self-police themselves. I ran a couple of stores, and I would constantly get paper every day. I'd have to go by a store and constantly write down what the temperature is of the food, the temperature of the frozen, the temperature cheese, how hot the oven is, checked the dough, and there's dates all over everything.
So the standards are really high.
Oh, the standards were high. And I would assume it's like at McDonald's as well, but the food is not as processed, or
Yeah.
the hamburger meat is probably, I don't think it's 100% beef. I think there's something else in there, whether it be soybean or whatever. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but
I would love for somebody to take one and take a hamburger and tear it apart and scientifically break it down.
well, according to their website, McDonald's, they're saying 100% beef, no fillers, no additives, no preservatives.
Which
It really is.
Which very well could be right.
Wow.
So
But at the same time, you have to read the fine print.
yeah, it says they add nothing but salt and pepper.
Yeah, they could be very well right. Now, what part of the beef that is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or did those cows come from some like experimental farm? You know, who knows?
But most companies, you'll find out, is it's a lot of it that's spread. It's not whatever, unless there's like news video and stuff comes out.
Yeah.
And usually it's the people. The biggest problem with selling food is the people that are prepping it and making it.
Oh yeah.
And McDonald's, they went through a process and they did a lot of study on it to where they can actually hire third graders, or somebody with a third grade education can actually run the place.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, they set it up to where it's fail safe. That's why even the menus have pictures on it.
Oh yeah.
Or I should say, not the menu, the cash register
Yeah.
has pictures of it.
Yep.
But wasn't the company sort of hurting, say, I think it was like started in the fall, they took a loss, and then over the winter they actually had to shut down a bunch?
Oh yeah, that's called competition,
Yeah.
inflation, getting people to show up to work.
Hmm.
Yeah.
We have a Taco Bell here, and every time now and then when I go in there, it's a whole new group in
Oh
there.
yeah.
When
Same
I
way
worked
here.
at Domino's Pizza, we kept a lot of drivers because of the pay. At the time, we were in an area that tipped very well.
Okay.
But the people in store were high school rotating.
Yep.
See, that's what I don't. That's what I try to explain to people. Is $15 an hour is a job. Not McDonald's is a job for kids.
Yeah.
Not
It-
not,
Not for.
Well, look.
But the problem does come from when people have to start taking 2 or 3 of those jobs, piecing them together to just to try to make ends
right.
meet.
Well, the problem comes because of the healthcare thing right now,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you can't work over. If you work somebody over 30 hours, you got to give them health care,
Exactly.
and the companies can't
Oh.
afford that.
Right.
That's why all the jobs are being lost here in the States.
30 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be if you work 40 hours, you get
40,
overtime.
yeah. They switched it to
Now-
30?
30.
No. At 30, the company has to pay for health care.
Right.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter what the company is.
No.
Oh,
Unless they have people that are unless it's under a certain amount of people. I think it's 30 people or 46
Yeah,
people.
something like that. Yeah.
Something crazy. McDonald's tried to break it down to individual stores, and the government said, no, you can't do that.
Right. They tried to say because they were all franchises.
Right.
It didn't work. But
So-
if you look at the cities that have passed those higher minimum wages, all those people protesting, wanting it, and then they get it, and then 3/4 of the crew gets fired.
All those people that are protesting, they're already union workers, and they're already doing
Yeah.
something else. A lot of those people that are protesting are paid, like you were talking about crisis
Oh yeah,
actors.
yeah, that's the same.
These are the same thing. These
Yeah.
are people, they make a living protesting.
Sure.
I've done Watch TV, and there's a YouTube channel that is broken down, and that's why the protesters are covering their face up and
Yeah,
stuff.
they're multiple places.
Yeah, they've been seen in multiple cities all
Right.
over the place.
Well, back during the big riots they had in Ferguson and Baltimore both, they had a video I saw. They were bussing people in because a bunch of them complained afterwards they never got their pay. They were bussed in from other places to go there and just riot. And they're supposed to have got so much money and they didn't get it. So they was mad. So, yeah.
Well, what do you think would happen if, like, minimum wage was suddenly, I don't know.
Minimum wage should be gotten rid of.
It should.
because it's minimum wage. Matter of fact, the government should just get the hell out of the free market.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, many years ago, minimum wage was, like you said, it was reserved mostly for students.
Well, yeah, but when I first started, I remember minimum wage being like a dollar. It's like $1.20, some $1.25 an hour.
See, and I started at about $4.75.
Right, but at the same time, look at the cost of food at the time.
Back then, yeah.
For $5, I used to be able to put gasoline. I remember gasoline costing 50 cents. I remember sodas costing 10 cents for a Coke.
Yeah.
Now you've got bottled water that they're charging $2 for
Oh yeah.
12 ounces of water. It's free.
I do. I remember the cans, the pop cans in the machines being 45 cents because if I put 2 quarters in, I would have my pop and a nickel.
I remember 35 cents here. As
Wow.
low as I can remember. But
Yeah,
the
well-
crazy thing is, though, a cheap soda now is cheaper than water.
Yeah, it is.
And the water is it's even the best water that's out there, the most expensive water that's name brand, has more crap in it.
Oh yeah.
It's not. It hasn't been steeped. The best water you can drink is distilled water.
Yeah. They've proven most of that fancy water is just no more than tap water.
Yeah, it's just tap water.
It's nothing
Well,
special.
wages are definitely they need to be adjusted, but I don't know if it's the same in the States, but here housing used to be no more than 33% of a person's take-home pay, and now you can't rent any place decent for 33% of your pay, and that's not even minimum wage pay. We're talking people, getting paid a decent wage, and they still have to spend nearly half on rent.
And look how much taxes you pay.
Oh, yeah. I just don't see how people can be in a position to even save money. Savings is almost something like a foreign word today. If you ask someone, so how's your savings
Here
doing?
it's a lot different because it's all welfare. It's all handed out.
Yeah, so and then you got people out there. Well, anyway, let's get off the politics.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, what is this? DC against
DC,
at the movie
yes.
theaters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Superman, Batman. Oh, I saw Star Trek today.
Oh, did you like it?
Dude, it's one of the best movies I saw
Okay, I gotta see
of
it.
the Star Trek series. It
Yeah.
really is good. The plot was good. The carry out of the plot was good. The characters were good.
That's what Bill said too.
It was well
I
done.
have to see it. And did you see the entire series of Stranger Things?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, Stranger Things on Netflix. It's a lot of Montauk thrown into this. Well, you have to watch it.
Well,
It's not a
So-
long series.
it's a lot of wet talk,
Montauk, the
wine.
Montauk Chronicles. The
Oh,
whole,
okay.
experiments and what the military was doing, and it's like that. What can I compare it to? Do you remember that series Goosebumps?
Yeah.
Goosebumps meets the Montauk Chronicles.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay.
So,
I'll have to tell Jake this is on my mind. I mentioned it to you earlier. We got an outdoor drama just south of town, Tecumseh, Native American and all that, which me and my dad have been to 100 times probably in my life. Well, we was there probably 5 or 6 years ago, something like that. And we got, watched the show and everything, and there's a full moon that night, so we're leaving, and Dad had to use the restroom or something, so I walk over to the gift shop, and there's this woman in there. She's about mid-50s, I would say, and she's like ecstatic, how great the show was, and I didn't think much of it, and she said it had the best special effects she's ever seen. And I'm thinking, well, there's some cool things, but, whatever. She said, how did you get that moon in the sky to look so real? and move across at the right angle, and the woman at the counter just scratched her head. She said it was a real moon. The woman said, no way. She said, there's no, the actor told her, I told her, must have been 10 people told that woman it was the real full moon, and she said no. That was done by you guys behind the scenes, and it was real good.
Oh, just tell her it's a secret.
I just never seen something like that. I'm like, God. I mean, if they could have projected something like that, they would have bragged about it, if they could have done it that good. But it was just craziest thing. That woman, I don't know.
That's just funny.
Yeah.
That's way too funny.
Well, there are a lot of people that say our moon is a hologram, though. So.
Yeah.
So you can take that for what it's worth, which ain't much.
Well, I got a buddy of mine had a guy contact me who's wanting me to go with them in a house he owns in the woods.
Okay, a house in the woods.
Yeah.
This is a good start. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I said. Like, this friend of mine wants you to go with him to the woods.
Blair Witch much?
And I'm like, I'm not going, dude. Now let's stop this conversation now. Well, I come to find out the guy's in his 60s. Would just be me. He wants my group.
Okay.
My friend didn't say that out loud. It's just like, wait, hold on, back. He says, let me back up. You're right.
Yeah.
He's wanting a group to go out to a house because apparently this is a house in the woods. Nobody lives in the place. It's a rundown house. He says that him and his mother used to live there, and his father used to come and go. His father was a trucker.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that place is haunted, and he can't. Anytime he has to go back there to do minor repairs to keep the place locked up, he says it is all boarded up. But he goes back there to check the roof and all that kind of stuff. But apparently it's haunted. And so I'll be contacting the guy tomorrow to find out more about it. He does go to church. I'll be meeting him at his church. Excuse me. And find out what the deal is on that. I might have a place to check out here soon.
Do you know if has he lived there long or?
No, he doesn't live there.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't live there.
He just takes care of it. And...
Right. He only goes there. He owns it. It's been in his family's for years. He did rent it out years ago, but the people left and they couldn't take it anymore.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So when he rented it out, those people also reported to him.
Oh yeah, they packed up and told him to keep, we're not paying you this month, and this place is creepy. You've got people that are constantly staring. They keep seeing people that stare in the windows.
No.
Yeah, and then when they go out, they can't find them. He says whenever he's in the house, he puts a cinder block in the door. He won't shut the door. He puts a cinder block to hold open the door.
You know what? That's not the first time I've seen people do that.
Right.
So does that imply that at some point the door would not open?
They don't want to take the chance.
Oh, he doesn't want the door to shut behind him. Yeah.
No, that's what I mean. Like, because
I don't know too much about it. I haven't talked to him yet. What was the other thing that was passed on to me was whenever he goes in the house, he keeps he takes his gun with him. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that's going to be. About animals don't go in the house. He says if you want to see something, he said he can't get his dog to go in the house to save his life. He said there's outside he's found dead birds, he's found dead squirrels in the yard, not in the house but in the yard.
In the yard, okay.
And he says they would stay there. He says he would come back, and he says it would biodegrade. He said it wouldn't, nothing would come up and eat it.
Which is really odd.
Yeah, I found that to be strange. I had to crack open a couple of books on that one. But I'll find out from him tomorrow. I'm going to the later church service, the one that's at 11 o'clock.
I had a creepy experience as a teenager. It was at an old abandoned house. We never did know who owned it, but a friend of mine, his parents had a property. It was a small farm. And to the left of the property, you couldn't even see the place from the road. This old house, and there was a big barn there. And we went in the house. We walked over. It was always told to never go there, but we did anyway. We had BB guns and stuff. We shooting cans and bottles, whatever we could find, just playing around. And we're like, wanted to check out the barn, so we walked over there, and it was just an old barn. The whole bottom of it, I remember, was full of baskets, like hand-woven baskets. But we went around to the one side, and a big ladder to take you up to the hayloft. And I looked up, and I could see what looked like blood dripping down the ladder, and quite a bit of it. I was like, what in the world, So I climbed up there, got almost to the top to where I could look in the hayloft, heard a scream. Sounded like a woman being attacked. I mean, just the worst thing you could imagine. So I looked up there finally, and you could see what, the only way I can describe it was like if somebody was grabbed like by their ankle and they're clawing at the floor trying to, get away. Handprints, claw marks, all looked fresh though. And there was a rope and a dress. The dress would put you in mind of that one Jessica Rabbit wore in the Roger Rabbit movie, but it was shredded though. That same red sequin. Never saw any person, nothing. But we heard that scream, seen that, what looked like blood. But we didn't touch nothing. We always made sure we didn't touch anything. We didn't want to, get on us. We didn't know what it was or anything. So we got out of there and never did go back. Kind of wonder now, though. But at the time, we're just like, forget it. We didn't want to say nothing to anybody because we wasn't supposed to go there in the first place. So
you get in trouble.
Yeah, I almost thought about just torching the place, but I didn't want to cause a huge forest fire.
You're a little far away from your mic.
I know it. I'm about 7 or 8 foot from it. That better?
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, we never did figure out what that was or anything, but it was just.
Jade, are you gonna be able to take pictures or?
Oh yeah, well I won't be going there tomorrow. I'll just be talking to the guy tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
On it and setting up a time. He kind of wants to go out there with us.
Do you have any idea if there's a body of water, a river?
I have no idea where this is out.
Okay.
It's not. It's within. It's a 15-minute drive supposedly. So I don't.
Okay.
And there's a ton of houses that aren't. Nobody is around that are abandoned. In the woods around here.
Well, I had an interesting. I guess you'd call it an offer today. I guess, for lack of a better word. My dad, he's not into none of this type of stuff, whatever. But the church he goes to in the south end of town, my grandpa's been the pastor there since the 60s. My mom's the assistant now. Small church. And I got to talking about, me being in the paranormal thing with the organization and all of that stuff. And he was like, well, why don't you come back to the church and set up like a voice recorder or something? He said, we've heard all kinds of strange, noises, sounds. Sound like people downstairs and there's nobody there. Been a lot of funerals in that church over the years. But I've got permission to do that. I just put a picture of it in Skype of the church, but just an old church. Got, like I say, full basement. We used to have a lot of, Christmas dinners, Thanksgiving type things in the past. And sometimes I've heard it too. It sounds like people down there just chit-chatting, but nobody there. You really can't make out what's being said, but someone to get me a digital voice recorder, set it up, and just see what I hear. I know other things have been moved at times. You'll set something somewhere, and you come back a day or so later, and things have moved around.
Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go check.
All right.
Okay.
But that ought to be interesting to.
I still say you should bring cookies.
Yeah.
Nobody can resist the cookies.
Well, the thing I thought about was, since it was normally an older crowd, setting out a thermos of coffee.
Or lemonade.
Yeah. I thought about just getting one of them thermoses of coffee and setting some cups beside it.
Oh yeah, and make sure you have spoons and see later on if you can hear any tinkling or
yeah,
rattling. Yeah, that's a good idea. Now, of course, if someone breaks in and has
Well, yeah.
cookies.
I got to make
But
sure my voice recorder's in a spot they don't steal it.
yeah.
The one that the guy I talked to from eBay, the seller on there that he was using, it's only like $20 on eBay.
Oh yeah, they're not expensive anymore.
It's he said it was pretty sensitive too, but you can get them anywhere nowadays. You can buy them Walmart for that matter.
I still have mine from years ago. It still works fine.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Even though a lot of places recommend using the one that takes the cassettes, but it's so hard to transfer them over to a digital format.
Jay, do you have a favorite digital recorder or anything?
For what? Ghost hunting?
Yeah.
I don't really use one. I don't really use equipment for that. I got a camera. I have a digital recorder.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times what I tell people is, yes, it's haunted. No, it's not.
Yeah.
The other people can do and get the voices and all that stuff. I'm just not. I don't need to. You either believe me or you don't. It's kind of how I look at it.
Oh, that's true. So you're just you're going in more, not to collect hard evidence, but just to go in and have an experience or try to connect.
I go in for knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm doing it for. It's just knowledge. Now I do write down a ton of stuff. I write down what I experience. I'll write down or draw out a lot of stuff that I seen. So I have folders and folders of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
symbols and stuff that I seen. I try to look up that stuff. Is what I do. I don't so much as really care for the pictures or breaking it down. And I mean, it's neat when people do it. I just don't have the stuff doing it. I'm just not into it. I'm not a good photographer.
Okay.
Which these days you don't need to be. The digital does it all.
Well, yeah.
But some of the people I'm with, they have all that equipment and they can do it. A lot of times I'll go in before and I'll go in after. When I go in here, and I'll tell them, here's the hot spot. Here's what I feel. Take this or this with you. Offer this. One time we went someplace and we stopped at a cheap dollar store and I bought a bunch of little stuffed animals. I didn't know why at the time, but when I got there, we found out later it was a little girl that passed away in there.
Oh.
And it really wasn't a haunting, but just a girl trying to get attention.
Hmm.
What about that recording we listened to earlier, Lorraine?
Oh, I still have it.
That telephone call thing?
Oh, that was weird.
That was,
Here, let me
yeah.
find it again.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it's just a little article today that I found with a voice recording.
Yeah, go ahead and tell him about that. I'm going to go adjust my camera.
Here, I'll actually just pop the
play
link.
it. Just play it.
Yeah. And I'll put the link
Yeah.
in the chat.
It's interesting.
Woman receives terrifying phone message from ghost that haunted her childhood home.
Most people have received creepy emails at least once in their life. Oftentimes, they can be associated to prank calls, technical problems, or good old-fashioned butt dial. But once in a while, they come from somewhere else. Doo-doo-doo. After missing a series of telephone calls from her elderly mother, landline, a woman only known as Judy played back the recording message on her answering machine, only to receive a terrifying shock. The gargled voice whispering on the other end of the line sounded all too familiar, like a ghost from the past. According to Judy, her childhood was the scene of frightening displays of paranormal activity. Her sister would often collapse and speak in tongues. Mysterious noises plagued her home. At one point, the actual in the house got so bad, or the activity in the house got so bad, a presence was actually called in.
A priest.
Oh, is that what it says? I'm
Yeah.
far away from my screen.
A
A
priest was
priest.
actually called in to do a blessing on the property. All of these incidents seem to stem from their bathroom, which freaks me out. You know why?
Yeah.
Where a ghostly voice would whisper her name from the shadows. What alarmed Judy the most about about the mysterious message was the sound of a deep male voice whispering the name Judy under the choppy static. The voice sounded exactly like the one that had stalked her in her childhood home. Judy asked her mother if she had accidentally left the message, but the elderly woman was adamant that she hadn't even picked up the phone that day. I'm going to let you go ahead and play that, but I'm warning you, it gave me the shivers.
Let me shiver away.
Okay.
Judy.
Oh, this is creepy.
Night, Oofy.
Come to me.
It is creepy.
Yeah.
I don't.
Can you get it to play?
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
Okay.
It's kind of
I only
like,
picked
I
out
don't.
one word though that sounded pretty clear, and that was the word help.
Nah, I don't know if that's coincidence or.
Who knows? I've heard some pretty gargled cell phones too, though. So
Well, see, my wife hates it. I don't know what it is. When my wife doesn't see me, she doesn't hear me coming because I walk quiet naturally or something. I don't know. There's a
Nope,
joke.
so.
Yeah, there's a joke when I'm in the house. I'll put on a big orange bright shirt like
Okay.
that, so that way, and I have to scream, "I'm coming down the hallway."
So
And
you don't surprise her?
well, no, then I won't come down the hallway.
Oh, that's nasty.
But I played a joke on a guy one time. We had walkie-talkie, and we had a guy who rigged the walkie-talkie up to a car speaker
Okay.
that we were able to basically rig with just batteries instead of like a car battery. We rigged up the car batteries,
Uh huh.
but it sounded so real. So whenever you call on the walkie-talkie, if you talk on it, it sounds like you're in the room.
Okay.
And we had a guy who was in his house, and we had this thing hidden behind the TV.
Oh, poor bastard.
And he did, and we left the house, and he was watching TV. And he loves like old vampire and the old flicks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so we were outside the house because this walkie-talkie didn't have that much range, and we just started saying, "I'm not going to give his real name," and I'll just use another name, Tommy, and just saying his name in just a low voice, Tommy. And we could see through his window, okay, because he's kind of out, and we see him get up and he look around, I'm not over there, Tommy. And he jumped and turned around, and he kept walking back and forth. And then he picks up a phone, and I go, put down the phone, Tommy. Oh my God, all of a sudden it made us jump in the car because our phone rang. He's like, guys, where are you? I'm like, dude, I'm getting ready to be dropped off, man. I'm almost home. What's up? Did we forget something? We leave something over there? He's like, hold on, man. Just stand by. Who did you call, Tommy? Who did you call? And then all of a sudden our phone rings again. He goes, guys, man, can y'all, I think I've had too much to drink, man. Can y'all come back over here for a little bit? We're just like looking at each other like, oh my God, he's really freaking out.
Oh, you
Like,
guys are mean.
So we turn around, we go back, or we weren't even driving anywhere, right? We're like, yeah, sure, man, we'll turn around, dude. Are you sure you're okay? He's like, man, something's just, I'm hearing voices, man. We're like, what? I'm hearing, what is it saying? He says, it just keeps calling my name or something. Who are you talking to, Tommy? He's like, fuck, guys, please, man, get the fuck back over here, please. Tommy, hang up the phone. Guys, I'm going outside. And we're outside. We get out of our car, we're outside. He comes outside, we're laughing. And we're like, Tommy, where are you going, Tommy? And so we had to actually take him in there. And, dude, I thought he was going to kill us, man. Tommy turned into a scary guy after that. He was like, we had to show him the speaker. And he's like, fuck. He says, we told you we'd get you back, man, because that ain't fucking right, man. I was dumb. You know, just every curse word you could imagine. But he goes, I knew something was up. And we're like, did you, Tommy? He's like, no, dude, you got me, okay? You got me. Just leave it at that. God, that scared the shit out of me.
Worst, I got scared messing around with. I was a teenager. Mom and Dad had left for the weekend. I don't know where they went, but a friend of mine was staying with me. And I had a CB. I still got it, but we were playing on a little handheld one that he got at a flea market or something. And we was messing with these truck drivers going up and down the highway. So we're laying into this one guy, man. We're messing with him, calling him all kind of, trying to start an argument. Well, he says, I'm going to find you and all this. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Well, about 10 minutes went by and I heard the air brakes in front of the house. He tried to kick our front door in. Scared me to death. Because, I mean, I didn't have no, weapon or nothing at the time, but I found a ball bat. My buddy was messing around, and in my spare room, we found a fireman's axe. So we're standing there by the door ready to bust this dude if he come through, but he ended up leaving. But, man, we were scared to death. We could see the guy. He's like, 6'7", 200 and probably 80 pounds. Big dude. He'd have killed both of us.
How the hell did he find you?
I don't know. He just drove around until he picked up the signal. We used to do that. We used to do that. If you can triangulate sometimes and just find out where the signal's coming from. And I guess since we was on that cheap little handheld radio, it was probably a weak signal he picked up to begin with. So he just drove around until it got closer. We heard them air brakes, and we both about died. Like, oh no.
Yeah. Oh no, this ain't. Well, it's scary in one way. We were when I was young, we all had CVs as well, and we heard these two girls talking. My buddy just says, "Yeah, man, they're pretty hot," but he was 4 years older than us. He was the cool kid. Now we're like 15, 16 years old. Okay.
Okay.
We had one thing on our mind, and that was, hey, girls. So we're out there, and all of a sudden he's like, so we're talking to there's three girls in this car. And this guy's just like, yeah, I'm going to go, man. You guys keep them. And so we're like, yeah, what do you look like? And they're like describing, like, yeah, we're dressed, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Well, so we give them directions to our house. Boy, that was stupid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh my God, these girls were huge.
Yep.
Oh my God, it was out of a comic book huge. Okay, there was nothing. They were inbred huge.
Oh my goodness.
I kid, and they were from. We kept thinking where they, they said where they were from. Like, wow, that's out country, outside. It's in Texas. But
Okay.
we're like, oh my god. Years later, I found out that town's known to be the fattest county in Texas.
Yeah, I used,
Oh
to,
my.
I used to have a blast playing on CB. My antenna's still up in the air. All I have to do is plug my radio in. But I remember.
Well, hold on.
All right, good.
Well, they came over, and of course, you gotta remember, man, we were like, a bunch of young, hard-bodied kids, and we were built and shit back then. Even back then, I was pretty good shape. So were my buddies, and they would not. And they were in their 20s.
How many of these girls were there?
Three, and there were three of us. And oh my god, I thought we were gonna get raped. We had to run from them, and they were chasing us down. They thought that we were playing hard to get.
Oh my goodness.
And I mean, they were showing us their
Yeah.
Yeah.
that just it ruined me for. I was scared to death. If I didn't see the girl, I did not talk to them for a long time after that. Dude, it just gave, and they weren't playing. They were out for it, and that's why my buddy left. My buddy knew what was coming down the road.
Smart man to go.
Oh, they were going to offer us. They had alcohol. They were ready to get us drunk. Like, yeah, come party with us. We could squeeze you in this car. No, you could not squeeze anybody else in that car. There was no way. No way. Just no, you could not.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't get out of the car either. That was some other weird thing. They would not get out of the car. Because I don't think they can, if they got out, I don't think they can get back in. Oh my God. It was just, and what was really creepy is for like days later, they kind of like drove by and hung around. And I remember one time I was walking, this is like a week later, less than a week later, I was walking back from the Five and Dime. I think I went out there and bought some dip or something, some chewing tobacco. And I'm walking back. I didn't have my bike or anything with me. And I just walked back, and all of a sudden it comes pulling up, and I just hear the voice, and I ran away like screaming and crying, like, get away! I knew if I ran to the park, they weren't going to follow me. But if they got out of the car, I was thinking if they got out of the car, they were going to have like superhuman powers. But it was almost near dusk, and it just scared the hell out of me. Oh, anyway.
So they were like stalking you guys.
Oh yeah, they were stalking, dude, anything. It was, and I remember one time they came by, I was on my bike, and I was at the park. There was a big park where they, like 15 different baseball diamonds and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember they cruised by, and I saw this poor Mexican kid in the back seat of the car. And I remember him looking out the window with the look on his face, like, help me. And I honestly didn't know if I needed to go to a cop or not. And I was actually looking for a police officer to run up to say, you might want to go help this guy.
And they caught one, now they won't let him go.
I think so, because he just looked like he was defeated. It's like, he knew what he was in for. And I was like, I know that guy's not going to be able to walk for him. I just keep picturing him afterwards, like in a full body cast.
Yeah.
With like big white eyes, like Tara.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we're going to put him into a coma until we get some help for him. Nothing against any big girls that are out there, but they were.
Yeah, that's what you call scary big.
They didn't there was like body odor coming out of the car.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. It was. They were like grease, and they're just. Oh, and there was so much McDonald's. Oh God, yeah, McDonald's. Not McDonald's. Whataburger. We had Whataburger. There was Whataburger wrappers from hamburgers all over that car.
CB days were a lot of fun though overall.
Oh yeah, CB. Well, they still use CBs.
Oh yeah.
But now
I never got to play with one.
Yeah, now you get stepped over by Spanish.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I had my radio. I had a friend of mine. He was a head mechanic at the local Ford garage. He passed away several years ago. But we were having fun, and I was at his house. I was in high school at the time. He had a Microsoft flight simulator on his computer, and we was messing with it. And I had to come home. I had school the next day, so I come home and got on the CB. We was talking and didn't think anything of it really. I was playing like co-pilot, giving him directions of how close to fly to the next airport and all this. And the truck drivers coming through town thought that they had tapped into the airport because they just had a new little CB shop open up, and this guy was tuning radios and all this. He ended up stealing half of them, but he was working on stuff, and they thought that he really done a good job because they was picking up air traffic controllers, and it was me. I didn't tell him any difference. I was just helping Buddy out playing a game. We was just goofing off. Never told him any different though. They thought for sure. They was like, man, we're picking up the airport. We're like 40 miles from the airport.
Well, what we used to do as kids, my grandfather would have us. This is like when I was 5 or 6 years old. My grandfather would drop us off at a car, an old Cadillac that had a CB in it that was working. And we would sit at an intersection, and he'd pay us. And I kid you not, he'd pay us each $100 to sit in that Cadillac all night long. And we were sitting at a cross street. Now, you got to understand, this is in the middle of Texas, okay?
Okay.
There's nothing around. Just there is some mountainous area, but they're not really mountains. They're like rolling hills.
Okay.
And this was like the only cross street around for probably 30 miles. And what we did is anytime a vehicle came by, we had to call out what the vehicle was, what color it was, and if it was a police car or not.
Okay.
And what my grandfather did is he didn't run it, but he helped ran a underground horse racing track for gambling.
And you were his lookouts?
Yep, we were his lookouts. We weren't the only ones out there, but we did a great job.
Oh, hey, $100 back then? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I remember me and my cousin, man, we had a radio with us, and we would listen to, there was like 4 stations you can pick up out there, and one of the AM stations, after midnight, they played like The Shadow and what else? A lot of the old time radio programs.
So these are like before Coast to Coast nights.
Right. So
okay.
we would listen to those and listen to the CB because there was other lookouts.
And this was your uncle?
No, this is my grandfather.
Grandfather? Jeez.
Yeah.
I was going to say, so your parents knew?
Yeah. Well, it was just my mom at the time, but yeah, my father didn't know until later, but yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
No, my mom and my aunt were running the grill.
It's a whole family affair.
Oh yeah, it's a whole yeah. Well, you got to understand my grandmother. Okay, you got to understand my grandmother used to run moonshine, and my grandmother, like I had 2 happy grannies growing up. Okay.
Okay.
Now, at this time, my grandmother had a girlfriend named Laverne.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now they were both. My grandma was a bit of a grease monkey. Laverne was 100% grease monkey.
Okay.
But she used to run liquor in her Firebird.
Sounds like you had a pretty wild grandmother.
Oh well, no, my grandmother used to wrestle too.
What?
Oh yeah, my grandmother used to wrestle professionally. We lived. Our neighbors, where my grandmother lived out there, which was probably 80 miles away from my grandfather. Our neighbors were the Kevin Von Erich, Eric Von Erich.
Oh my goodness!
The old wrestlers from back in the day.
You had a really colorful childhood.
Well, I actually had Jake the Snake babysitted me when I was a kid one time.
Out.
Also, okay, here's some true real thing. The movie or the TV series with Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Who's a sheriff.
Walker?
Yeah, Walker. Okay. That actually is true except for one thing. Reverse the characters.
Yeah.
The sheriff was actually a black guy. who had the 2 pistols. Okay. He ended up becoming sheriff of our county. My grandmother's county, not my grandfather's county. He was the sheriff of our county, and he ran a motorcycle gang. Now there was 3 gangs that hung out in our county on each corner area. Okay, because ours was a wet county. You had wet counties, and the next county would be a dry county. Yeah. Ours can serve alcohol, okay, to a certain time. Then the other counties were dry. There was like 4 dry counties surrounding all of our counties and area and stuff. So we had like 8 bars in our county, and we had like 4 liquor stores in our county. Anyway, well, there was an all-black motorcycle group. There was 2 white motorcycle groups. Well, one of the white motorcycle groups was causing too much problems. The black motorcycle group didn't do anything. They were actually great guys. They, behind my grandmother's property, they had a place out there that they hung out from time to time, too. And they actually come over and they would help out. They would help, it's like, for a little kid to walk up and say, yeah, there's a bunch of black guys in our front yard. Well, my grandma was like, oh, yeah, there you go. Biker guys at the time, it's like normal. But they knew my grandmother. Well, I didn't find out till later because my grandmother ran moonshine.
Wow.
And stuff. And they were coming over to get, and stuff like that. But yeah, this sheriff actually, he got together and ran out one of the biker gangs, and he didn't think anybody was backing him up. What he didn't know was, and the sheriff didn't know this when he confronted these guys, the entire county was behind the hill. He talking about rednecks and everybody in the world was behind the hill in their pickup trucks and everything, ready to come rushing over the hill if something happened. And we were watching, and I wasn't there, I was too young. But according to my grandmother, they said there must have been 50 vehicles out there, and whenever they started giving them trouble, somebody grew up and all the vehicles moved up to the top of the hill and had, telling them, run them out, we got your back. And it was like, they slowly started coming down the hill, and these guys couldn't clear out of there fast enough. And then everybody went onto the property, and the sheriff was like trying, he's like, okay, calm down. So everybody went on the property and tore their they had like their own bar, and anyway, they tore it all down, tore everything down, and basically told them, don't ever come back here. And stuff. Everybody backed up that sheriff.
Okay.
In the town. But yeah, that's actually how that show got started. And the guy that wrote the show, well, the guy who wrote it, they changed it and said they're going to switch the characters around because they wanted Chuck Norris to be in it.
Yeah.
Man, you grew up with some really interesting characters.
Well, okay. One of the times I remember now, I didn't find out till years later. But I thought we were being chased. I was with Laverne one time, and she was picking me up from some kind of baseball game or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought she kept saying, we were being chased by a UFO. And she pushed me down in the passenger seat, down on the floorboard, told me to stay down there. And she was driving all over the place.
Okay.
It wasn't a UFO, it was the police. I didn't find out till she outran him, but I didn't find out until years later.
Police.
Yeah, I didn't find out years later.
Was smart enough to figure out a way to make you not see it. That's wow.
Yeah, she told me, "Yep, that was police."
Oh wow.
God, there's all kinds of crazy stories. But I remember going to, I guess I was probably 8 at the time. Now, she stopped wrestling when I was 8. She did do some roller derby after that.
Oh my goodness.
Not much. But I remember going to one of, now see, I with the wrestlers there, I just didn't know who, it's like, okay, you wrestle on TV, but we didn't get to see, there was only like 3 stations to see.
Okay.
And I didn't really pay, at the time, I think wrestling wasn't my thing because I was a kid.
So you really didn't know how, like,
Oh yeah. Who Jake, Roddy Rod Piper?
Yeah.
Oh God, even the Moki Brothers.
Hmm?
God, you had Hurricane in them before they were Hurricane and the Typhoon or whatever they were. Many of these, I had no idea who these guys, and there was a lot of them that you never even heard of.
There was what was his name? Something, the Iron Sheik.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't think I might have seen him. I don't remember a lot of it. I really don't.
I do, only because my grandfather used to watch it and he would yell at the TV.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was a common thing everywhere.
Oh yeah. Well, my grandmother would yell at the TV for like when the Dallas Cowboys football games.
Yeah.
Oh, well, she would have these parties at her house, but it would be all women. Okay.
She sounds amazing. Like, she
Oh,
really.
Yeah, she was. She was an amazing woman. She worked hard all her life. She owned bars. She ran. She owned. Oh, what am I saying? She ran 2 arcade games places,
Okay.
and because she wouldn't give in to the mafia that controlled the arcade games used to be controlled by the mafia.
Yes.
And how that would work is if something went wrong with your game, you had to call them.
Yeah.
And that was the only way you were getting it fixed. If you brought somebody else in there that wasn't a part of it, they'd go tear up your car and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you didn't call them, they'd come in and mess up your games.
But she sounds like she was one hardcore lady herself.
Well,
given that, you know.
She went out there. These guys pulled up, and they came in and they tipped over a machine.
Okay.
And told her to pay up.
Uh-huh.
She walks out with a double-barrel shotgun, and there's a police station right down the street, sheriff's station right down the street. Okay, she walks right up. These guys get in the car. She says, "Get in your car." She goes, "Well, we're gonna run you over," and so she blows out the radiator. She just booms right there in the middle of the street, blows it out. Okay. And I saw that. I was like, whoa! I'm like, I told my grandma, I said, "You missed," she goes, "I didn't miss." And the whole town, the sheriff comes up there, is like, "What's going on?" And they never came back.
Well, I guess not.
What? Well, I take that back. They came back, and it was like a month later. They bought her out, and she took that money. And she bought a whole bunch of catering trucks. These were the food trucks that would go around to construction sites.
Smart.
And well, she had some problems with other union groups back then with that. But
she did a lot of things, you know. Like,
yep.
Business was definitely one of her fortes.
Oh yeah, yeah. She was always make money. And well, this is when she started dating Clara. Laverne was still a friend and stuff, but Laverne wanted something younger.
Okay.
So she started dating Clara. Now, Clara was a big woman. Just big everywhere.
Okay.
Okay, you could put purses and rucksacks and a bed or something was between her boobs or something.
So I take it
you need some place to sleep. Here you go. Here's a bed. You need sheets. Here's some pillows for you.
So I take it that was a big change from Laverne.
Oh yeah, Laverne. Well, no, she was still wild though.
Okay? Oh, okay.
But it was like 2 alpha women. Okay, my grandma was an alpha, and this was an alpha. Just imagine 2 Hercules dating each other. It just didn't, it was weird. Batman and Superman were dating each other.
Oh, geez, how was that for you?
Oh, well, as a kid, I didn't know better.
I guess you were already used to your grandmother, so.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew there was something going on. They held hands and stuff like that, but they never, French kissed.
Oh, no, I meant, having 2 really strong personalities around.
Oh, yeah, well, I grew up with strong women. My mom was a strong woman. My wife here is a strong... My ex-wife even was a strong personality in her own way.
Okay.
Crazy as bat shit, but strong. But, yeah, so she got catering trucks, but she started hiring all these... I mean, she hired 2 X or whatever you want to call them, girls from Hustler magazine. Oh, and I got the right. And you got to remember now, at this time, I was probably 13 years old. My hormones were kicking. And I was riding around with these 2 hot... One of them was an Hispanic woman. Oh, my God. She used to tease me. Oh, and in the mornings after we load out in the summer times, I work on the trucks. And in the mornings after we look, because we had to get up at like 3:30 in the morning, where you load them out at 4 o'clock in the morning, because you had to be with a fully loaded truck usually by 7 o'clock to
So
serve
she always
breakfast.
like involved you with.
Oh yeah, the family.
Okay. So
And
you
so
grew up doing all these different jobs.
right, so after we load up the truck, we have like an hour and a half to spare. So we would
Okay.
go back to her apartment and crash out on her bed. Now she had a boyfriend that worked out, but he didn't stay there all the time. So I'd be like, "Yeah, man, I was in bed with your woman this morning," and he taught. God bless him, he tolerated it because he couldn't kick my. And he looked like Starsky and Truck. Which one was the Hispanic guy?
I don't know.
Well, anyway,
The that one, yeah.
he looked exactly like him with a little bit more muscles. He was considered a really good looking hot guy.
Okay.
Okay, but I used to tease him all the time. I was like, "Yeah, man, like at the end of the day," he says, "Yeah, I want to go back and crash out with your woman before you get home." And I was like 13. I was talking so much shit, but he put up
Talking.
with. Yeah, I was just talking. Believe me, I didn't do it. But she would come up to me and put her arm around me and flirt with me and stuff like that all the time in front of the other guys. And I used to get off on it, man. I used to think, oh my God, my sheets were dirty from a couple of nights.
I
But
can't imagine that you ever got picked on at school. Like,
it's at school. No, actually, when I was in middle school, I was going to one of the schools. I was only one of five white kids.
oh wow.
And yeah, so I learned how at that point in time in middle school, I learned how to fight.
You do what you have to.
Yeah, I had to learn how to fight because I was always being, pushed around. And so by the time I got out of middle school, we moved again to a high school, and I didn't know what to do. It was all, it was like white kids. Like, how do I act?
You don't have to be as defensive all the time.
Well, no, even then I was still kind of on the defense and stuff. But then I got into ROTC, and I kept telling them like they had a shooting range there, and I kept saying, yeah, man, I used to shoot all the time. And they put me in the range, and I didn't have my suit on and stuff, and I'm hitting bullseyes. So the colonel of the school came up to me and he says, all right, here's how this works. But when I was 16, I moved out of the house.
Oh, you were young.
Oh, yeah. Well, I moved out, and my mom knew I just couldn't stand my stepfather. But, I
Well,
mean,
I mean, I moved at 17, and that was still tough. That was hard.
yeah. Well, it wasn't hard for me. It was hard. My mom was like, you need to be home. My stepfather would go, now you're acting like a father. I have three other kids in the house. Go pay attention to them. Leave me alone. I can take care of myself. They're like, well, and he didn't understand I was making money. My mom knew I had jobs that I was doing.
And you basically been working from the time you were just
Oh, yeah.
little.
Yeah, well, I would do odd jobs. It was stuff that fell off the truck, as we would call it.
Yeah.
But I used to go to warehouses, and they would have merchandise they procure. And what it was, honestly, it was in the legit many ways. What it was is it would be this one big warehouse, and they would have stuff, and if they couldn't move it, let's say they had a shipment of, they were supposed to take a shipment of stereos
Hmm.
to a store, but for whatever reason it got turned down or the shipment got mishandled. Okay, the stuff would sit on the dock. Well, what the owner of the trucking company did was he called his kids over, and we would go and unload all this stuff, and we keep 60% of it.
Sweet deal.
Yeah, so I would take remember the little Walkmans that came out, little AM/FM Walkmans?
Oh yeah, I had one.
Yeah, and it had the little AM/FM cassette players that were yellow, that were the Switch models.
Yeah.
Well, I would take 50 of those, and if you were to go to the store and buy them, they were like $30.
Easily.
I would sell them for 20. And
And
I
then
take,
you keep 60% of that.
yeah, I take them to school, and in 2 days they were sold. And I had an old Volkswagen Bug I drove.
Oh man, you must have been popular.
Oh, the privilege. One time when we had a police station in the school, and the cops pulled me, like, "Where are you getting these at?" I said, "It's all legit." I said, "Here's," and I had an invoice print out and stuff. I said, "Yeah, here, this is legit merchandise." He said, and after the cops looked at it and they saw everything, and they're like, "We don't understand." I'm like, going, "There it is." I'm like, if you got a problem, and I used to argue with the cops all the time that was there, and they would try to intimidate me, and I didn't do it. I didn't buy into it. Okay, I said, "I'll call a lawyer." I said, "You have no right to, well, you're on school property." I said, "No, I'm not. I'm in the parking lot across the street. The school doesn't own this. You know, it's state property. It's public property over here." And they had to go and look at it, and like the principal, because I didn't have a sticker on my car to park, so I couldn't park. I didn't want to pay $10 a semester to park my car, so I parked across the street from the school. So I'm not doing any business on, so they can't get me for anything on the school. Plus, I was selling lollipops all the time for a quarter. Well, for like 2 years straight, the principal honestly thought that I was selling for RLTC or something.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. Because there were always other people were selling lollipops, but you see, I know where to get them at because my grandmother works for catering trucks.
Right.
So I could go buy them wholesale, and I can get the bigger ones. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So I used to sell the big ones. I buy a pack of, I think, 25. I buy it for like $1.20 for a big bag of them. I sell them for 25 cents a piece.
That's a killing.
Or 5 for $1. I would have to buy 6 bags a day on average.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. And for a long time I was known as the sucker man. And the principal came up.
So by the time you're 17, I mean, you've been
yeah.
You've been making your own dough for a long time.
Oh yeah, I was making cash. I was making probably an average when I was 17, right around about $700-800 a week.
I imagine that might have been a little bit of a blow to your stepdad.
Oh, he had no clue.
Really?
Yeah, I would give my mom $300 a week.
And he didn't know.
He had no clue. And then when I got in the Army, I got pissed because I was making less money. But then I started making money in the Army.
Oh my goodness.
I started selling stuff and doing stuff in the Army. And they couldn't figure out. Whenever you go to the field, if you didn't have cigarettes or if you wanted a beer, and we were in the field at Fort Bragg, you came to me.
You know what?
And they would figure out, well, they couldn't figure out, where are you getting this stuff? How are you carrying all this stuff in your pack?
Yeah.
And finally I told the first sergeant, I says, "I'm not." I said, "I have a clearance, sir." Or first sergeant, "I have a clearance. Before we go to the field, I go over to S4, I find out where we're going to be at, where we're staying the night. I already know all the op orders, it's written on the board. I then go to the field a week before we do it, and I bury everything." I said, "When we move out tomorrow," I pull out my map. I said, "We move out tomorrow, this is where we're going to camp at. Don't tell the CO. I said, "When we camp there, right over here, I have stuff buried." I said, "I'll go over there and unbury it."
I knew guys like you, and I often counted on them for certain things. And I used to laugh because the one guy had like normal pricing for, you know, for us, and then he had the shit pump pricing for the new guys. It would depend on what he thought of you. That's how much you would pay.
Well, the only thing I took hoagie bait, which is food.
Yeah.
Okay, that I buried out there. People like certain food, so I would take like canned chili or Chef RDs or even some fruit. And a lot of times I took a lot of candy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Candy. I bought candy for like a quarter a piece. I sell it for 50 cents. Okay, and then I took cigarettes, menthol,
cigars,
generic menthol. No, not cigars, just generic menthol.
Okay.
Nope, just generic menthol and generic regular cigarettes. Okay, the cheapest I got. And then dip, it'd be Copenhagen
Yeah.
or the mint flavor one.
Oh, that one stinks.
And then I would take a couple of shorties of alcohol because
Hmm.
we had alcoholics. So I would take a little of the little pocket bottles,
Hmm.
usually just plain vodka, uh, majority time. And one guy always wanted he always drunk a cheap bourbon, and I would have that out there. And each one I had a big ammo can that I buried, and I go run around ask the guys. I'm like, I wait till day three when I knew they ran out of stuff.
Yeah.
And I asked the guys, hey, what do you want? You want this? Okay, how many? Okay, 2 packs. A pack of cigarettes was $5. At the time, I think cigarettes were like $1 something. I charge $5 for a pack of cigarettes, $4 for a can of dip.
And really, wait, when you're out there, what choice do you got? You know, it's either
Oh
hand
yeah.
it over
Oh,
or go without.
they counted on it.
Yeah,
They counted on it, and they couldn't
absolutely.
figure out. Finally, the CO. I mean, the first sergeant, and I never lied to the first sergeant. I may not always answer them, but one time I told the first sergeant, I'm like, yeah, come with me. So the first sergeant came out there, I dug it up real quick, and we walked back, and he's just like going, he's just looking at me like, well, then the first sergeant saw me, because I used to box, and then the first sergeant saw me in a different light. So he would like, because he had a vehicle to go back and forth.
Yeah,
So he can get stuff at the PX and stuff if he needed.
yeah.
Okay. But then when they needed stuff, one time the first sergeant called me, I was like, that's when I started acquiring other things for the company. Like we need the Humvees, our windshield that went up and down at the time. They don't do it anymore, but it broke. So I had to go and acquire another one from another place. That's when I kind of did a little bit of four-finger discount, as they say. I haven't seen anything move. I did see a satellite in the background.
Yeah,
There's been a
that's the
lot of
last.
bugs.
That's the last thing I saw.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Dude, I can talk forever, man. I didn't
No, please, this
You're
is
fine.
interesting.
Fun.
But now I'm not as all. It's just hard now with all the license. I tried 2 times starting up a company and
Okay.
stuff, and each time the government shut me down.
Yeah, that's very common. If you don't have a good capital to start with,
Oh, it's capital. It's all the one time with the way the taxes were set up. I started a power wash company. Okay, I had all the equipment and everything, and I said, okay, I'm going to make this legit. And it was wiping me. By the time you got insurance and the time you got this and you got that,
yep.
I'd have to end up, instead of charging somebody $125 to power wash their house, I'm having to charge them $250, and nobody's paying that.
Yeah.
And then
Paperwork fees.
Right, and then I found out none of the other competition was doing it legit besides this one company.
Right.
And what this one company would come around, if he saw you power washing and you weren't legit, he was calling in the the police, but another agency. He was calling in agencies on people, ratting them out. And he came up to me one time going, with police. They came over to my house with police and wanted to look through all my stuff. And I look out how I found this. I look out in my backyard, and there's this guy going through my truck out there. I come running out ready to beat him, and all of a sudden there's cops. I'm like, what are you doing? He says, well, we're trying to say, well, you got a warrant? He's like, well, I said, so you're allowing this guy to trespass on my property without a warrant? Well, he said, you stole a bunch of stuff from his company. I said, I don't even know where his damn company is. And the police were letting him go right on my property, looking through my truck. Yeah. And he's like, well, that's mine. I said, that's not your power wash.
Wow.
And so I had to go inside, get a receipt, because I had a receipt for all my stuff in case it got stolen.
He's trying to take your stuff.
No, he
using
was
the police?
no, he was trying to shut me down.
Yeah.
Because I was getting like 6 jobs a day. And see, realistically, doing power washing, it's all show. Honestly, what you need to do is get you a spray can, like, that you can add a couple of gallons of stuff to. 1 gallon of bleach and fill the rest of it with water, usually a 2-to-1 ratio, 2 being water, 1 being bleach. spray your house down, let it sit for 10 minutes, and then take a water hose and wash it off. The power wash was 90% show. It really
And
was.
that'll do it?
Yeah, I got a
Yeah,
power washer. You end up more wet than the house does.
yeah. Unless you're cleaning driveways or decks.
Yeah.
If you're cleaning decks, then you need a power wash. But honestly, there's other chemicals out there that does
Yeah.
just as good a job without a power
We've
wash.
had a lot of trouble here in town. We got a lot of, well, not as much anymore, but they're still around. Mostly tree trimmers and roofing places. None of them are legit. They all rip you off. Some of them have been in prison multiple times for the same thing.
Oh yeah, yeah,
We
yeah.
had
That's
one
why.
a few years back. They got in a bunch of trouble. A couple guys did. They were going by and they seen this guy. I don't know if they knew the place ahead of time or not, but the older guy was out, and they told him, "Well, we just got done with the driveway job, leftover material. You know, we'd hate to throw it out, so we'll do your whole driveway for like $500, and it should have probably been $2,500." So he's like, "All right, go ahead." So they do everything. Go talk to the guy's wife who has Alzheimer's, and she ends up writing him a check for $35,000.
Oh.
So
Oh yeah.
stuff like
It's
that.
not. It's not all of them, but yeah,
No,
you got to hustle.
yeah,
There's a lot of hustlers.
it's illegal to actually knock doors around here and try to get a
Well,
job.
yeah, but what I would go up to people and tell them is I wouldn't say I can make it. I said I can make it. What was the wording I used? Magnificently better looking.
Yeah.
It would be better than what it is now. Well, can you get? And there'll be like a lot of stuff. Like there's these little black spots that are on siding.
Yeah.
I said, sir, you can't take those off the paint. He's like, why not? He says because it's bug shit. And he said it's like acidly toned in there. And what I would do is, I tell you what, I'll get my equipment out, and what I'll do is I'll spray some bleach on it, and I would go over it, power washing it, and tell them to put sunglasses on. And you can, with the shade glasses, sunglasses. I said, you use my glasses, your glasses, but put a pair of sunglasses on, and it does. It's remarkably better looking. And they would be like, okay. And I said, well, here's the deal. I'll come back tomorrow and do it, but I'll knock $50 off of it. If you can get your neighbor, I'll charge him the same price, but I'll knock $50 off of both of them. So the next day I come back and his neighbor's like, yeah, do mine.
Yeah.
So, it'd be $75, but it's two houses. It only takes me an hour and a half to knock out a house at the time.
Plus, you're getting new business.
Well, you really don't get too much repeat business from the people.
Right.
But
Not
I
right.
only did it, yeah, I only did it for like a year and a half. But during that year and a half, I think when and this was money under the table at the time before I went legit. And when I went legit, it took me 3 months to figure out, well, wait a minute, there's no money in this legit. You can't
Yeah.
do it legit.
That's too bad,
But,
you know?
oh, it is, it is. Another company, well, right now I do blacksmithing, but I don't consider that a company. It's a hobby, but I make money off of it. When I do teach NRA instruction, I ask, I have to pay out money because I'm giving you basically $25 worth of information and material, like books and everything. But that's stuff I have to buy from the NRA. So that's I'm giving to you on top of my time, which usually, depending upon the group of people, it's usually right around anywhere from $50. It depends on how many people it is, but it could be $50 an hour up to, if you have a large group of people. Let's say I got 15 people,
Mhm.
and I'm teaching them the same thing. You add it up. I'll charge 45 for each person for basic pistol instruction for 6 hours. But it would be $45 an hour. It'd be 45 for the whole course
Yeah.
for 6 hour course.
We got a bunch of places around here that do stuff like that.
Yeah, but you got to understand, minus 25.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that money. The rest of that goes in my pocket because that's the material I have to buy from the NRA.
That's like the concealed carry class here. It ranges very, widely in price, but when I done mine, it was $75.
Yeah, and a lot of those places are honestly they're rip-offs.
The one I went to, the guy should never be an instructor. I tried to turn him in, but I couldn't get anybody to ever take my call.
Yeah, some of these
He's
guys I
just
see.
selling permits. You don't even have to go to the class. And what I didn't like was two things. One, him dry firing about 6 times right in my chest. I didn't like that.
He what?
Yeah, dry firing his pistol. I knew it was safe because he just put it back together, but that ain't the point.
Aiming it at your chest?
Well, sure.
No,
And the last thing was his stupid technique to get me to hold a pistol. And my 9mm just about jumped out of my hand. I shot 2 rounds, and I knew he was an idiot. I mean, I could shoot. But I just thought, I'll try it just to shut him up. And he literally told me, when you hold a pistol, he was using what they called the old teacup method, your hand underneath the magazine. Which,
yeah, you don't do that no more.
No. But what made it worse was he told me when I hold the pistol, normally you hold up as high as you can, grip it high. Well, he said half of that grip should still be visible when I holding it. So hold it as low as you can.
He was taught by the military back in the 60s.
And that technique, because my pistol's got 3 finger grooves on it.
Yeah.
He told me those top 2, my hand shouldn't be nowhere near them.
Yeah.
And his reasoning was, which he demonstrated on some other people in the class, not me, but he said, whatever pistol they had with them, it didn't matter. He said, hold your gun however you want. And, so they did. And by holding it the correct way, like you should, he would walk up, grab the end of their gun, and pull it straight out of their hand. And he said, by using his teacup way, he said, now I can't pull the gun out of your hand. Pull the gun out of my hand, I'm going to pull the trigger. Plain and simple, but...
Well, there's different techniques, but we had a guy that was teaching at the range, and he didn't see me, but I was sitting up at the bench next to his class he had out there, and I didn't like the way he was teaching, and I'm like, well, this guy's... So I took my video camera and secretly put it up, aiming it over there, and he was... I'm not going to say what all he was doing, but he was doing stuff on the range he shouldn't be doing. And stuff, and so I took it back and showed the range, and they walked up and said, "Look, man, you can't teach here no more."
Well, to put it in this way, the guy was a big bragger. He used to be a sheriff's deputy. I don't know why he's not anymore, but he claimed that. He said he was shot. His ex-wife's ex-husband shot him, but he was walking home from the police station. He just lived down the road, I guess, according to him. The guy shot him right and broke his funny bone, the 12 gauge. The wad hit him, and he said, I never hollered, never made a noise. I didn't want to wake the neighborhood. You get shot in the funny bone, you're going to holler. I don't care who you are. That's going to hurt. So he was all bragging about all this. The class was in his living room, and half the class, I think, was either asleep, literally, or they left early. And I had a Glock 19 is what I took with me. I got a 26 now, but... Anyway, I had it there, and I was just bored because I knew everything he was saying. It was just formalities. So I'm sitting there taking my gun apart because, the ammo's all set aside, the other part of the room. So he looked at me, and he said, wow, do that again. I was like, what? He said, take it apart. He said, I always hated a Glock because I can't take them apart. That's the easiest gun in the world to take apart. And I done it again real quick, and he was just like amazed. And it literally takes 10 seconds. There's not much to it, but he just couldn't figure it out. He was just one of them. He was one of them type, if it's not a 45, then you're wasting your time.
There are people like that. Just like I had somebody come up, I tell people, I say, well, if anything, buy a shotgun. You can't buy a shotgun, or if you're a small woman, get a 10-22 rifle.
Yeah.
And people are like, well, that won't. I've had people come up to me all the time. That won't do anything. And I remember this argument was going around. Some guys like, he was teaching this to his class because I teach home defense.
Yeah.
And I said, all right. So I went out in the range and I set up some cinder blocks. I said, well, let's see what a 22 does.
Yeah.
And they were surprised, and they were like, well, okay, this is impressive. And I said, yeah. Now. I said, now you go stand at the other end of the range and let me put 10 rounds in you real quick.
Yeah, that's a good argument. Nobody ever.
And they're like, well, I said, no. You said this is just going to piss you off. All you're going to do is be pissed off.
Yeah.
Go stand at the other end of the range.
No volunteers, hey?
Yeah, 22 wouldn't be my first choice, but it's sure better than nothing.
No, well, this what it was. I had some women that were elderly and small.
Yeah, some are just very recoil sensitive and all that.
Okay, so basically I was given a class and there was 6 female mates in the class.
Yeah.
So the 1022 they can work it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that was
Yeah.
seriously that was it. I don't think the people that overheard the class
Yeah.
realized what was going on. Like, what am I going to give them? They can't handle a 12 gauge.
Yeah.
It'll kick them out the window. What am I going to do? I said, yeah, 22.
Yeah.
But anyway, other than that, let me see what else has been going on.
That's how most of the classes are around here. It's like, well, it depends, but it's always about $25 more if you don't have a gun and want to use like their gun and their ammo, and it's always a 22.
Right? Hey, I'll be right back. I have to go. I'm going to go pee in my neighbor's pool. So
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, why not? My neighbor right next door, she used to have a swimming pool when I was a kid.
You didn't.
No, I always just, because it was right even in line with my bedroom window, and I would just throw stuff in her pool. Like anything I could find. I didn't care. It didn't matter what it was. Because her daughter and all her friends would always have parties out there. They were just annoying.
Okay.
I mean, the woman still lives there. She's lived there forever, but she don't bother nobody.
Yeah.
But the other ones were there, and they'd have all these parties. Because we had a privacy fence in between the two properties, but man, I could open my window and I could throw anything in there. It made no difference, man. They'd clean that pool, man, 20 times a week. They used to take water bottles, poke holes in them, fill them up with food coloring, dye the water while they were in the pool. Just whatever I could find, it didn't matter. Just aggravating people.
That was pretty smart, actually.
More of an annoyance. Never hurt nobody. Just, goofing off. And then the
And
next
this
day,
is why
walk out
we
there
had
and
to
hear
put a
them all.
fence around ours.
Yeah, then the next day you walk outside and just hear them complaining about it. Never did figure it out. It wouldn't have been hard to figure out, but because they would always be out there at night, but they always had like a spotlight in the backyard, green.
Yeah.
Just enough to see around, but not blind yourself. So they would never see whatever projectile I could throw over there. It didn't matter.
What's the worst thing you ever threw in?
Oh man. Well, the fun thing, since they was always out there, the guys in shorts and the girls had bathing suits on and stuff. I would always go, if I knew they were going to be out there, I'd always throw like pizza crust and stuff on the ground to attract all the wild critters running around. And when they get out of the pool, there'd be possums and coons and everything in the yard, and they'd all freak out. Attract whatever.
Wow, I just got through seeing a big meteor.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, outside. It was a nice one, too. It burned in. Here, I'll tell you guys a story. One dad was driving a septic truck.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a shitty job.
I bet.
Yeah.
But I used to go up to people and say, "Hi, yeah, hey, I hear you're full of shit. Did you call?" They're like, roll their eyes, like, "Yeah, that's funny, right?" Well, literally, that's what I do, though. But first day of the job, I go up, and I have this old fart who smokes like he's a chain smoker.
Yeah.
And I guess you would be after a while, but it actually paid good money. But he's showing me, we back up in the driveway, and they're having to redo a guy's septic out in his front yard. So they're having to dig it up. And we're out there to clean up all the shit so they can continue digging.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the thing is, he's like, this old timer, he's like trying to be all technical about this, right? And I'm like going, okay. And he's talking to me like I'm a 5-year-old kid. So I said, fine, I'm going to play like a 5-year-old kid. And so it's like, yeah, so whatever you do, don't touch. There's 3 handles on the thing to put the PTO, which is the gear to turn on the pump. Okay,
Okay.
put the PTO in gear. There's a handle for that. There's a handle for it in reverse, a handle that sucks, and a handle that blows. Pretty much. And then you have the handle that opens up you got to hook the hoses up to and everything like that. The spigot and whatever you want to call it. And so he's like, yeah, you got to make sure this is on, so he clamps it on. He says, this is open, this is closed. I'm like, okay. He says, now don't touch anything, but I want you to watch how I handle the hose. I'm sitting there thinking, like, is this really? So basically, he's sucking the shit out of the hose. I'm like, wow, this is a genius. I've worked on all kinds of trucks before. This is amazing. Wow. And so he goes, okay. He says, now I want you to take control of the holes, and for a little bit. So I'm just sitting there like, okay, this is what my job, so I'll be doing this on my own. So okay, whatever. Just. And then he says, all right, now I want you to hold on to it. I'm going to go put it on the reverse. He says, now. So he stops everything. He shows me his hand. He says, now this is, you put it in neutral, and then you put it in reverse, and then let go of it, and then you come back over because we're going to blow stuff out to loosen up all the stuff out, and then go over there, and then I'll tell you when to put it. It's going to take. We're going to blow 500 gallons of shit to loosen up the 200 gallons of shit that's on the ground. I'm like, okay. So I go over there, I put it in neutral, and then I put it on blow. And he's like, come over here, run over here with me, watch this. So I'm, okay, great. Now shit's coming out of the hole. Out of the hose. Yay, this is really cool. Look, oh, this is well, all of a sudden, the hose that he put on the back of the truck fell off or blew off. So instead of just around 500 gallons, 800 gallons of shit. The guy who owned the house had his garage door open, just a brand new Lexus SUV with the sunroof open and all the windows down in his garage. It's now covered. By the time I get over there, it's just blowing air to shut the thing off. Has about 800 gallons of shit over it, in it, under it, dripping on it.
Oh my goodness.
Flowing out of his garage. Now, at this point in time, the only thing I could do is laugh my ass. Because this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. And the guy's like, quick, we need to clean this up. And I start laughing. I'm like, well, get me a roll of toilet paper. So I'm laughing. Now, the guy who owns this is also laughing his ass off. That's when I kind of stopped laughing. Either he's crazy,
or
who knows what else. So I looked at him and said,
car or something.
Yeah, so I looked at him and said, sir, I said, with all due respect, I'm laughing because it is funny, because I know everything in the end is going to be taken care of. Why are you laughing? He says, because I bought that car yesterday and I hate the color. And he says, I know I'm getting a new car out of this. And I'm like, I wouldn't settle for anything else. Meanwhile, the old man that was out there, the chain smoker who was teaching me all this, was like, what? He's trying to blame it on me. And I'm like, no, it's not. And I'm like, I didn't put the hose on, you did. Well, I'm like going, no. I said, if the boss gets here, if you want to blame it on me, I'll play along with it. But just so you and I know the story's straight. He's like, no, it's my fault. Oh, it's my fault. I'm like, all right, but I'll take the blame for it, being the new guy. I don't mind eating it, but, hey, what's he going to do? Fire me? It's my first day. I'll tell him I didn't know and play dumb. But to his credit, he did. Well, the boss came out there, and the guy's just, we're trying to clean up, we're trying to suck up the shit he's got the water hose out.
How long did it take for that to eject that fast?
10 seconds. When the back of the hose blows off, it's coming straight.
Regulated by then.
So in 10 seconds, you have how many gallons?
Yeah, about 800.
Yeah.
Of shit.
Yeah. And a couple of grease traps are probably in there too. That car was ruined. It got inside. There was probably 2 inches to 3 inches of shit in the floorboard. It was all. It was not a pretty sight because it actually we were parked uphill at an angle, so it actually hit down and came in through the roof. I mean, there was probably 50, 60 gallon, and you're not getting that smell out of that
No,
car.
no.
Not in the summertime when it's 100 degrees out.
Oh, that poor garage.
Oh yeah, we had to get the water hose, and boss is like, we're trying to get that cleaned up. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm out there with a squeegee. I'm like, yeah, it's coming off. It's be brand new in no time. It's like, yeah, this ain't working, buddy.
No.
It stinks.
It does remind
God.
me, it's been a long time ago, but I was watching the news one night, and it was an industrial truck, like the size that hauls, gasoline or something, but it was a septic truck, just industrial.
Mm-hmm.
And it wrecked on the freeway and busted open,
Uh-huh.
and it's like flying everywhere. And they actually interviewed this woman. She was a good ways back from it, but it covered her car, and she wanted to know what kind of ice cream company it was. She thought it was ice
One of
cream
that flavor?
truck. I about died laughing on the news because she had her windshield wipers going. The news lady interviewing her.
Yeah, I'll tell you another story. Now, I told you this guy was a chain smoker, right?
Yeah.
Now, my truck, I did, but I didn't have cigarette butts in there. I kept it clean, so I actually got a nicer truck. I kept it clean, and the boss gave me a different truck, a nicer one, and I kept it clean on the inside. Anyway, every now and then I have to take the old timer and take his truck out because it was a bigger truck. I could do like 2 small jobs or 1 big job, but I couldn't do 2 big jobs. In his truck, I can do 2 big jobs. That's between like a 500 and an 800. I can do 2 800s in his truck. I can only do 2 500s in my truck. Okay. Anyway, so I would take his truck out. Well, we went out to this one place, and they're like, "Yeah, watch out for the girl there." I'm like, "Okay." I didn't know what they meant by that. So I get out there, and there's this 16-year-old girl, and they got a swimming pool. I'm having to take the hoses out back, and I'm not at the pool, but I'm near the pool on the other side of a gated metal gate fence. So she comes out there as she sees me sets up in her bathing suit and is out there strutting her stuff. And I'm like going, what a little bitch.
Okay.
I'm like, you're 16. This is not working for me, honey. Anyway, so she's out there talking on a voice, the speaker phones at the time, the little, not the walkie-talkie phones.
Yeah.
Remember those phones, the little Nextel phones they had?
Yeah.
Well, she's out there talking on that. It's like, oh, yeah. Oh, it stinks. This guy must stink. Oh, his wife must be. I wouldn't want him coming home. But she was saying it loud enough for me to
That
hear.
you can hear it, yeah.
Right. I'm like, you little bitch. Well, the father comes home. And I'm like going, I got this. Because I just got through digging it up to get the manhole cover up that's in there. So I went out to the truck and I took all the cigarette butts that were all over that thing. It was probably enough to fill up 3 ashtrays. And it was all the same brand, right? So I took them out there and I threw them in the septic tank before the father walked out there. And then I kind of splished it around a little bit. And then the father walks out there and goes, yeah, I wanted to look at that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, who do you got that smokes here? I said, the cigarettes can clog up the septic. You got a long septic drain comes out here.
Oh,
He
no.
said, whoever's throwing the cigarette butts in the toilet, he's like, there's nobody that smokes here. I'm like, sir, well, then you're sharing your septic tank with somebody. There's a lot of... He looks in there, he's like, where in the hell? Nobody smokes in my house. And then he looks over at his daughter. He says, all right, just get it up. I'll have to find out about that later. Never heard what happened. Like a little bitch, I'll get you back.
Hey, back.
Because you know a teenage kid is going to deny it, right?
Oh, yeah.
I've always been curious because when we lived on the farm, we had a septic tank, and of course the truck had to come, right?
Right.
So once you suck it up,
Where
do you take it? Like, where does it go?
Well, usually whenever I drive across the bridge, I drain it as
Come on.
No, there's actually, each county has a place. And what they do is they take it and they do a couple of different things to it. Some of them turn it into water that goes back into creeks, but it's all the sludge, okay?
Okay.
the toilet paper and all that stuff.
Yeah.
All that stuff gets taken, it gets broken down. And that goes to either a place they dump and they dry it out and they can burn it, or they can dry it out and incorporate it back in the soil.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay?
got about 35 ton of that in my front yard.
But the thing is now, what they're having problems with in major cities that has public sewage systems
Right.
is all the napkins they use.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not the toilet paper, but the little butt wipe napkins. Those
yeah,
don't break
the
down.
ones that they claim are flushable.
Right.
They're
But
not.
they're not flushable. The problem is they're getting huge 25-foot circular balls that are getting stuck in these
Yeah.
Oh no.
systems, and they got to go down there by hand and blow these apart or break them down to get
Oh
rid
my
of them,
goodness.
because it's stopping up the systems. New York is huge. They actually had to hire more people that go and they spend 2 days breaking these down.
Now, don't you think there should be some sort of recourse towards the company who is marketing them as flushable?
No, just the people buying them.
Why?
Well, why would you blame them? If I want to sit there and build something that cuts your hand off, if you're dumb enough to buy it and stick your hand in there,
Yeah.
that should be on you. Or just start telling the people, hey, we're going to start raising your prices more
Yeah.
because you people are being stupid. You can buy anything you want. My God, if you want to sit there and flush panda bears,
Oh no,
No,
I'm just
it's
saying
all-
like there are ones that are sold, but they're not sold as
well,
flushables. Like they're
I think let the free market work. Just tell people, look, we're going to charge, just make a big public announcement and tell people, hey, look, if you want to buy this, go ahead, but we're going to start charging you more. Or tax it. Yeah, you can buy it, but we're just going to tax it more
to
because
go
it's
towards the repairs.
right.
Yeah.
You know, and that way the companies will change their mind. Like, wait a minute, we're not selling these. Why? They raised the taxes because it's doing this. Or, you know, train people. Hey, look, if you're going to wipe your butt with toilet paper twice, put that down the commode. Then when you finish off wiping your butt with this, put them in the trash can.
Right.
I watched a documentary thing the other day. It was supposed to be pretty recent. They were talking about all the stuff that, you know, gets dumped and stuff, and what the whole basis was about prescription drugs being flushed and how much of a problem that is. Because they was, I forget exactly where there was several different locations, and they caught a bunch of salmon. Some were pretty good size, and they was testing them to see what was in them, and there was a lot of, you know, like medications. In
The
these
ones
fish.
the ones they caught in the river in Montreal tested positive for antidepressants.
Yeah.
Well, that was a bunch of mellow fish.
One of these
Yeah.
they caught up around the. What was it? I can't remember exactly where it was, but I know it was in the States though. They caught it, and I think it weighed like 35 or 40 pounds. It was a good sized fish, but it was the worst one, and it said it had it was antidepressants too, but it had as much in that one fish as a double dose of the medication.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just like when we were in Panama, there's the lake that's out there. Well, there's, you can't go swimming, not the lake, but the section of the holding area for the ships is still it's still connected to the ocean.
Oh, okay.
You can't go swimming there. And the reason is because you have shark junkies out there. And
Shark junkies?
yeah, and what that means is at the time, before the boats went through the canal, they would dump all their garbage.
Yeah.
And the sharks were gathered, they see the boat and they wait for the garbage to be dumped because of the flavors that were in there.
Yep.
Okay, the grease traps and the grease being dumped and all that
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
So,
Would that garbage kill them?
well, not necessarily. But what would happen is the sharks were so used to not, they were trained not to bump in, just to go and grab it. Okay? Instead of bumping in and checking it out.
Right.
That when the people were swimming out there, the people got no warning. The
They
shark
just got grabbed.
it just got grabbed. There was no warning at all.
Huh.
So they had to stop. They had to tell people not to swim there.
Shark junkies.
That's what they were calling them, shark junkies.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that's good for them. Like, I'm sure they were getting sick off of that too.
Yeah. Well, they have antidepressants for that. When the medical ship came through.
Take 2 salmon and call me tomorrow.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's what you tell a bear.
Yeah.
That bear's not angry anymore after you. Boy, you're like, Bello. Check it out. I can go there and pet him, and he's crying.
Yeah.
What happened? Well, me and the bear came up to him, and we just both started crying. He was just so sad.
Kind of a different topic, but interesting nonetheless. About a month, it's probably been a month and a half ago, whatever. I went to this little Bigfoot concert or conference, not too far from me, and I'd never been to this location. It was actually a game reserve, when you pay to hunt type deals. But it was only for youth and disabled people, like regular adults couldn't go there. But so we had a little break in the whole deal. So I'm just outside looking around, and off to the right or the left of the building.
Hold on, wait a minute. This is a Bigfoot conference.
Yeah.
And normal people can't come.
Yeah. Not to hunt.
I think you're safe there. I think there needs to be a sign.
It was the first time in my life I ever got to walk up to a full-grown buck deer and grab his antlers and pet him behind the ear.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it was a game reserve. They were that tame, but you paid to hunt. So you could just walk up and bust him in the head with your rifle, and there you go.
I guess that's better than him grabbing you behind the ears.
Yeah. And they had turkeys there, too. I didn't see any of them, but they had probably... I don't know, that one herd of deer, there's probably 50 of them, and they were all snow white. And it was neat. And then inside where the conference itself was, they had all these trophy mounts. They had a 44-point buck hanging on the wall. And all these, but that one was interesting. It had a plaque on each one of them telling the story. And that one was kind of the most interesting.
They start like, there I was.
Nobody shot that one. A guy found it back in 1945. Dead along the railroad tracks. So he took it and had it mounted, and then nobody ever saw it after that until I think it said 1985, and it just got donated there. But it was an interesting place though, big location. But it was just weird seeing all these deer like walking up, they'd eat out of your hand and all this, and all tagged, and you're supposed to just go out there and shoot one. I couldn't do it. I could hunt, but not like that.
That's not really hunting.
No.
I remember being at the zoo. And I had this lady, questionable education, come up with some kids. And asking me, where's the petting section at?
Yeah.
Petting section?
And, well, there was a petting section there at the zoo, but it was on the other side.
Oh, like barnyard animals.
Well, no, it was just like, there was certain small deer you can pet, and I think there was like a zebra there you can pet, and who knows what else.
Okay.
Anyway, so I pointed. Oh, it's over there. Now I pointed at the lion's cage. Okay, but that's not where I meant. I meant if anybody else seen it, the zoo. There's only one road that goes all the way around the zoo. Okay, so I pointed over there. So in other words,
that way.
I said, yeah, it's over there. Just go around that way. She takes her kids. They go in a fenced-in area, a wooden area. This is where the staff goes. There's a big sign that says staff only on it. She takes all the kids and goes back there. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, wait a minute, did I miss? Maybe I'm like, there's no way.
Here, kitty, kitty.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, I was getting ready to look for somebody when all of a sudden I hear somebody screaming at them, and they all come marching back out again. The guy's like, why the hell would you want to come in here and pet. What? Do you not see what's out there? It's right there. Do you see what that is?
Some people are not too bright.
No, this lady was definitely, yeah. And I had to sit there, and she was looking around at me, and I said, I'm just going to leave here. And quickly found a crowd and did my best to blend in.
Yeah. I was laughing last year. They had a story. It was out west somewhere. This guy shot this elk. Said it was a record. It was a monster, you know. And he was like, I don't know, probably a quarter mile away when he took the shot. Well, come to find out, the elk was in the zoo. Yeah, the guy did. The elk was up on a high, like a rock or something. So the guy didn't even know the zoo was even there. Supposedly, he said he shot it, and then when he walked over there, the zoo's like full of people.
It must have made for some confusion.
Yeah, I went to the zoo here when I was in school. I haven't been there for a long time, and I'll never forget it though. We was going through, you know, just messing around with the zoo like everybody else, and they got a small little train that rides through part of it. You can see different animals and stuff. So we're riding through. All of a sudden, I feel this like shake, and the train actually derailed off the track. We hit a rat. There's a rat that ran across in front of the. I mean, it's a little train. I mean, it's not even nothing to it. But yeah, we hit a rat, and it knocked like half the cars off the track. Mine's like sitting sideways. Like, what in the world? And the conductor finally hollers at us over that little intercom thing. Yeah, we hit a rat. He's like, but it was not. He said it was a wild one. It wasn't an attraction. I'm just like, oh my god.
Jeez.
Hit a rat and derailed a train. It was funny. Nobody got hurt or nothing. But
it's been a long time since I've been to a zoo.
Yeah, I haven't been for a long time either.
I got to go from time to time because, well, I take kids up to the zoo, and sometimes it's hilarious. There's times when we have like one of the Baltimore Zoo has a monkey house.
Okay.
And I swear the monkeys have got to be asking from time to time, why are we the ones in the cage? And it's just, I sit there and see them, and sometimes I just kind of wonder, it's like, you know. But they always look depressed to me. They must have been eating them salmon.
I think the funniest thing I saw at the Winnipeg Zoo, Assiniboine Zoo or whatever, a bunch of kids were like leaning on looked like an old country western fence, and they were goofing around and teasing something. I didn't see what, but then I saw one of the kids got like a face full of this gunk shot at his face, and there was this like growling noise. And when I looked back, there was like 3 camels.
Oh, those things are nasty.
And that's the first time in my life I ever saw a camel spit in real life.
Oh, yeah.
I heard that they could do that, but it was the first time I actually saw them do that, you know. And it's impressive. Oh, yeah. It's actually impressive. It stinks. God, no. They stunk.
Well, there's 2 funny things I've seen one time at the zoo. One of them was at the Dallas Zoo. No, was it? No. Yeah, it was at the Dallas Zoo. When you go to see the lions, you're kind of looking up at them. The cage is kind of built up higher, but it's built, the lions are kind of on a hill.
Oh, okay.
So you look up at them, and then there's a sidewalk that goes next to the cage, but there's still like a 5-foot, you know, section or 10-foot section there that you can't reach out and grab them. Well, this lady's got her kid with them, and the big male lion walks right up to the very edge of the cage and then turns sideways, raises his leg, and he starts pissing all over the crowd. Well, this lady runs away and she leaves her baby. And the baby's just getting hosed. And she's like, my baby! It's like, well, lady, go get your baby. Okay.
That's going to make for a story one day. The day that you got peed on by a lion.
Oh, it was a big mass, and I swear you heard the lion chuckle, because it was this kind of this...
I always wondered if they, you know, would do that, because one of our male cats, I mean, they're all fixed, But that particular one, he got fixed, but he can still spray.
Well,
And sometimes he does it out of like just territory, right? Marking territory.
mm-hmm.
But I swear to you, sometimes he does it out of spite.
Oh, yeah, that's,
You
yeah.
know, like I'll show you. So I was always
I
curious.
prefer you didn't. I'll just take your word for it.
Here's an interesting place.
How come you're not talking to Lorraine? She came over to my house and sprayed me.
That link I just put in Skype, I went there when I was younger teenager. It's Pennsylvania. It's a railroad bridge. Kinzu Bridge. That thing was fun. 301 foot in the air. I didn't know it was damaged until I just went to the site. But we went across it, and they've got a dam there at the same place. And it was the craziest thing. Kind of gross, but weird at the same time. They give you free popcorn in the little visitors thing. And most people was throwing it in the water, you know, for fish and stuff. And since so many people had done it for so many years, it had so many carp there, the birds could literally walk across and never get wet. They told us that it was 8 foot thick of just carp all fighting to get this popcorn everybody would throw out there. And it was just the weirdest thing. It was kind of nasty, but just weird, you know, seeing that many in such a small area. But it was just, yeah, they had all kinds of different birds, and they would just stand out there, and the birds would stand on the back of the fish and actually catch the popcorn and stuff as it was coming down. It was the weirdest thing.
Yeah, the other funny thing I saw was there's a big sign that says "Don't feed the giraffes."
Okay.
Well, this woman, she wanted to get a picture of her, so she went and put her back to the fence, and she kept holding up this bag of popcorn or whatever it was, peanuts, whatever it was. She kept, I think it might have been peanuts for the other for the elephants or something you could throw out there. But anyway, she was holding up this bag of popcorn, so this giraffe came down and bit her fingers off, bit 2 of her fingers off.
Right off?
Bit them right off.
Ooh.
So she stepped over the fence, and there was like, again, there was like a gap there, a little 5-10 foot gap, and just bit them off. And you could hear me laughing my ass off.
Oh
because
my God.
she's standing. Right behind her is a big sign saying, "Do not feed the animals." And so the picture was taken right there, and I don't know what it was or how, if the lawsuit or anything ever came down, but she had 2 of her fingers removed from the giraffe.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it was. I was laughing. I'm sorry, it was stupidity.
Oh,
And
wow.
oh yeah,
Now, there's definitely enough of that in this world.
and I swear the giraffe choked. Didn't die, but the giraffe choked, and I was just like, yeah. Giraffe didn't know. It was just trying to get the bag of popcorn or peanuts or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're not meat eaters.
Yeah, I mean,
Poor
I
thing.
can remember as a kid, we used to have a slaughterhouse right here in town. The butcher part's still there. They just don't slaughter there anymore.
But back then, when that happened, they didn't kill the giraffe, right?
Again, after that, I don't know where the story went after that.
Oh.
I don't know.
But
I know there was plenty of video of it. So, whatever happened.
our town's grown since I was a kid, but we probably had, I don't know how many cops at the time, but they had about 15 or 20 cow that was taken down to the slaughterhouse that night, and they got loose and running through town. All these cops chasing all these cow through town. They finally caught them, but man, it took a while.
Oh, down in Texas, we would have cattle run. They would tell you, to move your car. There would be big signs days ahead of time going, because in order to get through this one part of this valley, you had to come through the center of town. And it's been going on for over 100 years. Cattle came through the center of town.
Yeah.
And they'd have the cowboys come through and drive. And they were going to the auction, to an auction yard. And it happened, I think it might have happened twice a year, actually. And somebody's got training going on.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Well, quick, go out there and see if you can find you a 46 thing deer when it comes by. But Yeah, so when the cattle, they tell you, move your cars. They're not. There'll be signs put on, all over the place. They're not responsible for your cars, and there's like, they set up roadblocks.
Yeah.
They come tow your car, but sometimes these cattle, they would do damage, but nobody in the town ever sued or anything like that.
Look at that picture I just put in Skype. That snake's dead now, but when I was a kid, it was up to the zoo. It was a world record python, and we got to hold it. Take
Yeah, I got something that long.
Oh my goodness.
300 pounds. 20.
That's what they usually say.
They used to take
What,
that.
what, what do you feed that thing?
Usually they would use pigs. They don't eat very often though. They can go 6 or 8 months nothing to eat. They bring that. They bring it to
Anything
the
at
schools.
once.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they used to bring it to the schools and stuff. Show and tell type thing.
What, Mom? I gotta take the snake again. Oh
Yeah.
God, I hate dragging that thing out there.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It ate Joey last time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they named it Fluffy.
Fluffy.
Yeah.
Gotta catch them all.
Yeah. I never minded snakes though. They never. No big deal.
Well, when I was in Texas growing up, again, this was something we used to do. Me as a kid, being 7, 8 years old, we go out and catch. We go out. We have pits, and we make a journey to each of the pits, and in each pit there'd be probably 15 rattlesnakes every week, and we catch them, put them in a bag, and take them to a guy, and he made boots.
Yeah.
And
Rattlesnake boots.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. He made boots, wallets.
Belts.
Yep.
Like all that
We
stuff.
get. Yep. We get $3 a snake,
And rattlesnake good to eat too.
and plus from time to time what he'd do is he'd milk them all,
Oh yeah.
and that would go to the hospital.
Yep.
They would actually have a guy come out there for rattlesnake bites.
Oh,
They milk them all to make the venom, the anti-venom for them. And yeah, I never got bit or here I was, 7 years old, playing with rattlesnakes. Didn't know.
7.
Yeah, 7 or 8. Yeah. But that was normal. There were snakes all over the place. That's why you wore boots when you went out. If you wore your shorts, you wore boots, because if you walked around there, a snake. It wasn't uncommon for a snake to rise up and bite you and take a swipe at it. Now, reason why? Okay, here's a little history for you.
Okay.
You ever see the flag where it says "Don't tread on me"?
Yes.
Well, what that means is, okay, 13 sections. Well, a full-grown rattler is usually 13. So it's broken in 13 sections.
Okay.
If you shake the rattler with just one section, you don't hear it. But if you shake it with all the sections, you hear it.
Okay.
Okay? That was the symbol for the 13 colonies, the 13 states. Okay?
Mhm.
Also, a rattler, why you don't tread on me, a rattler is never going to bite you without its rattle going off. It's always going to warn you first. And when it's warning you, it says, don't tread on me. And if you keep going, it's going to strike.
Right.
So
Okay.
the majority of the time, if it was a rattlesnake, you would hear it rattling and you know not to move.
Right.
Okay? Or slowly try to, locate
Back
it
away or
back away.
yeah.
So that's where the term "don't tread on me"
They're not
and the
real
flag
common
came
here.
from.
Mostly around here we got copperheads, which are just as deadly.
Yeah. Well, they're not really deadly. It's just
Well, I mean, if
you can die from it if you don't get treated.
Yeah, if you can get to a hospital quick enough, you'll be all right.
Right.
But if you don't, well, I almost got bit a couple years ago, and it must have just hatched out too. It was a baby one. I was mushroom hunting, and I don't know, the log was rotten, and I just kicked it and rolled over, and I happened to see a little mushroom at the one end of the log, and I went to go get it, and there was a little tiny copperhead wrapped around a mushroom, and I almost grabbed it, shiny as a new penny. And the smaller ones will kill you quicker than adult.
Yeah, because they can't control.
Yeah, they just give you everything.
Right.
But I found out the other night something I didn't know. You ever see them poison frogs they have at like zoos, them dart frogs? You know,
Poison frogs?
yeah, they have them at about all zoos. The most deadly animal in the world, only the size of a postage stamp.
Yeah,
Right?
guess where they're at? Everywhere you put your hand in Panama.
But
Oh, no way.
Oh yeah,
but in the zoos,
What do these things look like?
they're neon color.
yeah.
Okay, so they're bright.
Oh yeah, they're very
yeah,
bright. They're
neon.
very small though.
Do they hop around a lot? Like spring a lot?
Yeah, yeah. You never
So-
see a bunch of guys with guns running their lives. When they see one, you freeze.
Oh yeah.
And if it's even if it's been dead for 3 years, it still has enough poison on it to kill you.
Yeah, one drop can bring down.
Just touching it.
Yeah. One drop of some of these will knock down an elephant.
Well, what do you do with all these things around?
Just leave them alone.
You be very careful.
The natives will wrap. I've seen where they'll take their arrows, put the poison on them, and they shoot animals like monkeys out of trees and stuff.
Yep.
But
Oh my goodness.
I'll put it in Skype. I'll show you a picture.
But they have to dilute it
Yeah.
because even if they eat the meat,
Oh yeah.
it's going to kill them.
Look at that link there.
Okay.
They're very
Yep.
small too. But what I didn't know was the ones in captivity in the zoos, they're harmless.
Why is
Yeah.
that?
They can breed it out of them.
Well,
can-
the way the National Geographic was talking, they've never 100% determined what makes them so poisonous. And when they get in captivity, they're not eating or doing whatever from their natural environment. So after, I think it said about a month in captivity, they're fine. They said otherwise they could never keep them in a zoo because if they got loose, you could wipe out a lot of people very fast.
Did you guys hear about the butterflies in Africa?
the blue ones?
The ones where only there's a virus that's taking out only the males. It's taking out the males that go there to breed, and it's also taking out when they're young, when they're hatching, only the males die. The females are fine, but I mean, of course, you can't have one species with just females, right?
Yeah.
So now these female butterflies are attempting to mate with butterflies outside of its breed, and some are successful. So we're going to see a whole bunch of new kinds of butterflies next year. So I didn't know that they could do that, but
Well, it's in the same category, so I don't see too many problems there.
I guess it's just normally they wouldn't if they had their own species, but in this case, to keep going.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see the new ones, what they look like.
I would be curious if all the guys disappear, what you guys would start trying to breed with.
Bigfoot.
There you go.
The elusive Bigfoot.
So you get truckers, huh?
I guess.
Nothing on that planet but truckers and women. Don't know what, I thought we killed them all. No, now they're all truckers.
Everybody invest in Nair.
If them frogs are small, they're 1.5 centimeter.
Yep.
Oh, jeez, this thing is tiny.
We were in Panama. It was funny as hell. The second time I went, we went for the jungle training. And when you first get there, it's open barracks and all this other stuff. There's no windows in the barracks or anything. Because it's just so hot and humid, they need to breathe through there.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, they're trying to get you climate adapted in the area.
Optimized to the...
Right. And so the first day we're there, after we put our gear away, we have to go to a class. Now, Panama was the only zoo that the Army, the military, ever had or ever ran. And it had howling monkeys, sloths, and snakes of various types, certain trees and stuff of various types. Well, what you quickly learn is from the class out there is everything in that jungle will kill you. Just different speeds. You have what's called the two-step snake. It bites you, take 2 steps, you're dead. You have all them damn neon glowing frogs all over the place.
Okay.
You have what's called black palm. That's basically, it looks like a palm tree, but it has, let me see if I can type this in real quick to explain it to you. The 5 deciduous spikes that are sticking out of it.
And that's a plant?
Hold on, let me see if I can find this.
Okay. It sounds to me like you'd have to move real slow.
How would you spell palm? Like a palm tree.
P-A-L-M.
Yeah.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good picture of it. Well, is it? Let me see if I can find a better picture.
So the snakes will kill you, the frogs will kill you, and the plants are dangerous?
Oh, yeah. The plants are very dangerous.
Wow.
I've seen carnivorous plants like the Venus flytraps.
Yeah, well, so have I. I mean, we have them in our
Those are
swamps.
and those are native to only one real small area of North Carolina.
Yeah, we have one here in the swamp that's only found out here in our swamp. But it's just going to eat like insects. Just it has like a syrupy fluid at the base to attract them in.
There you go. I linked it.
Oh my goodness, what the heck is that?
Yeah, I see it.
Yep, that's black palm. Now, you may ask yourself again, where are these black palms in the jungle? Well, they're anywhere you put your hand at night. Now, what you don't see in this one, and this might be a different breed, is that these black palm trees that are out in Panama, they're designed, and they're literally, it's weird, but it's literally designed that if you stick your hand on it or you break it off, it's still sharp. It actually looks like arrowheads stacked on each other.
No way.
You ever see the razors you have to pull out, and then when that one gets dull, you break it off, and there's
Break it off and another one, yeah.
Okay, well, these are like arrowheads, and they're designed to stick in you, and you can't pull it out because the arrowhead that's in it.
Oh no.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that picture a little bit better.
So you get stabbed with one of these suckers, I mean, you're just bad.
Yep. Yeah, so... But it's actually, they use the wood. It's supposed to be really good wood. But let me see if I can find...
But you'd have to be so careful to, like, harvest it.
Oh, and these things will go through leather gloves. It would go right through a leather glove. It would go through your clothing you're wearing.
So if you, like, threw someone up against one of these, they'd be toast.
Oh, here we go. Black palm tree, Panama. Yeah, I guess that picture was pretty good, but I guess it's just not showing you the thing. Now, what you got to be careful is if there's a tree frog that's been climbing down there, that's got its poison all over those things,
and then you get stabbed.
You're done.
Yeah, you're dead.
Yep. Because it says on this article I just found with the golden dart frog, which is the most poisonous, 2 to 3, like the amount of poison equal to 2 to 3 individual grains of table salt is enough to kill a human.
Oh man, that's crazy.
One frog can kill 20 men or 2 full-grown bull elephants. That's one frog, the size of a centimeter. But you can buy them in a lot of pet stores though, because the ones in captivity are harmless. So people
I'd hope they are.
People buy them just because they're bright colors and they're neat to watch them.
And then on top of that, you got the Panama spiders.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
I've seen those. Yeah.
And what do you call them? Millipedes?
Yep. I'll send you a picture of that.
The spiders, man, I hate them things.
And these things are big.
They got the bird spiders down there.
The bird spiders, those are huge.
Yeah.
But the bird spider isn't actually aggressive, is it? Like, not towards humans.
Not unless you stick your hands down there.
Well, I wouldn't think you should.
But yeah, everything in Panama.
What's this one?
That's the spider that's there. You see how big that tree lip is? Yeah. Oh yeah, they're palm size.
I mean, I can actually see his eyes.
Yeah, he can see you.
I saw a comment or a video not long ago somebody made of, it was in Australia, and they had a spider that was literally the size of a dinner plate on their wall, covering a clock. And it said in the caption, "What would you do?" I left in the comments that I'd burn that damn house down and leave. Wasn't nowhere around there.
But some of these bigger ones they're like less aggressive, right?
I don't care if he's aggressive or not. That thing just, no. I'll get my 12 gauge out and take
See, now I would rather sit beside something like that than some of the snakes.
And then on top of that, you have the black ants. They actually use the pinchers for stitches. Okay, that's how big the pinchers are. Now you ask, where are these at? Well, at nighttime when you go to lay down on the floor, usually you wake up and they're crawling over you.
Oh my god.
Because they get in, you see these paths all through the jungle. They're like a 2-inch, 3-inch path.
Yeah.
And that's like little highways, and if you look at it, it's like a highway with all these ants marching all over the place.
And then just keep on marching.
They just march right over you. Or you'll actually, in the morning, you'll see a trail where it outlines and goes around your sleeping bag.
No.
Yeah. And if you got any food on you, they're going to find it. They'll leave you alone if you're alive, because you'll wake up. You'll know when they pinch you. Because we used to sit there and get them to pinch us. But you'll see...
Whoa, back up. You used to sit there and get them to pinch you?
Yeah, you'll see. And those were those were like the warrior ants, the guardian ants.
Why would you do that?
Because it was funny. It was, we were dumb, stupid kids. But what they would do is, the warrior ants would be on the outside of the path, and all the little ants with leaves and everything. Yeah, you see them carrying leaves. It would literally be, you'll see a bunch of leaves just moving by through the ground, and you'll see these big ants on the outside of it guarding everything.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, wait. Okay, if the ant is really that big, then what are we talking for a hive?
I don't know. I never seen actually where they went for a hive. They go on the ground someplace, but I never actually seen
There's an interesting animal I've seen on TV and stuff. World's largest frog, the Goliath frogs.
Yeah, I've heard of those.
7 pounds, 3 foot long. They hunt them with shotguns over there.
Well, did you ever get bit by like the spiders or the snakes or?
No, never. No, we got bit by monkeys.
What, excuse? Monkeys?
Let me go into the monkey story.
How did you piss off the monkeys?
Let me go into the monkey story. Somebody else just joined. All right, whoever just joined, hello, you're about to get the monkey story. I rarely tell the monkey story. Now, this is going through jungle training. You got to understand, here we are, the 82nd. We can be anywhere, or we can go anywhere in the world, wheels up, within 18 hours. That means we can be on the plane, fully geared, ready to go, 18 hours after you say go. Some cases, less than that. Very highly trained. So, we're in the jungle. It's our second week. We're in the field for 3 days straight. Jesse, we call him Jesse the Body because we all had wrestling names back then. Jesse, big, huge redneck. He's about 6'4", probably 30 pounds overweight than what he should be.
Okay.
Country boy. He's missing most of his teeth. Not all of them. He's still probably got about 12.
Okay.
But
you had a shooting star.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so you got this big lug with you.
Right. Well, Jesse's there, and we just got through humping. Now, the humidity in this place kills you, okay? And it's constantly raining, and so you stay wet. You get what's called prickly heat, which means your pores open up so big, dirt gets in them, and then when you cool them off, the pores close, and you get this...
Trapping all that stuff, yeah.
Salt and all that other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We just got through humping through the woods, and we're doing a timeout. Basically, we just got through having a debriefing and all this other shit.
Okay.
Well, we're sitting there, and we're got our Kevlars off, sitting on the Kevlars, because we turn the Kevlars upside down, and you have an instant seat for your butt.
Mm-hmm.
got our gear off. We're kind of just trying to chill out, cool off a little bit, and eat our MREs. Jesse's leaning up against the tree, eating his MRE and swatting whatever bugs fly around. And the instructor comes up to him, and you hear these monkeys in the background. They're called howling monkeys. Okay, they're the world's largest. They're the world's loudest animal. You can hear them up to
Yeah.
3 miles.
I've seen them at the zoo.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. They're
3 miles.
Yep, and we were told they're not very aggressive. Just leave them alone.
Okay.
They are known to throw sticks and shit at you. If you walk into a group with a bunch of them, just walk around them. They'll leave you alone. Don't leave anything food out. They will come down and snack it. Anyway, but they usually are non-aggressive. Very rarely. This is in the class. Very rarely we have any incidents with them. And it's usually from people fucking around with them.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Leave the monkeys alone. That was like the least scariest thing in the whole place, right? The monkeys.
Right.
Just where are they? When do they howl? Every fucking chance they get. Especially when you're trying to sleep.
Oh, no.
Well, anyway, so the instructor comes up to Jesse and says, hey, you shouldn't eat that. He says, you know, we're hot, we're tired. It's like, yeah, I fucking know. It's an MRE. Nobody should eat this fucking shit.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you don't understand. He says, do you feel wet? He says, yeah, I've been wet since I got here. He says, again. He says, here, why don't you just look up? So he looks up, and sure enough, there's this grand poopah, old monkey, sitting there, hanging onto a branch with his dick out, pissing on him.
Oh, my God.
Just a grinning, asking, thinking it's the funniest thing, just pissing on him.
Okay.
And the grader just says, yeah, he's marking you as his territory. We're all rolling. Well, Jesse gets pissed the fuck off. Now, when Jesse gets pissed off, you never know what he's going to do. But you can't count on it being something very stupid.
Oh, no.
So, Jesse gets his gun, and we're like, you know, because they give us blanks in case you get lost. You can fire blanks so we can hear you, because it's really easy to get lost in the jungle. Well, Jesse grabs his gun. He says, fuck that motherfucker. He loads a blank in it. And we're like, Jesse, don't. He puts a cleaning rod in it. Now, a cleaning rod is right around, because you can break them down.
Yeah.
So they're about 8 inches.
So he puts one section in there?
He puts one section of a cleaning rod in there, which is going to launch like a projectile.
Yeah.
Then he aims it up, and without a second hesitation, as we're going, don't do it, Jesse, he pulls the trigger. And sure as shit, that cleaning rod hits this monkey right smack in the solar plex, goes into him, and the thing is sitting there, and it's dramatic. It is dramatic, like it's dying. It is dying.
Okay.
And it can't breathe, and it's trying like hell, and it falls on the ground, and it dies face up.
And now all these other monkeys see it.
Well, hold on. Now, Jesse's standing there, and he starts crying, saying, I didn't mean to kill it. I was just trying to scare it. I wasn't even aiming at it. I was just trying to scare it. And we're like, Jesse, what the fuck? Well, meanwhile, during this time, as this Jesse starts crying, breaking down, killing a monkey, because he is emotionally unstable, this boy.
Okay.
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 All of a sudden, the 15 or so monkeys we thought were in the area turned into about 30. They're gathering in the trees. Sticks and stuff are starting to fly out of the tree limbs. Shit's starting to be thrown.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're telling Jesse, back the fuck away. Jesse's still standing there. He's not hearing us. He's in his own world.
He's still mourning the monkey.
The monkeys are getting loud, and they're starting to come lower and lower down from the canopy. They're starting to come to ground level. And then all of a sudden, it got real quiet, and they're all looking at Jesse.
Oh, no.
And all of a sudden, and I don't have my gear on me. The only thing I have is part of my LCE on me, which is like got my canteens, and I grabbed my bayonet knife, and hell broke loose.
Attack of the monkeys.
Well, wait a minute. Before this, you hear two noises happen right before they attack. And I glanced up and I look towards one of the noise, and it's one of the instructors that was with us. Well, he ran off into the jungle one way. And I look over the other side and I see another instructor, and he's already gone the other way. And all I hear, barely, was get the fuck out of the area.
Yeah, to clear the area because of the monkeys.
Well, too late. It happened.
Oh God.
They come after Jesse and everything in between him and them. So we
like 30 monkeys are going for him.
Probably more, honestly. So we go in
Poor
there.
man must have been terrified.
We all were. All of a sudden, this thing grabs me. I swing around, and I'm face to face with teeth. With my bayonet coming up, and I know I cut this thing across the face. I know I went deep with it. And went back to throw it away, but it already went down and ran off somewhere. One group, they grab Jesse, and they take off to the other way. And all of a sudden, there's like everybody's moves out. I'm backing out, and then I see the lieutenant, the RTO, and Sergeant Vargas take off. I said, fuck it, I'll follow them. And I'm yelling, area's clear, everybody's out, run, run, run. So we run, and you could run for like an hour in the jungle and only go 500 yards.
Oh, because it's so thick, and you're like...
It's so thick, and it's up and down and crisscross.
Yeah.
And so we finally get where we think is far enough away. We're all screaming like, what the fuck was that? Well, Lieutenant, give me the radio. Lieutenant gets on the radio, and all he's saying, and he's lost his fucking mind, all he's saying is, monkeys, 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 this is monkeys, monkeys, monkeys. We're like, sir. And all of a sudden, you're over the radio, okay? And you know it's the battalion commander was down there. The battalion commander came a week after we got down there. Battalion commander is like, who the hell is this? You need to use radio, blah, blah, blah. You need to be off this frequency. I don't need to hear about no damn monkeys. Whoever you are, you're like, oh, no, sir, no, sir. This is Lieutenant such and such. We just got attacked by monkeys. You just got attacked by what? Monkeys, sir. We just got ambushed by monkeys. Don't know the situation. Blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
And all of a sudden, the lieutenant shuts up. He realizes how stupid he just sounds.
Yeah.
And he's like, quick. And then he switches frequencies. He says, wait one. And he switches frequencies. And then he looks and he says, I need a sensitive items list. Do we have all our sensitive items? You mean like guns and stuff like that, sir? Yeah. I said, sir, do I look like I'm carrying a 60 or a rucksack? I said, sir, you don't even have your 9mm with you. No, sir, all that shit got left. I got a bayonet. That's all I got, sir, a bayonet. Did you just not see what happened? And the lieutenant, and I swear to God, right out of the movie Aliens, okay? The first movie, or the second movie, or first movie, no, second movie, Aliens. He says, we got to go back there. And you heard Sergeant Vargas go, fuck you. So after that, did you ever, finally we got in touch with other people. People got bit. Jesse got bit 3 times.
Well, isn't it true that some monkeys have like really good facial recognition?
I don't fucking know at this point. That would even scare me more. Okay.
Because I know that
Let me get back to the story.
Okay.
So, you ever seen the movie Lord of the Flies?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The first one? Okay, well, we looked like that group. Covered ourselves with what camouflage we could. I took my bayonet and put it on a spear. I tried to make another stick that looked like a shield with leaves. And they're like, that ain't going to stop nothing. I'm like, yeah, but them fuckers, hopefully they don't know that. So we all make our way back there, coming from all the other directions. Our gear is scattered to the 4 winds. The monkey's body is gone. We have shit in the trees. Okay. Luckily, we found all our gear.
They took it?
And we found, well, they took it and spread it all over the place, but we found all the sensitive items.
Okay.
Okay. But apparently, there's probably some monkeys out there wearing brown underwear. There were stuff we couldn't find, or stuff that was just too high in the trees to get to.
Oh, wow.
I think we were missing some. One K pod was missing, a helmet, and a couple of other weird, a blow up raft thing for that you lay down
them
on.
with that?
Yeah, I mean, but we went back there, and then we found out like people were bit, so we had to move people. We had a bunch of people bit or scratched as well. So like 6 people ended up because the rabies, they wanted people to stay there. So 6 people ended up staying there. Oh yeah, we were the worst group, but we broke all the records for the for all the huge obstacle course. They got an obstacle course. You got to run around up and down a mountain. You got to run out in the ocean around an island. Out there. But we broke all the records. But we ended up burning down. We burnt down 2 huts. 2 slot machines went missing, which were found in the lagoon. Apparently, they didn't pay off. The bar got broken into. Tons of liquor was missing.
And you pissed off the Monkey King.
Apparently, no, we killed the Monkey King.
And his loyal subjects took it out on you guys.
Well, we were the last class to go through that. Okay, because they closed it afterwards. We were the very last class to go through it. So part of them didn't give a shit. As far as the people, they can destroy everything. They didn't. It was like amazing. Like they didn't care about we accidentally burnt. Basically, we got in a smoke bomb fight. Smoke bombs at each other, and they burnt down. A couple of them landed on the huts and burnt the huts down. That had nothing in it and stuff. So it just became like a big, they're just like, fuck it. They didn't care about that. But the monkey thing was crazy. So yeah, I have, some people have flashbacks. I have a dream that I'm going to get in my car, go down the road, adjust my rearview mirror and see a monkey with a slash going across his face.
What's that cartoon with the closet monkey?
Yeah, well, that my wife laughs when she sees that. That's all Family Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife asked me about that. I'm like, yeah, I said, yeah, I do have, yeah. No, I turned around. I mean, that thing was in print. And when I turned around, that thing was right in my face with its jaws open. But because I had my left arm out, it was like right there.
Oh, you're
and
lucky.
I had the knife held in the right and threw it like a fist. And it went across the monkey's face. I know it dug in. I know I got the son of a bitch.
Wow.
But, yeah. And how I didn't get scratched or came out without a mark, I don't know. And at this point in time, I don't care no more. Wow. I know it's a funny place because it's like we go out in the field. Like we went out to the range out there. Okay. Now the range is built up on a hill and I carry a 60. But there's kids all over the place. Now, these kids are like wearing their underwear and a flip-flop and a shoe on the other foot. Okay?
Okay.
And we're like, look at the range guy. And he's like, look, don't worry about the kids. They're better trained than you are. We're like, okay. And they looked at me and it's like, look, you're going to have 3 kids with you. Just don't yell at them. Don't shoot them. Keep in mind they're there, but they know what they're doing. This is what they do.
Okay.
Well, as fast they're there to pick up the brass.
Okay.
Me carrying the 60 is the big gun. That's big brass. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And sure as shit, my brass never touched the ground. They had bags ready to catch it. I'd move, they'd move with me, and it's like the best squad I ever had.
That's pretty crazy.
Even when I stood up and shot, they had bags out catching the brass as it was coming out. And as soon as I changed belts, they were ready to go. And we didn't have to clean up the range. I mean, it was nobody's brass. People were screaming. It's like, my brass never touched the ground.
Wow.
Yeah, and there was probably like 20 kids out there. They knew when we were going to the range. And if you didn't get a kid assigned to you, my God, they knew where you were shooting at. They were cleaning up that range afterwards. We're like, how the hell can you do, since they've been doing it for years.
I'm so laughing because they always kept saying to us, if you're meant to have it, you would have been assigned it, right? You would have been issued one of whatever you think you need, right? So I was just laughing because you got assigned kids. You got issued kids.
No, they assigned themselves to us.
That's crazy.
In the 60s, they got the bigger kids because that was more money, the brass.
Wow.
And then when you go into town, they have all these trinkets like, Panama, and it's all made in brass. It's like, well, there's your brass.
Well, there's your brass. That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah.
Wow.
No. Panama, and I will not go back to Panama. First time in Panama, I got shot in the back of the leg. That was Operation Just Cause. Second time I went back there, fuck no, I got attacked by a monkey. I am not going back there a third time. Because when I met my wife, she didn't know none of these stories. She's like, I'd always like to go through Panama. And I'm like, there's no fucking way I'm going through Panama. She says, because I got serious with her. I'm like, well, I'm not going to Panama. She's like, well, I like to go to Panama. Then goodbye. Go.
Wow.
And I had to sit there and explain to her. I was like, you see this, this big scar on the back of my leg? She's like, yeah, that's where I got shot at in Panama. And then 2 years later, I went back for jungle training, and I got bit by, or didn't get bit, but I got attacked by monkeys and shit. I said, I'm not going back to Panama. I was saying, there's a monkey there waiting for me. I don't even care.
With a scar.
Freaking boat, and it's got to go through the canal. I'm walking around the fucking area. I'll go through another country. I'm going through Brazil.
Yeah, I can't be certain, but I'm pretty sure they're one of those creatures that have like excellent facial recognition. The only creature I think that's more superior to theirs is like, is it the raven or the crow? I think it's the crow. Because they'll actually teach their young. So even if they perish, their young will still look out for you.
Well, what's interesting about that is I throw my leftover food in my backyard where the crows are.
Yeah.
And I swear I noticed the crows, they're starting to time it.
Yeah.
And they're starting to make my place a
regular.
go-to. Yeah.
Yeah. And have you noticed that their call for you has changed?
I haven't really paid attention to it, but I have heard that.
Yeah. After once they become comfortable with you, their calls really change, and their body language changes. Like now, instead of going straight for the food and leaving, they'll perch close by, and they fluff themselves up, and they do this kind of a cute little, I don't know, I won't call it a chortle, but it's more like a clicking. Like a clicking noise, and they're not. They've changed their tune ever since they become more comfortable. And I know they share. Like I know they call for their friends to come. So.
Well, I just hope I kind of was hoping that monkeys knew about smell.
What about smell?
Yeah, because all I did was shit my pants that day, and I'll tell you what, next time I go back there, I won't do that. Dude, that was just a bad week. The last week in Panama was...
Oh, God.
Was just a bad week, the last week in Panama. I mean, the debriefing we got when we got back from the battalion commander was just loony. He was just like, you got, what the hell? He says, you broke all these records. And at the same time, this, and this. So.
Well, I'll never look at a monkey the same way.
Anyway, guys, it's late, man.
Yes.
It is. It's now 2:25.
Yep.
And I gotta go to church tomorrow. Meet a guy. Oh, did I tell you what I gotta do with this guy tomorrow that I talked to? He's wanting me to go out to his.
Oh yeah,
cabin?
Oh, did I already talk about
yeah.
that?
You did.
Oh, good
So
God.
you're going to church, and lucky you're going to be going to a church to drop off a recorder.
Yeah, once I get the recorder. I ain't got one yet. But yeah, I'm gonna do that though.
Yeah, I got a recorder and I got a camera. A lot of times the recorder I just keep it turned on.
Yeah.
I
But
don't
I'm just
bother.
gonna leave this one there and go home.
Yeah.
Then
I
come
mean, I
back.
don't. Yeah, I don't really listen to it unless I hear something. Sometimes, but sometimes I'll listen to it because I have
Yeah.
thoughts that I said or something. But
Because, my grandpa's been the pastor there forever, my mom's assistant, so it's no problem getting there and just doing whatever. So I'm just going to set it and just forget about it for a day and go back and.
Well, if either of you ever have audio that, you don't want to have to sit through, by all means, give it to me. I'd gladly do it.
Oh, you can bet you'll hear whatever is picked up.
you'll be surprised. It's really funny too. A lot of times it is the women who don't mind listening to, and the women have a better ear for it
Yeah.
than the guys. There's been multiple times we try to listen to a noise and we can't understand what it is, but the woman is like, "Oh, he's saying that." It's like, how the hell can he? And then it makes sense. It's like, okay, yeah, the guy does want a can of sardines. How the hell do you hear that?
Well, I used to be pretty good at it, but now I need headphones for it. So, but I still enjoy doing it.
No, because I mean, I can't even understand what the hell the living are saying half the damn time.
Yeah.
Well, I'd much rather sit there and listen to the audio than having to watch video for, I don't know, 5-6 hours worth.
Oh God, we had. I don't know if you can get it anymore or not. It's a 30-minute video, okay, or it's an editing thing or something. I forget what it is. My buddy set it up, but basically you videotape your house for 30 minutes, and what it is you can slice this overlay image, and they're of the little girl and you can set it and you have to maneuver it where the little girl comes up to the camera and screams or something like that.
And people, yeah.
Oh my God, they got me with that shit one
I
time.
got scared by something similar to that.
Yeah, well now they got videotape, but this was an editing thing that you did, okay? Because it would be like you're sitting there looking at an area. It was like, oh yeah, we videotaped this last week. I'm like, yeah, I remember that place. Yeah, I'll watch it. It's like, yeah, I think I see something there. And so you sit there and you're watching it, and then my buddy says, and he did it just right because it was about 10 o'clock at night. He says, yeah, I'm going to run out to the pickup truck real quick and try to see if I can find whatever battery it was to whatever flashlight he had. Whatever it was just whatever excuse he used to go out to his pickup truck.
And all of a sudden, by yourself.
And all of a sudden, I swear I blink, and there's this little girl, like this image of this blurred, smoky girl standing in the middle of this room. I'm like, holy shit. I go, they're calling Steve, get in here, man. And all of a sudden, the girl's closer, and she's wandering towards the camera, and all of a sudden, just boom, and there's this scary face she makes. Man, it scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Steve is laughing his ass off. I'm like, holy shit. And then he shows me. I'm like, it kind of looks a little hokey, but when you're not expecting it, and the room was dark, and it blended in kind of just right.
Oh, man.
I had a similar one, but mine was, somebody sent it to me in an email a long time ago. It was, them puzzles you can do, you're two identical images and you got to find the ones that are
so you're staring at them?
Yeah, but I was at the library and I had headphones on and they're cranked up because they were cheap headphones, and I'm looking at this thing and what in the world, because it said on there something like only 1% of Americans can figure this out type of thing. I'm looking and everything looks the same, and all of a sudden this demon face comes on there and screams, scared me to death. I fell backwards. The headphones are all wrapped still in the computer, plugged in. I fell. Everybody's looking at me what in the world's wrong with you? I just shut the damn thing off and went home.
During the first Gulf War, I brought this cassette player, this Sony high-speed cassette player, and I managed, before we had to go wheels up, I grabbed an audio book of the fog. The one where the fog rolls into a town.
Oh, Stephen King, yeah.
No, this wasn't Stephen King. It might have been. I don't know if it was or not. But the fog rolls into a town, and they're all trapped in a grocery store.
That's Stephen King.
It was, and they go next door and there's spiders and shit like that. Yeah. Okay. It was Stephen King. Well, this was a new type of cassette. It allowed for 3D sound. So if you hear somebody walking from left to right, okay, you can hear them walking left to right. So they're like, now we're going to adjust your sound. And it's like, you should only hear me in the left speaker. You should only hear me in the right speaker. So I'm like, I turned and flipped over, I'm like, okay, yeah, I hear it. And now we would bring to you the full potential of the sound. And it starts off with somebody walking and all this other stuff. And I'm just sitting there going, okay, so my mind is kind of wandering. And all of a sudden, it starts off with a 3 to 6 round burst of a 60 machine gun.
Oh, no.
Now, I'm in a tent, and I have my 60 and all my gear right next to me. And I got my headphones on. I jump up, yank them off, grab the guns, and I'm looking around going, let's go, let's go, let's go, get to the fighting holes. And people start moving.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so my whole tent's jumping up, and we're all moving to the fighting holes, and I'm screaming at all the others, get your gear on, move, move. Well, my dumb ass got the whole battalion to basically go to stand to
Over
in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, wow.
During the first Gulf War, the whole battalion got all their gear on. Everybody went to their fighting positions. Nobody knew why. We were there for 2 hours until finally somebody said, what the fuck's going on? Why is everybody at their fighting positions? And well, they eventually kind of boiled it all down to me. It's like, yeah, we just heard Sergeant Matthews screaming at everybody. Then other companies, because all our tents were kind of all in one area, and the other companies started following suit. And I'm like, yeah, didn't y'all hear the machine guns going off? They're like, what fucking machine guns? I'm like, dude, I just heard machine guns going off. And they're all like, so I was kind of the laughing stock. And then when
I bet you Stephen King would love to hear that story.
Well, no, I had to take the tape recorder and the headsets, and I took them to the battalion commander, and he's like, listen, I said, I'll show you why, sir. Just listen to this, the very beginning of this tape. So he's listening to it, and actually he had to take his headphones off and turn them around. And he's sitting there listening to it. All of a sudden he heard it, and even he jumped. Knowing what was going to happen, he jumped. He's like, wow. I said, sir, yeah. He says, all I did was hear, I wasn't expecting that. The same thing you were. So I heard it, ripped everything off, and I ran him. And he says, you know what? He says, it's a funny story, but he says, in a way, it was amazing how quick. At least you heard something and took charge. He says, I'm going to put it down as an exercise. He says everybody's going to laugh at you. So he went up, called the battalion to a, he called me up there, and I had to tell the story of what happened. And everybody's laughing. Like, no. You asshole, I was in the middle of this. I was trying to sleep. I just got off this. But, yeah, so after that, I kind of had a name for myself after that.
Well, I guess. That's quite the impression.
Yep. All right, I gotta go, guys. I'm tired.
Have a good night.
Hey, I appreciate you letting me be on.
Hey, no problem.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yep, and all the 20,000 viewers that are out there. I guess it's just us that's been watching this at night.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I would say so. Next month will be better when the meteor shower's going on.
Yeah.
Well, I've been studying YouTube lately. And watching a lot of videos on YouTube. On how the people make their money and everything. You guys know how they make their money and stuff?
Yeah.
With the ads?
Well, basically, what it is depending upon the time of year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for every 1,000 views, you can make anywhere from 40 cents to $2.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, per 1,000 people is how it works.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of the people that are making the most money is geared towards kids.
Oh yeah.
There are people making, and the one guy who did the video came out and said, I'm making around 50 grand a month.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he makes. Because it's the past videos that Keep Revin doing. Plus, he's been doing a video. He did the Psycho series.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's the one where he has the parents and they tear down the house and all that. Well, he's the guy that did the Psycho series. And he's the one that came out and was explaining a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, there's some good money to be made.
And I've been sitting here thinking about how to do it just to make money. And I'm thinking about using my nephew, doing a kid's ghost hunt thing.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And having my nephew in on it, he's old enough now. And he's got a real smart mind on him. And having, kind of like the Psycho series, but doing it with ghosts.
That's a good idea.
But have it where do it kid friendly.
Yeah, like from a kid-friendly version.
Yeah, of it. And I've been sitting there, I've been playing around with it, thinking about it. I'll be the crazy uncle that doesn't see anything. And I've talked to his mother. His mother would be, and I'm just like, how the hell? But his mother's not that good of an actor. She sucks. So I don't know how. I'm trying to figure out something to get YouTube where it can make money.
Yeah.
I knew, if I get in front of the camera and take off my clothes, I know I'd be rich in minutes.
Well, you have to resist,
They pay
Stay strong.
Yeah, they'll pay you to tell you to put them back on.
And the amount of 70-year-old men that would be in my front yard when I try to leave the house would be scary. No, but I'm really, there has to be a way to cash in on this. You just got to come at it through an angle. The guy was...
You got to come up with something to get people to watch it.
Well, what it is all these people are doing it, and I've watched quite a few videos of people telling tricks and stuff, and a lot of them, they're hyper, they talk in goofy voices, but they're saying the money is towards the kids.
The highest paid one right now, I've watched a lot of his videos, he does like little life hacks and stuff, and he's making just under $2 million a year right now.
Yeah. I mean, and there's a lot of stuff they don't even talk about, life hacks that I can do.
Oh, yeah.
There's some kind of angle. I can do that angle. I can do
the
this.
videos don't have to be that long or even really that frequent.
Or I can start teaching things I know. But if I teach things I know, I'm going to have a group of people coming after me. I can start teaching people what symbols are and numbers and letters and what they mean. And there's people doing it, but they're doing it kind of wrong. In a way, they're doing it right. In a way, they're doing it wrong.
I often hear that.
Well, they're not teaching the consequences of this stuff, which is...
Okay, as far as that, yes, I do have to agree with you. They don't.
Yeah, they're not teaching that kind of shit.
YouTube's changed a lot, though, because when I first started on here back in 2009, that you had to be invited in order to be able to make money, which I was and turned it down. But
yeah. Now it's open.
Now it's open, and
you could put a commercial in here if you want to.
Yeah, I could.
When they first come on, you can put one commercial. You would have made like 12 cents tonight.
You can do it all their ways, but as soon as you make your first, $100, you can cash out.
Well, they send you a check every month.
It's got to be at least $100, though.
Actually, I don't know.
That's what it was anyway when I canceled mine.
Now it's just they hook it up to your PayPal or they hook it up to an account.
Yeah, but you got to give them a lot of information, Social Security number or tax ID.
Yeah, you got to give them. Yeah, you got to give them tax and all that other stuff too.
But it's not too bad though. You You get money by the views. You get money if they actually click
No,
on it.
no, you do not get money by the views.
Well, by the ads.
You get money basically. Well, when it's
'Cause I've done it for a
all
while.
when it's all boiled down, it's about every 1,000 people.
Yeah.
You get anywhere from 40 cents to around $2 to
Yeah.
$3, depending upon what time of year it is, and all this other stuff. And
Well,
what
it
you're
depends too how much that person interacts. If they click on an ad, you'll get more money. If they like it and share it, that's more money. So it's all encompassed together.
yeah. That's why I always tell people. That's why I always click like on yours and bills and all that other stuff.
But yeah, the money, what you're talking about, yeah, it's averaging out. I just watched a video not long ago, and the guy said he's averaging about 50 cents per 1,000 views right now.
Yeah.
It varies though. When he started, he was doing a whole lot better. They haven't paid. I guess they haven't been paying as much since they let anybody that wants to get paid.
Well, no, they're paying. It just depends upon, because you can set up where you click your. It's every 10 minutes you can add your own ad. So if you do a 15-minute one, you can add an ad.
Yeah.
Or 10-minute one, you can add an ad. So it depends upon how you do it. Doing live streaming, you can't unless you do it in the beginning where it's a set ad.
Yeah.
Where you have to watch it, you can't skip it.
Right. I don't get no ads on YouTube though.
Yeah, you can set it though for it.
I mean, on anybody's video, I can watch any video I want.
Bill's been getting ads.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Because I've got my computer set up to never see an ad nowhere on the internet. I don't get the commercials or nothing.
Oh no, this has nothing to do with that.
I'm just saying, if I watch someone else's video, I don't have to see the ads.
Oh, okay.
I got it all blocked.
I don't know. I do. I see them.
I get tired of them, so I block them all.
Well, you can skip them after 3 to 5 seconds on some of them.
Yeah, always. It depends. If I like the person, I'll just let the whole thing. Unless it's one of them like 3-5 minute ads.
Oh yeah, it's like a story.
Mine just never show up at all. I got it all just blocked with a browser extension. It's ad blocker. I don't get pop-ups or none of that stuff.
Wow. All right, guys. I need to go.
Thanks again for coming.
Lorraine, tomorrow you're doing something?
I am. No, Monday.
That's tomorrow. Oh, it's Sunday here already, so I don't know what time. It's past midnight.
We just had Saturday. We're about to have Sunday.
It's Sunday now. 2:42 in the morning. Sunday morning.
So the day after that, yes, I am.
So what time is it there?
2:43.
Yeah, so it's Sunday.
So it's Sunday.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he said tomorrow, which will be Monday.
Right.
Well, technically, we haven't really experienced our Sunday.
No, technically, today's Sunday, tomorrow's Monday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Be very careful. If you sense anything or anything like that, don't go through with it.
Oh, for sure. I'm going to a pretty good place, so.
Okay, say a prayer before you do it.
Absolutely.
But I guarantee you, well, I can't guarantee you this is stupid.
Well, it's a good chance
that thing will open up.
That would be nice.
When it opens up, I'm going to let you know something. Don't try to cheat it. Don't try to do... If it opens up, don't make any wishes.
No, I don't negotiate either.
Don't make any demands.
No.
Simply ask questions, generic questions.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about this? What do you think about that?
Mm-hmm.
Try not to ask, and do you understand where it's going, personal questions?
Mm-hmm.
Because basically, actually Job is on. It was a clear sky there, Job. Yeah, a lot of us feel that way. Let me see here. He's in California. The moon is red. It's 11:43 there. It's a clear sky. He feels something's there, but not to harm us. Yeah, a lot of times that's true. What I think that is, when you come up with the number 9, 9 is usually something that could be because it's a 3 symbol, which is usually something that's not from here, from Earth. That's usually something that's been here before we have, a lot of times, is what that can mean also.
Okay.
Okay, something very old. That's what 3 is, because it takes 2 to make 3, and once you have 3, anyway, it's a very old symbol, 3.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just a number 3 physically. It's just 3 things, 3 rocks, or whatever 3 is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to have 2 to make 3.
Okay.
It's just the way it always has been. Anyway, 3 and 9 are usually associated with very ancient things. And if it keeps going to LAM
Every time.
every time,
Mm-hmm.
well, L being 7, and an A and an M is a 1. Okay, so
That's where you get the 9.
you have 2 that make 7. L and G are very powerful letters. They're both 7s. Okay. So
Okay.
it takes 2 to make 1, and that 1 happens to be 7, which
Okay.
comes out to 9.
Right.
And 9 and 3 are powerful numbers.
Okay, so the triangle.
The triangle
3?
is 3.
Gotcha.
Okay, but when you break a triangle down, you can come up with 7. Well, you come up with 6 plus you is 7.
Plus me, yeah.
Okay, that's where all that breaks down at. There's these weird ways you break down numbers.
So that's why it didn't matter which way the triangle was facing.
Right, because you got to understand, before there was language, there was always numbers. Before you learned to speak, you learned to count.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you may not know how to count, say 1, 2, 3, but you know that if you see 2 objects, it's 2 objects.
Right, you learn how to group things and yeah.
Right,
Makes
so
sense.
if you want to know the ancient language, is numbers, is what the ancient language is. The very first language is always math. That's why if you're ever communicating with something else, it's with math. Okay,
That's interesting, yeah.
so that's where the math comes in at. And if you're dealing with something that's saying lame, and it's not going lame, is an ancient, there's actually society. You can probably type in LAM, and you'll probably end up finding a society. You'll have trouble
Getting
digging up
actual
the truth of it.
Yeah. But I
Okay.
mean, the best groups make sure of that. I mean,
Well, the information is not 100% out there. But that's whenever you said it was lamb, like going, wait a minute. I had to go look at something, like going, I knew I heard that. And then I said, let me look at the math on that. And a lot of times what they do is they tell you in something you understand instead of saying the number, because they don't know what the number is, but they know they'll do the math in their head with the words. And I'm like, okay, well, this word, they're going by this. And they somehow, it's weird, they may not be able to say 9. But my God, they'll give you something to come around that to see how smart you are.
that's really intelligent.
You'll be surprised what out there is.
Well, I'm just a little shocked because that's not typical. Like typically, there's a lot of boards that they're dead. There's nothing on them. Like it's, I don't know. It's nothing.
Well, it probably whatever it is probably knew eventually you'll get the answer to what it was saying. You got to
That's
understand,
really cool.
and you got to understand too. A lot of times, and this is what I wanted to get you to about, speaking of time. Some of these things may attach themselves to people because
But
they don't have a concept of time.
Well, that's what, in essence, I was told I have already.
What's that? Time?
No, an attachment of some sort.
Okay, well, that's what I was getting to. And this is what I feel with you. Sometimes a lot of these things will attach themselves because they don't have the concept of time. It's not strange for them, but it's hard for them to experience it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So what they do is they'll use you or use somebody to
Yeah.
experience time in and of itself, to be able to see how you get older. The look, oh wow, okay. They use that from a day-to-day thing, just so they can see time, to experience time in and of itself.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because
And I also got this sort of impression it wasn't just time, but like
well,
enjoyment of smells and,
there's
that
emotions,
kind of thing.
yeah, physical, and a lot of times it's just emotions because they
Yeah.
have. If you have no, let's say, soul or
Mm-hmm.
no beginning or end,
Yeah.
it's a hard concept. The same thing with good and evil to a lot of these things. They don't understand good and evil. They just don't get how we process that.
Yeah.
To them, it's either you're kind of gray. They understand gray, or they understand white and black. But if you put it towards a term like that, but a lot of times they don't understand. Now the dead people, yeah, they get it. But the ancient things that are out there, good and evil, if it's for, like, to them, if they're using you to learn how to, or let's say an ancient race comes here to Earth and they're wanting to know what it is, how we see in color. Okay, so
Right.
they're sitting there torturing you, but they don't
They
grasp,
don't
like,
understand that it's
right,
necessarily right.
painful. They're like, well, dude, this is for the good. We're understanding how you work, you know. So what you should be part of this.
Hmm.
That's kind of how they justify weird shit.
Would this then explain why someone like Lucky can be like super open to having experiences and seeing or
Well,
witnessing people where I almost have like this block?
it's no, it's not, because see, I myself on me is blocked. I can't do me.
Okay.
This stuff does me no good. I can look at some people. With Lucky, if Lucky remembers when we first met, I told Lucky I can't read him.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that.
I cannot. I can sense him
Yeah, because you
more or
tried
less.
for a while.
I
You
and I
really
still try. I tried
got
tonight,
nothing.
and I get absolutely no. I don't get anything bad,
Just nothing. Just like a
but I
void.
don't get. Well, what I get is, if I get anything, it's the normal stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you love your family,
Yeah.
you cherish your kid, uh, and you're an all around good guy. I mean, for the most part, you're a good guy. Uh, but other than that, anything else around you, and it's weird.
Yeah.
It's like there's a. Do you remember the movie? Do you remember the movie Tron, the very first movie?
Yeah.
Do you remember when he threw the frisbee and the thing kept turning around and it kept blocking it, but there was huge gaps,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it goes real fast, and you don't see the things that are
Right.
blocking it
Right.
anymore, but you still see the image there of
Right.
him. That's kind of what I
Yeah.
get. There's something. I still see you,
Yeah.
but there's something blocking where I can't see all of it, which is not unusual.
Yeah.
That's not. I don't know what to make of it, but it's not
But
an
that's what I
unusual.
mean. Like, for him, anyways, it seems
Yeah,
like a ghost will walk right up to him and say hello.
Yeah.
yeah.
And for me, for some reason, I'm almost the last person they confront. And by the time they do, they've done so much else.
Okay. Well, I'm the same way when it comes to stuff on me. My surrounding areas I can do, but for me, unless it's my body, like trying to heal myself,
Okay.
I can do it. But a little, I can get an idea what I need. But unless it's self awareness or spidey sense, something's about to
Yeah.
happen. Other than that, like what lucky number should I wear? Should I wear a
Yeah.
shirt today, or is it should I
I
wear?
kind of know what Lorraine's getting at. More or
Yeah,
less, if
yeah.
somebody walks into a place that's full of activity, she walks in there and it's like nothing.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
don't see
You
it.
know
Okay.
You know,
Well,
that.
that's not unusual, but you do see it. I think what it is.
occasionally I do.
Well, what I
Um,
think is happening. Okay, what I think is happening for you, and that might change dramatically shortly
hmm,
as you get older. Okay, one day this might all of a sudden it might pop on you.
that'd be cool.
No, it may not be because
It'd be a rush.
usually it might be you get everything.
Well, I mean,
But you are because I open right up to you.
but that's kind of what I've been asking for, you know?
Be careful what you ask for. I don't know if it'd be good or bad, but be
I've
very
made that
careful.
statement a few times.
I don't
See,
know.
I just heard a ghost blow his ass off.
No, that's my husband. He just came back
Oh my god! From what?
from a late night call.
Late night cold.
No,
Call.
a call. He's on duty this week.
Yeah.
Well, what does he do again?
He's
Paramedic.
a paramedic.
No, no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, 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 no. Barbara.
Oh no. Well, there you have it. So,
There has been a thing going on lately, though, which I never thought much of, but the whole color deal with me, of course, which Lorraine's quite familiar with.
Color I suck at.
But that's my biggest thing. But
oh, he's good at it. Like he can pick colors like.
Oh yeah, I heard. I heard.
lately
Oh, yeah,
it's
it's
been
crazy.
a little different, though. The color's still, the main thing, but it just seems like I'm not seeing the objects anymore. It's just I can tell if a person's usually near, something that may be green, whatever color.
Nice one, shooting star. It was a nice one
Yep.
too.
Hey, look,
Oh, yeah.
real quick,
That was
guys.
cool.
All
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
God, it's 3 o'clock. I gotta go, guys.
Okay.
Take it
Good
easy.
night,
Hey, thanks for having me on. Good night, you two. Good night
Hey, take it
to
Josh.
Josh. Yeah, good night, Josh.
And I will be sure to give you an update on Monday after I get that done.
Yep. All right. Be careful with it, though. If you feel anything, don't do it.
I will. I promise.
All righty. Call me later. Bye bye.
Bye.
See you, dude.
How do I hang this thing up? Oh, it's the right.
Just hit the red little button.
Yeah.
You had a nice
I just
Damn
shooting
it.
star.
Sorry, wrong button.
Don't worry about
The
it.
other red one. Yeah, I saw that. That was a neat one.
Yeah,
I've got
like it
this
had a
camera-
nice tail on it and
Well, this
everything.
camera's pointed almost 90 degrees straight up.
Oh, Josh wants to know where you're located.
Oh, I'm in Ohio.
And I'm actually in Canada.
But there's, I didn't dismiss it yet because I know the thing when I deal with you in that ring took quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that girl that was in here the other night, I told you that I'd been chatting with off and on another site, but
Yeah.
well, I've never spoke with her voice-wise, just text and stuff. But anyway, she's pretty cool. But I got the same vision thing with her, and I was able to even almost pinpoint the object, but even to this day, she still says nothing of that. I saw a green, something like a t-shirt or a shirt,
Mm-hmm.
and she still to this day has not figured out anything that it could be. No, she doesn't have any green shirt, nothing. So,
Maybe in the future.
so I don't know. But she's had some stuff go on of her own, different things, dreams coming true and that type of stuff. So she got an impression, which, I don't know, to more or less watch out for somebody with a green shirt. Or maybe that could have something to do with it, kind of like be wary. keep your guard up type deal.
Well, given, that.
But I don't know. That's the first object though in quite a
Couldn't
while
find
that
my
I've
pain,
actually
I had to
seen.
fake companions.
Okay, good
Oh, forget
night.
it's something bad. Good night, baby. Pretty much better than me.
Good.
Hey, this is G-rated Skywatch.
Trying to get some sleep.
I will. I'll
So,
try.
you want me to rub you anyway? 3 5 for a bit?
No, if I
Up to
feel
you,
bad, I'll
feel
come
better.
down.
But
There's no room in the bed anymore.
I know. You've got all the cats. Gotcha.
he quit pigging out on them Buckeye candy. He wouldn't get sick.
It's weird. Sometimes when you're not feeling so good, like socks will come and curl up with you.
Oh, yeah.
These three are like the same way.
Oh, yeah.
Once they figure out one of us is sick, they have to like pile on the bed.
They do this. My dog and cat do the same thing, and they'll notice that something's wrong before any of us are ever noticed we're even sick. They've done it several times. But, yeah, but that was just about, I don't know, maybe a week ago, somewhere around there, about the whole green shirt thing. But other than that, colors, yes, but actual objects, it's like they're not coming through. And I don't know. I mean, and it's not that it's a real quick thing or anything. I mean, sometimes the color will linger for, a couple of minutes at times, which it never did before. So I don't know, what the deal is, but.
Well,
And it's not even like, like seeing a blurry object and trying to figure out what it is. It's just nothing. It's just the color. And it's usually, well, the best way I can describe it, like them smoke bombs, you light them and you see all the smoke come up.
yeah.
Same thing.
Okay.
Same, just like the smoke. But when it was with you, in the, earlier in the year, it was kind of the deeper the color, the easier it was to see the object. Which is kind of backwards. I mean, you think, but it's not really like seeing the object through it. It's just like it manifests in a way. Just the deeper or more vivid the color, whatever word you want to use.
What?
But when it's very faint or, just light or whatever, then I really wouldn't pick up on any object. But with this whole deal, I don't know. It was just one of them things that normally I would have probably discredited, but the whole deal with that ring, taking a while, so I just, didn't discredit it.
I wonder if it helped that you and I were on Skype talking live when we did it. No, that's no. You were live, like talking on Skype
That
for
was
twice.
afterwards.
Yeah, after. You're right. In the beginning, it was text.
Yeah, because I remember I was sitting in a recliner watching TV. And
That's right.
On my phone, and that's when it started, the blue light and all of that.
Right.
Now, some of it ended up being on Skype later on, like the next day or so.
Yeah, down the road.
But not right away.
Yeah, that's a puzzle.
But, I mean, I don't know what a green shirt could even mean. Well, there could be a meaning behind it.
You're totally. It could be something like you said, and watch out for a person wearing a green shirt, or maybe I don't know. It's a good question though. I mean, you're definitely asking the wrong person because I don't know what it's like to get that sort of experience.
I understand that, but
You have two planes, I think. 1, 2 crossing.
Yep. One bright one and one dim one.
Mm-hmm.
And that moon must be awful bright outside or something.
It must be.
'Cause I've got the brightness turned almost all the way off.
And it's still this bright.
The only thing I can do is mess with the gain, but let me see where it's at on the software. Yeah, I've got it. Let's see, I can go a little, that's too low. Ah, well. You can still see the object buzzing around. I dimmed it some. Mostly the outside settings. I just don't feel like going out there. I'm lazy.
So we have a request from Joshua to join us if it's possible.
Yeah. Um, let's see.
Did you just change the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I used the software, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, what's your name on Skype and I'll add you in.
I'm just gonna mute my mic for like a few seconds. I really need another drink.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Mute your YouTube video.
Huh?
Mute the video in YouTube. It was getting some echo.
Okay, hold on. Okay, there.
Okay,
Is
that's
that better?
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds alright.
I'm still outside. Like I'm like I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, here it's just all clouds.
It's
Now.
like it's like very clear. As I was walking to my backyard, I just noticed it how red it was or whatever, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, it interests me because I want to know like the meaning behind it. Like, what can it mean for us, based off of like facts, you know?
Yeah.
Because like I have friends that I try talking to about subjects like this, and they just dismiss me like as like, you're paranoid,
I know what you mean.
or like, you know, like I'm 23 years old, but
Right.
I tell them just because I have different views or interests, like I'm not on Twitter like them, or I'm not worrying about what LeBron James did last night or stuff like
Right.
that. Like other stuff like this interests me because there's something to it that like I don't want to be like everybody else or like what they're doing, you know. Like I like to learn about other subjects,
Yeah, there's
and
other things that can be more important than.
and I like looking up at the sky sometimes. Like when I'm going through through tough times or whatever, I just look up and there's something calling me down about the moon, like the stars. Like I wonder to myself like the constellations. Like I know there's like life out there,
Yeah.
but I just don't think in this constellation or rather this dimension. Like I believe we're in the third dimension, in the third density, and I I believe that we haven't had contact with them or they haven't had contact with us.
Yeah, there's always things to look into, try to figure out. Some you might not, but there's always more out there than what we can actually see.
Right. Like I like to keep an open mind. Like
Oh yeah.
if I don't come off as like nah you're lying or whatever. I keep an open mind and I try to like understand people's point of view based off of like the context of how they tell me.
Right.
If they don't have no like nothing to support it to withhold the argument or just their point of view or like my friend tries to tell me like oh hey you know this happens because of this and this, then it becomes clear to me like okay you're right.
Yeah.
And right now I'm just still looking at it like it moved, it shifted upwards maybe like about it's not as red anymore, but it's not full all the way either anymore. About 45 minutes ago, it was just like red, like just it looked so close. It didn't even look like our moon. It just looked like a whole
Yeah.
like the texture of it. Like I went and I told my neighbor, I'm like, look at this. Like nobody's making a big deal out of this. I went on YouTube. It's not on the news. Just some lady made like a thing about it. Like only 300 people have seen it. And I'm like, man, this is top news right here.
Yeah.
And I'm in California. I'm over here like an hour away from LA.
Okay. Yeah, I'm East Coast. Well, almost East Coast. Eastern time zone, anyway.
Hmm.
But
And another thing that about the weather, have you guys been on that channel? What's it called? Um, the sign of the times.
I might have seen that one.
Like how all this weather is changing and everything. Over here on the West Coast, every single day is all clear and everything. And I
Yeah.
go on those videos every month. They have a compilation about what happened that whole month. There is like to me it's like hell everywhere else. Like there's snowing in Israel, it's snowing in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
It's never happened in South America. Everything's like becoming inundated. There's these flash floods. There's these crazy ass typhoons and it concerns me because I tell myself, okay, so nothing's supposed to happen on the West Coast, or are we gonna get it the worst? Because
Yeah.
everywhere else, like I seen like in Ukraine and Spain, like just the effects of the weather have changed. Like
Yeah.
I tell my friends like you guys don't get it. Like this is not it's not normal, and it's not just because all 2012 or whatever something happened. And to me, I think it's the polar shifts.
Yeah.
But it's not like a wobble because I don't know about you guys, but my opinion, I think we're on a flat Earth, like a flat firmament. That's just my opinion.
I don't know.
Like I respect everybody else's opinion,
Yeah.
and it interests me to like I don't come up like I say no, dude, you're wrong. This is what I think. Like
Right.
I'm open for suggestions, but I truly believe because I've been on an airplane just based off of that.
Yeah.
I was 12 when I first got on an airplane, and how it showed a comparison of distance and how far I can see, and nothing moved. Like there's supposed to be a curvature and stuff like that. Just little things like that. Now you probably are telling yourself, what does it have to do with this?
Oh, you lost your feed.
Huh?
You lost the Skywatch.
Yeah. I still got it on.
Oh, I'll refresh.
So like what I believe this has to do with the moon.
So, do you
I
think the moon is an actual, like, do you think it's a hologram, or do you think it's, what do you think the moon is?
I think it's a twin brother of the sun because I think they parallel each other. They're the same distance in height above from us. like the yin yang. You know the sign, the yin yang, like the Chinese people or whatever, like the
Mhm.
black and white logo, the Pepsi logo.
Yeah.
Like I believe like they're right in front of each other, like just looking at each other like that, and how it moves. That's how I think the flat Earth is. Like the sun moves this way, so then you see some like sunlight over here, and the light, the light. I think the sun doesn't. Hold on, the moon's light. It's its own light. It's not the sun's rays. That's what I believe.
Okay. And like when you see feeds from NASA showing us like planets or whatnot,
Uh-huh.
that how would that be possible?
Oh, because they're good at what they do. They can manipulate. They can manipulate some people, but just
So,
I don't exactly go. Okay, okay, okay. You're right. Okay,
like from your
everything's
perspective.
good. Uh, like I kind of question it further as in, okay, so we
Mhm.
went to the moon in the 1960s, and now they found what's this thing called what's this thing called oh man
Are you thinking
the
of Black Knight or
no I'm talking
no?
about the radiation,
Oh,
the Van Allen radiation.
Yep. Van
okay.
Allen built.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is what I thought. Okay, in 1960s we didn't have the technology to know it's there, so we gotta cross it. Oh, but then nothing can get through it, right? So now in the year 2012 when we figured that out, I asked, okay, so how do we do it in the 60s if we know that we can't do it now, nothing can go across it. Because in the 60s we didn't know it was there, so we gotta cross it. Does that make sense? Like I told myself, oh my god, they're laughing at us. Like, oh okay, we gotta cross it. We went to the moon and back because we didn't know the Van Allen belt's been there since the beginning of time. But now the year 2012, now that we know it's there, we can't get nothing across it. So I was just like, come on, guys, like you know what I mean?
Well, it's two like polar opposite perspectives, definitely. So it's hard to see. It's really hard to see both sides of it, you know.
Yeah.
Like if you can imagine it one way, it makes it very difficult to imagine it the other.
That's the whole point of life, I think. That's the whole point
Well,
of life. It's
yeah,
up to us.
exactly. Like we said earlier tonight, you know, perspective is everything.
That's for sure.
Right, right.
You know, it influences your approach. It's
Yeah.
um, so. Well, that's
I
an
mean,
interesting perspective for sure.
it just I believe like a person based off their knowledge or their intentions, it's like they gave off like some type of energy. That's what they bring to the table, pretty much. Like okay,
Yeah.
I have friends that are just they're boring, they're blank, they don't there's no even me trying and talking about stuff like this with them. There's no way.
I think some people,
They just don't
well,
want to
some
accept.
people don't have the luxury of time to actually give, you know, give thought to it. A lot of people live such busy lives. It's difficult to, you know,
That's one aspect, and
pull away from it.
there are
Yeah,
some that
right,
just generally don't care. Like
right, and
not in a
actually,
bad way. It's just like it's
all right, right.
unimportant in their life at this point.
True. True.
Which, to a certain degree, has been most of us at one time or another. But
Right.
once you experience something, then it all
Well,
changes.
that's the thing. When once somebody
It
experiences
all
something,
changes
yeah,
because you can
Hmm.
use UFOs for an example. Most of the people there, will tell you they never cared. Even look at Dolan and all of them type. They could have cared less at one point in their life. They have an
sure.
experience, and now you see what it turned into.
Almost an obsession, really.
Yeah, for some.
Hmm.
So
So,
that's the biggest thing.
have you ever spotted an unidentified object in the sky, Josh?
Actually, it was the year 2009. It was gonna be the year 2010,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll never forget. I was with my friend. Like I'll never ever forget what I seen, and only me and him seen, and we just looked at each other like, okay, like we both saw that, right? We were just walking out the house,
Mm-hmm.
and then we look up, and it seemed like as if something was coming in or leaving out, like at an angle, like a flash, boom. But it wasn't like a normal type of fire. It kind of looked like thermite, because I know how to weld, and I know
Yeah.
how it looks like because of the temperature, right?
Yeah.
And then how it left no smoke trail, nothing. and it wasn't like how you say like a oh boom and then little flash and it's spark and it's gone. It was
Yeah.
consistent, like how the angle of it,
So
because
like a
if one
steady burn.
like if it was coming in fast, but like I told him, look, it's coming down, it's coming down, but it actually looked like if it was just going like further and further. I don't know if that makes sense. Like kind of like the NASA rocket ships when they send any type of launcher, it doesn't go directly up horizontally. It doesn't go just up. They
No.
light it.
Right.
It goes sideways. So they
Right.
to the person on the ground, you think it's going straight up. So they tell you, oh, it's this many miles away, when
Yeah.
in fact it just moved further down that way, like
Okay.
longer. It
Yeah.
didn't go just straight up. It went longer. So the people are like, oh look, it's gone. Actually, it's just further away from you. You know what I mean? So I told my friend, you saw that, right? And then we just look at each other like, all right, you know, it was awesome. It was like an experience.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
It
It's
looks like we've turned into Cloud Watch.
yeah.
Nothing left. Well, there's that one little star trying to hang in there
On the left.
Yeah, that's about it. Poor little guy. He need a friend.
It was a little star like, no, help me, guys, and then nobody helped it.
We should probably see quite a bit of activity this next meteor shower.
As long as I've got clear skies, I'll film the whole thing. I'll film it the whole week if I can. I don't
The
know
only
when
thing
I'll
I'm
ever
concerned-
sleep, but
The only thing that does
I'll
concern
just-
me, like,
Mhm.
it does concern me to a point where I do consider what the other people are at, like in the continents or whatever. I
Mhm.
tell myself, okay, they're going through all this like crazy weather and stuff over there. It's not their fault or whatever, but I wonder if they think like stuff is going on over here with us in the West Coast because I'm over here, you know, and I'm not the type of person who, I don't care what's going on in Africa because I'm not black or nothing. I'm not the type of person to go, I don't care what's going on in Russia because I'm not white.
Right.
No, it concerns me to a level as in, I believe like there's just one
Oh,
race.
we're all interconnected for
Yeah,
sure.
different
It's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now, one thing I will mention,
Con-
though, and,
con-
about the whole flat Earth thing, it's not really my thing, but I will
yeah,
have
right.
to give you I'll have to give you, Josh, a little bit of credit, though, for the fact, I would say 99% of people that do believe that way are not open-minded. All they want to do is change your mind. So I got to
Right.
give you some credit for, yeah, you
Right.
got your opinions, whatever, that's fine. We've all got them. But state what you, want to say, and that's fine. But, it's
Right.
nice to have somebody have a different opinion without just trying to change, everybody else's.
Right.
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
kind of a rare
That's
thing.
it's very
Right.
respectful of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What do you guys think about that? You guys think it's round, like a globe?
You know, I don't know. I don't know if that's what I think because that's what I've always thought.
Right. So
You know?
like, oh, what am I supposed to make of this? Like,
Like, I guess in a case like this, I would probably fall to mathematics, which I'm not good at, So I would have to appeal to my friends who are strong in mathematics to be able to
So a lot of
calculate,
a lot of people too that don't know anything, but I also I'm intrigued and it fascinates me too because I don't know nothing about numerology, but I like to tell myself, yeah, I think I know a little bit. So that little bit of hope keeps
Yeah.
me like yeah, I'm not gonna put myself down or I don't give up on it. Like I told my friend, all right, I was born on March 30th, 1992. That's
Ah,
7 days
Pisces.
from March 23. So, okay, 7 days from March 23. March 23 was my dad's birthday, March 23 in 1964. And I tell myself, the Ides of March begins March 15, exactly 15 days from my birthday. How does that correlate to the moon and how it affects the tides and all that? He's like, dude, what are you talking about? I'm like, dude,
Numerology.
there's equinoxes and there's the summer solstice, the winter.
Yeah.
I told my friend, you know what Christmas actually is? It's a galactic alignment. It's
Yes.
all it is. It's turning into a spring equinox. It's just an alignment in the sky where it looks like a cross because that's the other constellation where
Well-
the pyramids align and that's to do with numbers. It's not
Regardless,
gonna-
regardless if you were ever to figure anything out or not, but I will say there's a whole lot worse ways you could spend your time.
Oh,
No-
yeah.
nothing wrong with that.
I totally agree.
Being curious is always a good thing anyway.
Yeah.
Right. But everything I'm saying, I'm not saying I'm 100% sure on it. Maybe
Oh,
you guys
no.
can like add to it or If you guys tell me no how to do that, I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna
If
consider it.
I
'Cause-
knew someone who had some like calculations that could
Yeah.
prove one way or the other, I would
Right,
totally like direct you to them.
Yeah.
man. I wish I could call Confucius right now. I mean,
You know, I
let me
we
text
actually
Nostradamus.
do between Lucky and I, we actually do know a number of people who specialize in certain areas,
Yeah.
but I don't think this is one of them
No.
yet.
Personally, I've had so many other things going on in life. I haven't had much time to worry too much about it one way or the other. Personally, I've been
All right,
too many
that's
other
true. That's
things.
true. That's true.
But if
Right.
I swear, at any point we ever encounter someone who
Yeah.
really knows their stuff,
Yeah.
we will definitely point you towards them because, well, I mean, we still listen to a lot of shows down in KGRA,
Yeah.
Okay.
and I hear we're going to be having some new shows added to that network, and there's
Right.
always people coming in
About time.
on like various topics. Some of them do. Some of them in the past have actually approached the flat Earth theory. Unfortunately, though, the last interview that we sat in for,
Yeah.
they didn't get someone who was very well spoken.
No.
Okay. Oh man,
And
that's not good.
no, and it just kind of went south within, I don't know, the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You was one of those type of persons that are like, no, this is it, this is that. Whatever I say goes. You.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's
that's
why it
oh,
just
I don't care
fell
what
apart.
subject you pick. Nobody
Right.
knows everything about any one
Right.
subject.
There you go. Yup. Exactly.
There's always
Well-
something you can learn, figure out, whatever.
Or we can try figuring it out together. I mean, that's the whole point of.
exactly. That's the whole point of coming together. It's to
I tell my friend. Okay, if we don't help one another, who is? Who's gonna
Yeah.
help us? You're gonna.
yeah.
Uh-huh. With my well, background, history, whatever you want to call it,
Right.
starting out at 15 years old with my first experience, life's not going to be too normal after that. Wow.
What?
Well,
And okay, go ahead. Yeah, you tell them that's
yeah, I might as well. I've said it 50
If it-
zillion
if it-
times, but hey, what's one more?
it's a cool story though.
Yeah, and I've had other similar but different
I'm like-
situations. But anyway,
Okay.
this was about 15 years. It's been 18 years ago. I'm 33 now. I was
Okay.
just a couple mile from the house, out by the lake. Me and a friend of mine walking around the lake. Hot too, 90 some degrees out, just hot. Ran out of water and all that. So we're
Oh man.
walking through the trail, and there's a farm which is still there. All the stuff's still the same. There's a real old farmhouse there, a small little house, not very big. So we're right across from it under this big oak tree, just chilling out, trying to catch a little shade.
Right.
Well, this older lady, your typical grandma, short, just older lady, comes out of the house, asked us our trouble, what was going on, and all that. We told her it was thirsty, hot out.
Huh.
Well, she goes back in the house. 5 minutes, give or take, goes by. She comes back with 2 glasses of lemonade. Very heavy glasses, too, real thick. I noticed that. But no design, just clear. So we drank lemonade. She's already back in the house at this point. We set the glasses on her step. We didn't want to, have her back out in the heat, so we just walked on. Didn't think anything of it, Well, a month and a half, whatever, went by. We was back same spot. Seen one of the farmers working there. I hollered at him. He walks over and asked me what I wanted, and I asked him about the woman in the house. He gave me this weird look. And I was like, yeah, right, that house right there, short little old grandma type. And he said, yeah, he said, that woman died 50 years before you ever thought of. And he went back to work.
Really?
Yeah.
And he went back to work.
Man.
So,
Just like that, huh?
Yeah.
that's simple.
Man, that gave me the chills. Like what?
Yeah.
Damn it.
But what seemed kind of
God.
odd too, a little bit, was, at first the farmer. I couldn't even tell you what he looked like now, but he was a little shocked at first, but when I first mentioned it, but after he spoke, saying that
Right.
she died 50 years prior and all that, he just up and went back to work like, that's
Like
it.
it was nothing. Oh my god.
Just, no more conversation, no nothing. Just turned around, walked away.
I'm supposed to be like, oh, okay, cool. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's like,
Damn
I,
it.
looking back, I may have talked to that guy a little more if he hadn't have just walked off. I wasn't gonna
Right.
chase him down or nothing, but
Right.
And that experience that he had all those years ago
Oh.
was what gave us the idea to create a place called Metaphysical Lemonade.
yeah, I'm gonna put the link in
Okay.
Skype
And
here.
that's where it's like a safe place to talk about any metaphysical experience at all.
The site itself is,
Because yeah, right.
there's not much.
That's cool.
There's not a
That's-
whole
that's-
lot to the site, I will admit,
No,
but
no.
I never intended it. It's just all the links are there: Facebook, Twitter, all that.
Mhm.
So, and we got a live chat room, so that's there. So it's
No,
just
no.
a place to like a resource. Everything's there. But
That's
you
what
can
kicked
check
it
out,
off,
though.
huh? Oh yeah, yeah, she 50 years ago, man. Like, okay, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
man. Like I have her clips. Does she want to watch them?
It was
God
just.
damn it. I'm baffled by that, man.
It
That's
sure makes you wonder, though, hey? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the only thing I ever was able to look into after the fact
Right.
was the lemonade part of it itself, and I found out in this part of the country during
Right.
that time period she would have been around. That was a common thing to welcome a guest, like you would offer somebody
Right.
a cup
Yeah.
of coffee today.
Yeah, true, right?
So
Yeah.
that was the only thing I could piece together. But the only thing that, and I still don't quite understand it, that really caught my attention that day was not even her, but how heavy those glasses were.
those old-fashioned...
Old fashioned, not them cheap dollar
Really?
store things now.
Yeah.
Real heavy.
Yeah.
Almost
Maybe
hand blown
Maybe-
glass type weight.
it was crystal quartz that she had like 50
Oh,
years
that
ago.
could be it, too,
Well, it
yeah.
definitely felt, heavy
Maybe.
enough to be some kind of crystal.
Yeah, some type of those attractive quartz where like it's not a crystal bar, like yeah, people know how to people know their craft, but man, I'm still baffled by. I'm trying to so many things I could okay, 50 years ago, okay, man, that's such a cool story. It was my experience with something like that, man.
It's really cool. It's...
Yeah, hell yeah, like I'm gonna tell, man.
Oh, Lorraine, I was going to tell you, I was talking to Dad there the other night about this stuff. I showed him that picture, by the way, of the one from Coast to Coast, that spirit thing or whatever.
Yes.
Well, I got to talk about it, and Dad just kind of jokingly said, "Well, did you ever tell him the story of the car wreck we had coming home from the hike in the wintertime?"
Oh,
And
yeah.
I said, "Well, yeah." I said, "I've mentioned that." He said, "Well, do you think that really could have been?" Like, it piqued his interest. And that
You
was-
know, I totally think that experience, too, was...
But, like I've said, the only thing that ties them all three together is a time of need.
Yeah, anytime you've been in need,
Okay.
they just
And
show
it's
up.
one of them things,
it
it
correlates
has
with
to be
it.
a real time of need. You can't fake it.
Yeah, that's true,
Yeah?
man.
I'm
Is
trying,
that
to, find,
is-
trying to look online and find out when that lake out there was actually put in. Can't remember.
Does metaphysics have anything to do with what's it called, like thermonuclear type, like a secular type of distorted frequencies with maybe through sound, but maybe
Yes.
like a distorted frequency, as in like a low frequency wave can distort, not cause like an earthquake, but some type of secular movement where
Like a
Like-
rift.
yeah, like our brain waves maybe maybe stay paused, and maybe we tune into a different frequency channel, and maybe that's how people have some type of experiences where they go, hey, wait a minute, I think I've been here before or something, or wait a minute, this looks so familiar to me. I think I've
Actually,
been here.
Rita Louise, she
yeah.
said that all the time, that we're dealing with energy and...
Oh,
Yeah,
um,
that's yeah, we're electricity. I tell my friend.
Mhm.
You know what my friend told me? He's like, man, you're paranoid. I'm like, you're a dummy. If you want to
No,
die,
it's a very old practice
I-
talking about...
I told my friend, look, we're electricity because of water. Like I'm like, when you pass away and they take you to the hospital, the ER, what do they bring you back to life with? With those two things that bring you back to life, they hit you with juice, man. Like if you're gonna start a car,
Yeah,
beep, boom, boom, you're back
that's
to life,
true.
man. It's kind of like a better car. And then he started to kind of getting up and went like, okay, you're right. And I told him, okay, why don't you scratch your hand and go touch a thing, a pole or something? It shocks, right? Or your index finger. That's where you have more static energy. And he's kind of like looking at me weird. I'm like, dude, you're like a car. If you don't take care of yourself, you're gonna rust. It's like a
Yeah.
car. It's you have to take care of yourself through water. It's the most important thing. It's fluids and how your brain functions. Because like I told my friend, your brain is nothing but psychological chemicals,
Hey, I
potassium,
just figured
zinc,
something out
iron.
here. This
Uh,
is pretty wild.
Okay.
I was going by the dates. This is a different one than I've seen before. Of the 50 years prior to the date I was there,
uh,
that's the exact same year they built the dam to block off the creek that runs through there to create the lake. That's the exact date,
what?
1948.
Ooh.
I'm looking at the history.
Wow.
I've always knew it was in the 50s is when the lake was kind of official. That's when the state actually got it.
What
But
state
in
is this?
1948, which would have been the same year as construction began on the dam, because there's just a little creek, little channel running through it. They just blocked it off, and, it flooded.
What state? What state is this? What state?
Ohio.
What state? Oh, where?
Ohio,
Ohio. Okay,
about 3 miles
Cleveland.
from where I live right now.
Cleveland,
So
Ohio.
I
Is that
just,
is that considered Midwest or is that east?
yeah, that's
East?
Midwest usually.
Okay, that's cool. Midwest.
But
The 40s and 50s. I think I tell myself, okay, the dams,
yeah,
they use it to build electricity, to cause steam and all that, but we don't really need that. It's like Thomas Edison was direct current and like, believe me, oh my god. To
but
me, Nikola Tesla. To me, Nikola Tesla.
yeah.
I think is God first, and then to me, second place is Nikola Tesla. That dude just fascinates me. Like, do you ever know who that is, Nikola Tesla?
Yes.
Yeah, we know who he is.
Absolutely.
We know who he is, right?
Oh yeah, we've talked about him often.
I'm just asking. To me, Nikola Tesla had like this type of mentality that like I'm trying to like relate to him, like as in just being so open-minded, not questioning nobody. Like okay, like
But the
I'm
way he thought, like the way he was
oh my god, how he had like
constructing and deconstructing things in his mind, like
exactly, and him bring like he had a car running on 2 batteries. He had like laser weapons and like cartoon stuff like Marvin the Martian
Yeah.
had.
Hey,
I
you want
don't-
to see a video? I don't know who
Yeah,
took
like
it,
free
but it's
Wi-Fi.
of the lake.
yes.
He had a Wi-Fi in the 30s. He was touching like a light bulb and like no cables around him. Like how does he do this? And I'm going nuts because I'm trying to figure out. And I told myself, you know what? He was cool, calm, collective. He was just he knows what the compositions of this dimension is: electricity, frequency through sound, vibrations. That's
The world
life. Like
really could
this
use
universe,
another Tesla.
this universe
But
is nothing but light, frequencies, and sounds. That's it. There's nothing else to it. Time
Hey,
travel.
Lucky, are we looking at? Okay, that's the lake that they made.
Yeah,
That
Oh,
lake-
it's
that-
gorgeous.
300 and some odd acres. It's like 80 foot deep. It's real deep.
It's beautiful.
it looks like the type of water where you kind of want to drink it, kind of.
It's a nice lake.
I'm just weird like that. Like I don't know.
Now, if you go to the video and pause it at about 30 seconds
Mm-hmm.
or 31 seconds, right? You see the little dock right there?
Yeah.
That's not very old, but on the right-hand side, you can see one of the benches there where people's not sitting.
Yeah.
Well, if you would draw a catty corner line from there to, I guess that would be a boat out in the water. It's kind of a red color.
Yeah.
Walk straight through them trees, you'll hit that farmhouse.
It's right there, huh?
Okay,
Right there.
okay. Where that kid is at? Like straight ahead? Like where that kid's at in between?
Yeah,
Yes.
Just straight.
because right
Uh-huh.
back on that tree line, you've got
Right.
on the far left, you got a white boat.
Yeah.
And then
Right.
go to another white boat beside it. Then you got the red one.
Yeah. The white one. Uh huh.
Just right where that red one is, walk through that woods right there, and you'll walk right into that farmhouse. It's right there.
Ah,
So
intriguing.
it's
That's
not
intriguing.
really that far, but it's just. And Well, I've mentioned before, I know a woman that's part of our UFO organization. She wasn't there to me last month, but anyway, she told me a couple months back, every time she walks her dog out there, he won't go
They
too
go
close.
they go nuts.
He won't go too close to the house, but he's constantly like
Okay,
he's
see, cause
watching
dogs.
something, but she don't see
Okay, yeah,
anything.
see, dogs have these senses like humans.
Yeah.
Like we communicate with them through universal language. Like when you throw a middle finger up, everybody knows what that is. When you throw a peace sign up, everybody knows what that
Yeah.
is, no matter your race, ethnic
Oh
group.
yeah.
When you throw thumbs up, everybody knows what that is. So Nikola Tesla said that's like as close as we're gonna get to telepathically communicating with each other. Even telekinesis. That guy was so smart. He fascinates me. I'm telling you guys. Like,
Oh, yes.
because there's universal sign language. There's like us as a conscience. If we all get together and think about the same thing and focus into it, we can make anything happen. But we have to be tuned into the same frequency, the same channel, the same positive conscience, and know our intentions. And we can. Oh my god, we can. Oh my god, just tell it, man. I wish I
Well,
met
have
that
you
dude.
ever followed any of Joshua P. Warren's work?
War. Not. oh, it rings a bell somehow, but.
I think, I can't remember, I think he called it the ghost experiment, where he got a group of people to collectively concentrate on
Wait
a
Is that the
character.
guy? Yeah, is that the guy that has like these two poles in their hands and they're communicating with this entity through like the Ouija board?
Yes.
And like you know how he was talking to whales? I think that they talked to the whales like in Japan.
Oh my god! I just found a video with the house in it.
Oh, show us.
These
Holy
orca
crap!
whales. He was talking-
This one goes around the whole trail, but I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, it's
No,
okay.
it's-
I mean, even George Nori talks about collective thoughts, or I think he's done weather experiments that way.
Yeah. Like they had all this like there's so much like that type of stuff. Like if I get into it, I kind of like tell myself like that's not what Tesla would have wanted because I believe that they're using that against us. Like the microwaves, just anything that has to do with technology. That's I don't really like getting into that one because it's not really to our
Oh,
benefit.
there's a lot of really juicy conspiracies, that's for sure.
I mean, the difference between conspiracies is like the conspiracy person or whatever, the guy that's cuckoo or nuts has so much evidence to back it up, and the guy that's saying no, you're crazy, you don't support the troops, this and that, has nothing to back it up. Just you're against us. It's either like Bush, you're with them, or you're against us, or you're with the enemy. That's not what it comes down to. We have to sit down and talk and be like, okay, consider this like a diagram. Okay, okay, I'm gonna hear your side of the story. You can hear mine, and we
Yeah.
can both agree to disagree. But people nowadays are just like, no, you're crazy. You're a fascist. You're fascist. You're either against it. You don't support the troops. No, fuck you. You're not on patriotic treason.
Is
I'm
that the house?
1 minute and about 9 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
That's it. And that's the same way it was.
Is that you and your wife right there?
No, I don't know
And
whose video this is. I
Oh,
just found it.
sorry.
Just someone's oh, look at that old house.
I don't know why I never thought to look on YouTube before, but yeah. And it still looks that same way today. I haven't been out there for a while, but I don't even know what the date of this video is. That's a new one. That's just from April this year.
Oh
So
wow.
that's definitely what it looks like.
It still looks the same, huh?
Same
Like
old
my friend,
thing.
like I remember like it was yesterday. Well, who knows if it was maybe just yesterday? Damn it.
Now skip ahead to about minute 45 mark or so.
Okay.
You see the couple sitting on a big rock?
Yeah.
When my mom and dad first met and was dating and all that, before I was ever thought of, that was the same rock my mom sat on when she saw her first hummingbird.
Aww.
She said
First
she
what?
never
First
saw
what?
one. Dad said, just look up, and there it was.
Her first what?
Hummingbird.
Oh, cool. Yeah, sweet.
That rock's still there.
Yeah,
It ain't going nowhere.
Aw,
But yeah,
that's
that's
sweet.
the exact house. And let's see, we're back. Yeah, if you would be, well, more or less where they're standing at to take the picture, because you can kind of see a little shade and stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a oak tree on that side. That farm is, just private, but the state's got just a little bend there. They not very much land at all, but they just use it as a right of way for the trail. But that's exactly it, though. No difference.
I wonder if anyone else has ever encountered her.
I don't know. The only other person I've ever talked to that's ever had any kind of thing go on there was the lady I was telling you about with her dog. Because she said it almost looked like if you
That the picture I sent right now, that's me and my son.
hey, good picture.
Aww.
But
Such
if
a
you've seen a
cutie.
dog, like maybe you held on to it and its head's going back and forth watching an animal run or something, trying to get to it.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
said her dog acts kind of that way, moving the head and stuff, but it won't go toward the house. It just stops.
Huh.
That
And then
that's
she said after maybe 5 minutes or so goes by, he's fine, gets up, ready to continue on his walk.
Oh, that's
Like
creepy.
whatever was there is not there no more.
we need to call Caesar Milan. Damn it, Caesar Milan to tell
Yeah.
Calling him right now.
It's almost like, maybe just for example, maybe the woman would be like in front of those two windows.
Yeah,
That's what I was
once,
thinking.
Dog's watching her or whatever, and then once she's out of the view of the windows, dog
Yeah.
just.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I do think that dogs see, like, maybe not ghosts, but maybe like these I don't know how to say it. It's
But
like
there's
spiritual
one
thing.
weird thing though that I've never figured out, never had a valid answer. There's thousands of people every year that walk that trail. I mean, everybody. And I've talked to all kinds of people out there, and not one person have I ever met that has walked up to that house and looked in the window.
Oh, that's a good point.
And I've had a couple, that'll say, "Well, it's private land, whatever." Forget that. The trail runs right
Curiosity.
through there.
Human
But-
curiosity.
But nobody.
Yeah.
People have always said, and I've even talked to people that said they've walked that trail hundreds of times, don't even remember the house.
What
And you walk 2 foot from it. It's like people don't even realize. But I just don't understand. I mean, I never looked in the window either, but
Maybe they're
figure
consciously
somebody
aware people.
would've.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, maybe
The
it's
people
like
who
a
are constantly-
subconscious.
I
They're
don't
constantly
know.
aware people. The boring people that throw us off and call us nuts, they don't see nothing. No, we didn't see nothing. That easy for them to say that. That's messed up.
I've had a couple people even tell me,
This-
strangers, people I don't know, probably never see again, but say that they've even had a weird feeling that like something telling them don't even look at the house.
Yeah, like a chill, like they kind of get like eerie feeling down their spine, like a chilly spine, like
Yeah,
like you
just
get the feels, like
something just- I don't know, just like it's something that you shouldn't look at.
ha
Reason behind it, who knows? But
The
I've
lemonade.
always wondered that though about somebody else, ever, been there or anything, but that's
Maybe
the way
one
the
day.
house has looked for a long time. That's a big farm though,
It's pretty. It's really pretty.
but it is what it is. I mean,
It is what it
I
is, and
never
that's
actually
that.
went right up to the windows and looked, but walking the path and stuff, I've kind of glanced that way, and the only thing I could ever see inside, depending on how the sun was those old them canning jars,
Yes.
but the blue ones, not the clear ones.
The old mason jars.
Yeah, but the bluer tint ones.
Those are rare.
Yeah, I could see several of those in that left window. Now, something about that picture does seem a little odd, though. That's a recent one, too.
Huh.
I haven't been out there this year, but that door or that window closest to the door on the right side, it looks like it's got a curtain up. The rest of the windows are open. I've never seen anything up against any of those windows. Ever. And I've been out there since I was practically born. But see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I see
Yeah.
that now.
I've never seen anything on any of those. They were always open. But that one right there's got what looks like a curtain or something up there.
Do you think someone could like have maybe gone there recently and
I
cleaned it up? I don't know.
don't know. I don't really see any reason why they would. I mean, it's just there. I mean, it's not really anything, big or any, important, I guess. I mean, it is kind of the original house from the farm, the way I understood it, but
Maybe
I just,
heritage site. I don't know.
but nobody, like, historical-wise, that do that kind of work have ever really paid any attention to it. It's just there. But I just, And I can't tell from that picture for sure, but it almost looks like that door's almost open. Because black, it doesn't look like a door. You can see like a screen door on it. Maybe the wood frame.
Maybe those people that took the pictures there went there to clean it up or something, you know? But no, but then they would have had.
They were just a couple, just goofy.
Right, because then they would have had video from inside the house as well.
That video they've got goes around the whole lake. They're just showing you the trail. And that's just something you definitely pass on the trail. They're walking with their kids and all that. But, there's another pic. I didn't watch the whole video. I was skipping through. But if you look at 1 minute and 2 seconds, you'll see a side view of the house from farther back.
Oh man. Sorry to interrupt. What are you guys doing tomorrow?
Depends if
I don't
the
know.
skies are clear and.
Yeah.
What time is it over there right now? Currently, what time is it over there?
It's 10 minutes till 4 right now.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Oh man, it's already gonna be 1 over here.
But that's a different angle of that house, though. If you see it, 1 minute and 2 seconds.
What I'll do, I'll put this link in chat.
Can I join the metaphysics thing? Can I join the
You
metaphysics?
sure can. And I put another link in the chat room. If we're not doing a live Skywatch,
Yeah.
we're often in that chat room at KGRA.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it's tomorrow's Sunday. There should
There
be
should
the
be a
Jamie
couple
Havoc
shows.
show.
Okay.
I don't know who the guest is tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know.
Quick question: Do you guys knew who Patrice O'Neill was? Patrice O'Neill. He was a comedian.
Patrice O'Neill.
Yeah, Patrice O'Neill.
You know what? I think I've heard the name, but I'm not familiar with him.
Like he's a. Well, I don't want to say black. He's like a funny comedian. Like
Was he on Netflix?
Yeah, on Elephant in the Room and
Yes,
Great.
yes.
Okay.
My husband's watched that one. Yes.
Oh man, man, that guy. I was gonna get into it tomorrow.
Yeah, if you go to
What's really on my mind is that story of yours. Like
Yeah.
like it gives me the chills how it happened, how the
Yeah.
guy. I'm
but
trying
if
to
you
picture.
go to our website, the Metaphysical
Believe me.
Lemonade.
What intrigues me the most is okay, you're walking back, right? And then you tell the guy, oh yeah, where's the lady, right?
Yeah.
And he just comes. I'm trying to picture in my mind so perfect, like maybe a sunny day, and he goes, oh yeah, she lived here like 50 years ago. Like I wonder what your thoughts were like right then and there, like whoa, are you serious? Like
Well,
man.
it
That's
all
the
kind of
whole-
happened so quick because he was kind of in a
Exactly.
little disbelief at first, kind of the way I took it. You know, and then when he said it, he just said it and walked away. That was it.
And you're like, oh man.
And doesn't that
was-
make you
it wasn't
wonder?
as much shock. It was more aggravation that I didn't stay there longer so I could ask him some questions.
It makes you question things like if that could happen just even once with you and your friend, how many more times has it happened where we never realized it?
I've thought that a lot here lately.
Like how many times
I
have we
know
talked
I've
to
had
people that aren't really there
I know I've had 3 experiences that were, similar
that you know
that I
of?
know of because I was with somebody else and the validation and all that.
Yes.
But how many other ones could have happened if I was by myself?
The
You know,
probability of it happening
you never
right
know.
again.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily even know.
But on the other hand, on the flip side of that, Oofy made a good point there a while back. If I did know, I might not be as easy to take the help I need at the moment.
Good point.
So that makes sense too.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a pretty good picture of that house, though, that side view. Because you can see the 2 big windows on the side. I've never actually walked behind it, though. It is somebody else's property, but I'm going to have to go back there anyway.
Any idea what the weather's supposed to be like for you tomorrow? Oh, I take it that means more hot.
Hotter than 4 levels of Hades.
Oh.
And there's only
Yeah,
there's 7 shepherds.
Yeah, hot.
Josh, what's the weather like where you are right now?
A clear sky. I'm looking outside right now. It's just clear. Like the stars or whatever in the distance, they're still flashing like red. Like, why are they flashing red? I'm just staring at them like that. Like, fuck.
Oh, no. The whole country's practically burning up.
It's getting kind of cloudy now, like to the point like I don't know why it's like starting to get cloudy like all of a sudden, like it baffles
Well,
me.
it's 74 degrees here right now, which is about 24 degrees Celsius.
Right.
And that's at 4 o'clock in the morning.
That's still pretty warm for 4 a.m.
Now, tomorrow, according to this, which is a little bit low, it always is, we're supposed to hit about 33 Celsius.
Oh,
It'll be a little hotter. It'll be up about 35.
oh,
Yeah.
oh! I feel for you.
So, yeah, I gotta save this video.
Yes.
At least like it. It'll show my list.
Okay.
But, yeah, that's just a different view of the house that, because normally when you walk by it, typically don't look back to look at the side of it. But it's kind of interesting seeing them two big windows.
Yeah. I'm gonna call it a night, guys. But
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
no problem, no problem. I'm gonna keep open, like I'm gonna keep looking like at the sky or whatever, and I'll let you guys know if I see anything like that, and hopefully if you guys are on tomorrow, like I'll join or.
Well, the
Sounds
link I put in here for our website, Metaphysical Lemonade.
Yeah.
It's got the Facebook link and all that stuff on it.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I'm gonna be on it.
so
Okay.
take care, do that, and one of us will approve it. We just
Okay.
do that just to keep track of how many's there.
Okay, no problem. Like I'll be on the frequently, and you guys will know it's me. Same profile, everything.
And one other
Take care,
thing
Josh.
too. One other real quick thing. I'll put it in chat here. You on
Uh.
Twitter at all?
No, I only have Instagram and Facebook.
I'll
Okay.
say because my Twitter account, which is the same name I've got for YouTube,
Right.
that's where it'll always post a link as soon as I go live with a Skywatch, or just subscribe to me on YouTube.
Okay.
You can get that
I'll
way.
definitely do it.
But yeah, have a good night and thanks for
Okay, you
stopping
too.
by.
Okay, both of you take care. Good night.
But now I do have an option. 'Cause
Okay.
my buddy I was with all day today, he's got a real nice drone. So, and it'll record high def, whatever you want to do. So all I'd have to do, and the way his drone is, if he could fly it to any point at that house, when you let go of the controller, it hovers automatically. It'll sit there until the battery dies. So I could have him actually record me a little bit of footage from each window if I wanted.
Do you think that would be okay?
What's it gonna hurt?
If he'd be willing to do that.
Oh yeah, yeah, because he goes out there all the time anyway and films. He's the webmaster for all of our city and county parks. So he's always
So then
he's always
he
getting
could-
footage of stuff and compiling.
he could
things.
give you the
Yeah.
footage and then we could watch it?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yes.
I can get much as we want.
Absolutely.
So even without me walking onto the back side of that place and maybe getting yelled at, which I even doubt they would say anything, but regardless, just buzz. He could buzz the drone back there and get all sides of the house, look in all the windows, whatever you want to do.
Oh, no. You should definitely take him up on that. That's awesome.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm guessing that there will always be like some element of mystery to the whole thing, no
Oh,
matter
sure.
how much you.
One thing I've wanted to do, but I've been apprehensive about it. It has been a long time. I'm trying to figure out a decent way to do it. I can find it again, but because in our county, the way it's set up, you can look up any address you want, and it'll show you a copy of like the deed.
Okay.
Who owns it, taxes, the whole deal. And I've looked this property up, found the address, which is to the farm, the whole farm. But it actually gave me the owner's name, current owner. They live about 35 miles north of me, up in Columbus. And and even got their phone number. I've wanted to contact them and try to get some information on the place, but I didn't know really how to go about it. I'm trying to think of something like, maybe I'm doing a research project or something.
Oh, like what approach to take.
Yeah. But I just
Okay.
can't come out with a story. I know that. That won't work. I mean, it could, but I don't want to take that
Why
chance.
don't you try like earlier in the day? I said like there's that girl that was trying to dig for info on my old hometown
Yeah.
under the, and she says it's to write a historic book.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You could always say that you're doing like a
Yeah.
historic research.
Yeah. That's what I've thought about. Because I don't know any other place. There's one other possibility, but well, I don't know. Since the lake's right there, we've got a genealogical library in town. They've got records that go back to the very first person, other than the Indians, that stepped foot here. The guys survived the first winter on the banks of the river and made a town. I mean, they've got records that far back, from all the way up. So, but since the lake is there, which is a big thing, then maybe they might have some more records, because they've got all kinds of records from everything from birth and death records to what kind of items was shipped up the canal on the boats and stuff, and even some actual sales records from like early 1800s. So they've got everything. So I might have to stop there. That might be a good place to start.
Yeah, couldn't hurt, right?
Yeah, they've got records, everything, and it's all free. I mean, it's just a library. So I might have to stop up there. I might go up there one day this week and check it out. I got to get the address of this place again. I don't remember it right offhand, but I'd like to try to find out. I've always just wondered. Well, even in the past, years past, when I'd mentioned wanting to find out, everybody always told me to leave it alone. Don't look into it. But
And how'd that work out for you?
well, it just always makes you wonder.
Exactly.
I mean, what's the harm? I mean, the worst they can do is not tell me nothing.
I don't know. Maybe some people are perfectly able and capable of just letting go and forgetting.
Well, I've had some say stuff like you might find something you don't want to know, or piss off the owners or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm not. I can't let it go.
No, like I said, the worst that can happen is they don't tell me nothing, then I'm right where I'm at now.
Exactly.
But I've
There's
always
no
been
there's no
curious.
point in there's no point in stressing
Another
over
thing
the
that
what
got
if.
me a little curious too, just about the house itself, is I know that was just a field back there, before the lake was there. There wasn't nothing. And my grandpa in the military used to practice there in the 50s. The planes would drop over and drop 100-pound sacks of flour out there practicing bombing runs before it was a lake. But what gets me is, if that was all just a field and all of that, why is the door facing that way?
Oh,
As far as I know, there's never been a road that goes there.
okay, that does make it a
Now,
good
if
question.
you turn the house around, the side we can't see, if that was the front and you go straight that way, you go to it's a State Route 22, and that road's been there forever. So there is a legit road there. I mean, it's been there since it was a dirt road connecting to the next town. But the other way, there's nothing there. I've been at the bottom of that lake when they drained it back in the 80s. There is a road there, but it's on the other side, and it just goes the opposite direction. It's our boat ramp, and it's underwater, of course, but the road's still there. It goes to the backside of the lake. But that wouldn't have nothing to do with this. There's nothing there. It was always just a field.
So even the position of the house is a little strange.
Yeah, the way that door is, because that doesn't look like a back door to me. It could be now. I've never been on the backside of that house. There could be another door there, but I kind of doubt it.
Chances are.
That looks like, but it could be just a back door. I mean, it's possible. I really can't say for sure, but that looks like a front door to me.
Let me have another look here.
Yeah. But I can't really say. But,
Okay, let's see.
I mean, would you say that looks like the back or the front of a house? It's hard to say.
Okay, my opinion, to me, this looks like the front.
That's what I've always thought too.
That's just the impression.
Yeah, that's what I've always thought. But
There might have been an extension off of that because look right above the door. You see that little piece of wood?
yeah,
It might have had like a porch,
could have.
but to me, that still looks like the front door.
Yeah, that's been my thoughts too. But
Hmm. But then,
now,
like you say,
now
where's the.
obviously, even though the house is in some disrepair now, obviously it's had some work done to it since,
Yeah.
because you can see the gutter and all that, what's left of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the only thing that strikes me odd of that picture right there is that curtain on that window or whatever it is. That doesn't look like any type of just, a tree or something just blocking the reflection. There's something hanging there, like a sheet or.
Well, it actually reminds me of I don't know. Do you remember those old, not lace necessarily? Well, some were lace, but some were like a crocheted
Yeah.
kind of curtain.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
To me, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. Something that my own grandma has in her bedroom.
Yes, the very typical grandma type. Now, I don't see it in the other three windows.
Now, I don't know how well you can look at the actual door there, but from what I can gather, that door looks open to me.
Now, is it slightly ajar, or is it possible that it's just a little crooked?
Well, the wood frame there, that's just a screen door. There's a door behind it.
Okay, I see what you mean.
And it, from what I can gather, it looks like I can see inside that house.
Okay, now I see it too. It looks like the screen door is closed,
The screen door is closed, but the main
behind
door
it,
open.
the main door
There's no
is
there,
open.
It's just black.
Yeah, because if you look at it, there's no doorknob or
Exactly.
cross.
Exactly.
You might see like the cross in the door, and you don't see either one of
I'm
those.
gonna take a screenshot of that, because then I can
So-
blow it up.
Yeah, the screen door is shut, but the one on the inside looks like it could be open.
Right. And I don't ever remember that. It was always shut.
Maybe someone decided to use it for like a cabin,
I don't know.
like a little getaway. I mean, it is right beside a lake.
Yeah. It says something above the door, but I can't make it out. When I zoom in, it blurs out. There's a plaque above the door, though. Or, somebody's wrote on it.
Let me see. Oh, there is too. Okay, what is that?
I forget. I remember seeing that before, but I don't remember what it says, though. Now, this may not help you. I don't know, but I'll put it in Skype, but I'll give you a picture of my zoomed in image so you
Okay.
can maybe see it a little better. It doesn't
Yeah,
really.
at first I thought that was just like scratches.
Yeah.
But then I can see now what you mean. Like there's like a little. What does that say?
I can't remember right offhand, but now that writing will get blurred, but the rest of the image still looks pretty clear. That one I just put in Skype, and it looks like you can see something inside that house. I don't know if it's a chair or what.
Stairs? No.
No, right through that door, it looks like, I don't know, but it looks almost like a chair of some sort or something. Because you can see like the
lighter part of it, and then the shadow.
Yeah, because you can see through part of it. It's right there, almost in line with, if you cut that screen door like right in half, you can see the board in the middle, or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
That's why I thought maybe it was a chair or something.
But now in this blown up part, now I can totally see that there is something written above the door. Yeah. There is a curtain placed there.
Mm-hmm.
The door is open.
And there's some kind of furniture there. Because them older chairs, you can see through the back of them, what do they call them? Them cane chairs?
Yeah.
Where they would bend them out of different wood,
Mm-hmm.
That's in the back, if they was setting right, you'd see right through it because it's a hole there. And that's
And
something.
it's equal on both sides. So like you said, maybe a chair.
That's just a kind of a guess, but because it's about the right height.
I can't make out what's written above the
I
door.
can't either. I forget. I forget exactly what it said. Like I said, I haven't been out there for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's kind of funny though that they put like a curtain there, but not a curtain on the other side,
exactly.
and nothing upstairs.
No. So I don't know, but
That
I
wouldn't be a bedroom right next to the door like that. That would
no.
be highly unusual. More likely that's like,
But with that layout of that house, what I'm wondering is on the inside, where's the staircase?
that's a good question too. See, that's what I meant. Like when you look straight in the door, could that be? No, that can't be stairs because they wouldn't have that
It wouldn't.
shadow like that. Um,
Because I don't know. It would have to be some awful steep stairs.
some of those old houses were.
Oh yeah.
You like have to hang on to the side
I'll
railing.
find out more once I can get some photos of the other side,
Okay.
of the back side of the house.
Well, if your friend would be willing to like lend you
Oh yeah.
some drone footage, that would
Yeah,
be
he'll
really
give me
cool.
all of it I want. I can
Okay,
stay out
so
there all day and
you could definitely get a better look without entering the property.
right. Because the way his drone's set up, I mean, it's got a nice camera on it, high def and all that. But on the controller, the remote to fly it, it's got an 8-inch tablet on there. So you're seeing it in real time. 'Cause that drone will go 2 miles away from you. So you don't even know where it's at. Unless you're looking just through the screen. And it does real well. It'll go pretty high up and. But as soon as you let go of the controls, it'll hover wherever it's at and stay right there.
And perchance that somebody is staying out there and cleaning it up, I'm sure if they hear your drone, they'll come out and, investigate.
Yeah. The drones are so common around here anymore.
Are they? Like,
Yeah,
people don't really notice?
You can buy them at Walmart. For like $150, you can buy a drone.
Yeah, but for $150, is it, like, any good?
Well, I mean, there's what a lot of people are buying just to, see if they like the hobby well enough to put any money in. They're all right. They've got another one I looked at down there. It was like $400, and I don't know how good it would be, but it looks almost identical to my little handheld camcorder. It's a camcorder with propellers on it. That's all it is. Literally, the whole body of it is just a camcorder. I don't know how well it actually is, but it's just kind of weird because it looks identical to my camera. But yeah, I don't know what the, whole deal is, but. And then, the other odd thing too was, let's see, when was it? Right after I came home from that UFO meeting I went to back in February up in Cleveland. And it was the night after I had that weird dream, out of body, whatever the heck you want to call it. Remember, I went up there the next night, and I come home, and I was talking to Dad that next day, telling him how it went, and told him I told this story again. And that's when he handed me a picture of that house, but we have no clue who took it.
That's really strange.
Found it in a junk drawer in his dresser.
Oh, I just found something here.
Yeah.
Popped up in my feed, but
Yeah.
I usually pay attention to this one. That's why I'm going to pop it in here for you.
Okay.
It's kind of fucked up. That's dated like yesterday, so it's pretty new. Just gonna play a little bit of this.
How long is it? Oh, 4 minutes. Huh. UFO enthusiasts and theorists claim that the word gospel was a code word for aliens.
Oh, that's weird.
Now somebody, this Twitter little screenshot down there saying it's not a UFO, lens flare, don't be fooled by Secure Team 10. Which, yeah, Secure Team, they suck, but
Well,
regardless.
that would be kind of funny, actually, if they were referring to UFOs as
Yeah,
gospel, because ironically, in ufology, that's exactly what it is. It's gospel.
yeah.
So it's very appropriate. Um,
So,
okay, so
I don't know.
wouldn't wouldn't we be able to go back in like past conversations to see if that was ever said before?
Yeah, that could be done. It'd be kind of tricky because they've had so much stuff.
Editing. Yeah. But okay, if that was true, then they probably would have edited it this time as well, which
True.
apparently they didn't.
But there's just so much content to go back through to see if it's mentioned.
I do agree with this. Like on a personal level, I look forward to this partnership with with gospel,
Yeah.
not the gospel, but on a personal level, I look forward to this partnership with gospel
Yeah,
really around the world,
that don't even make sense, really, you know?
unless that does refer to like
Right.
a project or yeah, a UFO. Okay, so if we put UFO there, on a personal level, I look forward to this partnership with UFOs or no aliens, I guess would work.
Yeah, alien is the code word what gospel's supposed to mean, it says.
It does make sense though if you say on a personal level,
Yeah.
I look forward to this partnership with aliens.
Yeah,
That does make
that
sense.
fits.
Really around the world. That totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see their point.
Yeah, there's,
Hmm. Yeah, because gospel doesn't sound like it
Now
makes
they-
sense.
all organizations, use code words. So,
I imagine so, but in this case, I guess they're insinuating it was a slip up. Like he,
well, it could be that, or, you know, agencies change code words over time, too, so it could have been a newer use of it. Maybe they figured since it was a newer use, people wouldn't figure it out so quick. That does happen. It's hard to say.
we'll have to see if they reference that anywhere else,
Yeah.
because it is an odd statement.
Well, yeah.
Now I don't know what that little thing is. I mean, again, I'm no expert, so it looks interesting to me, but there might be a explanation for it. I don't know. See
And
here.
it's, there's no way I can analyze a video.
Okay, so at the bottom, when they did the, do you think gospel's code word? 57% of people said that they believed it is.
Yeah.
What was the mysterious object captured by the ISS? It was
Say a lens flare.
okay. So if I go on lens flare,
Which,
55% of people believe it's a flare from a lens.
well, I don't know. I don't think so. And I've captured lens flares. It's easy to do.
Do they look like that though?
Well, the problem is, look at the Earth. You can see it.
Okay.
You're not going to get a lens flare in the dark.
Would
Lens
it
flares
be?
happen when you take a picture of the sun and stuff. You get the bright reflection. There's nothing reflecting there. The blue the light part's up at the top. This is filming into pure darkness.
Um.
There's just no way it could, there's no light bouncing off from the way I can tell it.
Are there lights on the outside of the station that could have created some sort of
Not likely. I don't think they'd be bright enough. But you can take just any camera, and if you start snapping pictures of the sun, you'll see all kinds of lens flares. I've done plenty of them. But you do it other ways, any kind of objects, dark, like that, you're not going to get anything.
Well, I'm just thinking, what if you were
The only way it could
if you were taking a
possibly-
picture of a flame on a candle in the dark,
Yeah,
you have the flame, and then just like a few degrees
right.
to either side, you have the lens flare, right?
Right. But
So I was
there's
just trying to
this
think.
is pure black, so there's no external light source. It's too high up in the camera. Unless it's got... The only thing is, if I don't know where the angle of that camera is.
That's what I mean.
If that's
If
a
there
straight
could-
on shot, then that's no lens flare. But if it's at some crazy high angle, then maybe it is catching something from the top up there. But even then, that brightness of, I guess that's the Earth, doesn't even look bright enough to do it. Because when I've tried to do it in the yard and stuff, if I'm not directly having the sun in my camera lens, it won't do it. It's got to be super bright. Like on a cloudy day and stuff, it's very hard, almost impossible to get a lens flare. One that's very defined. I mean, you could get a real faint
If
one or
that
something.
was not lens flare, and it was an object,
Yeah, you could get, on cloudier days, partly cloudy, you could still get them, but they're very faint. They're not distinct like that.
I wonder what the size of the object would be if it was not lens flare.
That's very hard to say for the fact of there's nothing really there to reference it.
I know Ricky's got the Earth, but that doesn't help you. And then you've got like this side piece here. But
That's
then,
the problem I had with like that first UFO thing I caught at the fireworks last year.
right? Nothing
Nothing
to
to
pull it
reference
in.
it
Yeah,
to.
reference it and
So
say,
it's-
oh, it's yeah.
And yeah, we do have the object on the side there, which is the space station part, but not knowing how far away that other thing is, you got to know that too. If there was a way to say that was, X amount of feet or yards away, then possibly it could be figured out roughly. Because, those panels on the side, that could be figured out. That's probably in some record somewhere. But that,
Right,
you
that-
don't know
that's-
distances, it makes it hard.
Even if we knew that, we still wouldn't know how close or far away that object would
But
be in
that's the thing,
relation.
we don't know the distance.
So, yeah, it still doesn't help.
Because, a 100-foot tall pine tree can look 3 inches if it's far enough away. So it really doesn't mean a whole lot. It doesn't look very big, but who knows how far away it is. Look how many times you've seen, a jet fly over and they look real small.
Yeah.
If it would land beside you, they're pretty big.
Oh yeah, that's
So,
true. It's
It's hard to say.
yeah.
So, China posts never before seen color photos of the moon.
Please share those. I want to see that.
It's
There was
it's right beside the article you sent.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay, let me have another look.
literally right beside it, right beside the first picture. Now, I haven't looked at these yet, but it's there.
There was I think a gentleman on Coast 2 nights ago who talked about that, taking color pictures of the moon.
China's shared hundreds of photos. It said.
Oh, I don't have the same ads as you.
No, I did.
Oh, wait, I found it. Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's see this.
It's from February of this year, but
Mhm.
nevertheless. Man, I don't know. It's China. They did
That's-
have that probe, though, Jade Rabbit. I remember that.
That's supposed to be color?
Yeah, because you can actually see the color of the rover.
Oh, okay.
White, gold, and all that. Now, whether that's legit or not, I don't know.
It's kind of funny because, I mean,
Well, I
from
mean,
this
it's China.
perspective, it looks like it could be a beach, right?
Yeah, it's China. They can counterfeit anything. So, I mean,
I'm just saying, like, if you didn't see the rover in that pic and someone showed you that pic, wouldn't you just think it's like a beach, like sandy beach or something?
that second picture, I guess the second one, the one that don't have the rover in it,
Yeah,
that could be just a desert, and all you got to do is just edit out the background and make it black.
it kind of looks like that, you
I
know?
mean, that would be very easy to do. I would almost bet I could probably create that if I had my Photoshop back on here. Wouldn't take me probably 15 minutes. Just find a good picture of, Sahara Desert or one of them deserts down in Australia somewhere. They got rocks laying around. And just edit out the background.
I bet
Cha-
you it would look very
Change the
similar.
grayscale on it to make it look more like it's a nighttime photo.
If you took these photos and your photos and put them side by side but didn't label them and asked people
Yeah,
to identify them, I bet they would get some of
yeah.
them wrong.
Or even if I found just a nighttime photo of the desert,
Yeah.
you know. But that picture there, I don't know it. I know space and all that type of stuff, but that even seems just too black, like artificial. It just doesn't. You know, I don't know. We've all seen the blackness of space in pictures and stuff, and you can kind of tell when it looks real or just fake.
You mean because you're not seeing stars?
Well, not only that, it just doesn't look right. It looks just like you open up Microsoft Paint and just paint the picture black. I mean, it literally looks artificial.
I don't know. I'm not really like. I'm not really seeing anything distinguishing that you'd say, oh, this would have to be the moon. I'm not saying that they faked it. I'm just saying it's just surprising because it's not. I guess I expected something more alien looking, something more
Oh yeah.
distinctive. But maybe this is how it looks. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It looks,
Interesting though.
it looks really like sand and then white rocks
Hmm.
and a little bit of debris.
Yeah, because changing the I don't know what you call it, the grayscale of the image, to make it look lighter or darker, that's not hard to do at all.
No.
Adding a black background, I mean,
Hmm. Even, well, looking at it in color, it's still not very colorful.
no. Well, there's not going to be much up there in color anyway.
No, I guess not.
I mean, it's not like they got palm trees and coconuts. Let me see what this looks like here. I'm going to try something. It's going to look not very good, but with what I got to work with. Play around with a picture. It's actually for just a 2-second little job. Don't look that bad.
Okay.
You get it. Let's see.
I think I'm slowly falling asleep on you.
I'm getting there myself. I'm about to get off here.
Okay.
But let me show you this picture real quick.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
As soon as I can get there it is. I just threw that together.
Okay.
That's a desert scene with editing out the background and making it black.
Are you serious?
That's a let's see, where was it? I got the original picture somewhere on here. Whatever I did with it.
It looks like eerily. There's similarities here that are so.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. See what I mean? Like if you took some pictures and edited them and then threw them in with these pictures, I don't think people would be able to pick them out that easy.
No.
I think people
Not
would
just
sincerely
by
be confused.
just looking at them, no.
Oh, that's crazy.
Now, that's the original. All I did was cut out the background and made it black. But you see what I mean? How that black looks the same?
It does.
It's not just normal darkness. I mean, there is a difference.
There is.
I
I
don't care
can
if
see
it's
it
outer
now.
space or what, but that's just from Microsoft Paint. That's about the most basic program you can have to mess with stuff. And that was just a couple minutes. I don't even know where that desert's at. I didn't even look. That is... let's see. I was trying to see where that desert might actually be at, if it says. California. Yeah. So it's called the Pinnacles of Tron, or however you say it, Trona. Them pillars back there. The part I edited out. But that does look, eerily similar of a photo job.
And you just like did that in seconds, so
Yeah.
realistically, if someone put a little more
Now,
time,
if I would have used the other tool to cut out the background, where you do it freehand instead of just drawing a square, it would have looked more uneven, like that one in the China picture does. That's a freehand. If they would have done that, then you got to literally take your mouse and draw the line. Whereas what I did just makes a big square and you make it big as you want. Keeps everything straight. But you can see how theirs is wavy. Trying to give an appearance, I guess, of like a hill or distance or something. But that's not much to that either. So, yeah, it was... so it's not...
well, that's like, man, just looking at the two side by side, I'm still stunned at how similar they are.
Yeah.
Do you think it's more believable or unbelievable because China made the claim?
I don't think it makes much difference who made the claim. Really.
Do you think everyone sort of lies equally?
Yeah, in most cases. And China's, they're not stupid.
No.
If they wanted to fake something, they sure could.
I'm not really sure what that would do for anyone.
They're just trying to act like they're, big shots because nobody else has ever done it.
Well,
they were
I
the
guess
first,
I can see that
they
point,
were the
yeah.
first, thing to go back to the moon since, our astronauts.
Still the whole, who gets to do it first thing.
Yeah, because, all the countries have wanted to colonize it and set up a military thing. Even though Europe's supposed to have that done in the next 4 years. They said it only takes 7 rockets. It's all automatic. The last rocket will have the people on it. The rest of it's all just on its own. It's some kind of inflatable thing. I saw a video of it. Yeah, see what this picture here looks like. I can get a couple things erased out of it. Yeah. That's good enough for 4 o'clock in the morning work. Yeah, don't pay no attention to the black spots in the sky, but look at that one. See how I made the background look like some hills?
Oh, yeah.
That's just by freehanding it. You can draw any shape you want. So that kind of, matches up similar to kind of what they did. Shows how it was done anyway.
Well, it definitely shows if someone did hoax it, it would be easy to
That'd
hoax.
be very easy.
It wouldn't be difficult at all.
And then you can go in and change all the, make the landscape itself lighter, darker.
And of course, like, someone could say, this is what the moon looks like. And what do we have to say? Oh, that's what the moon looks like. Why? Because we haven't been there.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it for our own eyes. So
Right.
if someone tells you this is how it looks,
Yeah.
what are you going to say?
Right.
Especially if it's, like, close to the colors that we are looking at through a telescope.
Right.
Like, it's not that far off.
No.
So, I mean, we really don't have much choice but to say, oh,
Yeah.
that's what the moon looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, but, I mean, their job looks a little better than mine, but, I mean, I didn't spend 5 minutes on it either.
Yeah, exactly.
But, yeah, you take the freehand tool and you can just draw it however you want. So you can keep what you want. That's why it's got the high points and low points. To make it look more, other than just a perfectly straight horizon. So that could easily have been done. They could have even took a legit picture of the moon and done the same thing. You want to make something, a white surface or gray, whatever. Try to make out a color photo. All you could do is brighten it. Make it look like better lighting. The paint program I got here won't let me, but most other ones will, though. You can just make it brighter, darker. And it really doesn't prove anything. But they say they've got all kinds of other pictures. But down at the bottom it says in 2018 they're going to land on the dark side of the moon. They claim.
Who made that claim?
China. Same article. The very last picture in the article looks more similar to the one I made the first time. It's got more of a straight horizon. But nothing there to convince me.
No.
I wonder what, let's see. Yeah, everybody's saying it's basic. That it's really not anything. That's what most people are saying. And then somebody said it was a hostile aggression toward the U.S., so we need to put a noodle sanction on them. I don't know. There's always something. But yeah, once I don't know if you saw the link or then I'm gonna probably go to bed. But I found that voice recorder on eBay. I was gonna buy it. I sent the guy a message first though. I'll put it in.
It's a good brand, that's for sure.
Yeah. There it is again. But it's a used one, but he guarantees it works. $25 or make an offer. I offered him $10 just to see what he comes back. I always offer low. Let him counter. I found one brand new one. It was like $34.
That's about what they go for.
So if I can get this one cheaper, and it records for a long time. That one there, depending on what, I don't know what the difference would be for what I want to do, but it's got different modes. High quality, slow play, long play, and then whatever this XHQ, that's high quality, I guess. Be more like an HD type. But if you put it in the best quality mode there is, it'll still record for 11 hours and 40 minutes.
Which is still a long
Now, if you
time.
go on long play, it'll go 144 hours and 20 minutes continuous. That's a
Wow.
long time. It's got 256 megs of built-in flash memory. Then the whole thing just plugs into your computer.
Doesn't look like it was. I mean, it looks gently used. It doesn't
Yeah.
look like it has any
Because
major.
it says, and I think he even says it in his listing, but or I can download it from their website. It comes with its own software.
Oh, nice.
So if you need to like enhance a sound or something,
Mm-hmm.
comes with that. It only runs on 2 AAA batteries. And it says you can get like, what was it, 40 some hours out of just a cheap set of batteries. I mean, that's a long time.
Definitely looks like a good quality one.
That's the one the guy from that paranormal group I talked to on the phone, that was the one he recommended on his website
Mm-hmm.
that they use. And it's got the menu in it, so you can mess with
Well,
it.
I don't have that exact same one, but I have that same brand.
Because this one's got a
and-
timer on it too.
Yeah, and I like it. It's good.
And it's got LEDs too to let you know what it's doing, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
But I just like the idea it's USB.
No, that's really good.
Makes it easier. And it seems alright. I mean, they had another one that he recommended too, but it wasn't really a whole lot different. I mean, it just longer recording and stuff. But it says, yeah, here it is. On alkaline, which are just cheap batteries that'll last 25 hours, rechargeables, you get about 15 hours, which is still a long time. Shoot, batteries ain't that high anyway. Triple
Yeah.
A's. So, but I offered the guy something to see what he comes back as. Just to see. I don't know how sensitive it is, but that I'm not sure. But, because I don't know if it's got a spot I could. Just says built-in condenser microphone. I don't know if I could add anything or not. But it might be good enough as it is. But at least it's small. So yeah, if I hear back from the guys sometime whenever I wake up, I'll let you know.
Okay.
But I think I am gonna crash out. I gotta still go get my camera and bring it in.
Okay.
Which finally died, and who knows when. We've been talking forever, and this thing.
It died a little while ago.
Yeah, I'm trying to back it up just to curiosity. It died over an hour ago. Well, hour and let's see. Yeah, it was about an hour and 8 minutes ago that thing died. So now we got a lot of black screen on here. And I'm not editing either. Heck with it. People will just have to listen to us ramble, I guess. If they want, or they can shut it off. Won't make any difference to me. I ain't getting paid for it.
Well,